इसी जगह पर पाना मुझको मुश्किल है। ले मापदंड जिसको परिवर्तित कर देती, केवल छूकर ही देश काल की सीमाएं। जग दे मुझ पर फैसला उसे जैसा भाए। लेकिन मैं तो इस बेरोक सफर में जीवन के इस एक और पहलू से होकर निकल चला। 75 वर्ष अपनी स्थापना के, 75 वर्ष अपना अस्तित्व सार्थक बनाने के, 75 वर्ष उन सभी वैज्ञानिकों एवं शोधकर्ताओं के जिन्होंने सही मायने में इस स्थान को राष्ट्रीय भौतिक प्रयोगशाला बनाया है। 75 वर्ष यहाँ कार्य करने वाले प्रत्येक उस व्यक्ति के जो प्रत्यक्ष या अप्रत्यक्ष रूप से इस संस्थान का आधार स्तंभ रहा है, नींव का पत्थर रहा है। मैं शिखा श्रीवास्तव, शोध छात्रा, CSIR राष्ट्रीय भौतिक प्रयोगशाला के समस्त परिवार की ओर से आज यहाँ इस विशाल सभागार में उपस्थित आप सभी गणमान्य नागरिकों का, हमारे अतिथियों का एवं उन सभी लोगों का जिन्होंने आभासी माध्यम में हमारे साथ यहाँ पर अपनी उपस्थिति दर्ज कराई है, हार्दिक स्वागत करती हूँ, वंदन करती हूँ, अभिनंदन करती हूँ। NPL की स्थापना 4 जनवरी 1947। इस तारीख से लेकर वर्तमान समय तक, आज की तारीख तक, यदि मैं राष्ट्र की प्रगति में NPL के योगदान का वर्णन करना प्रारंभ करूं तो इसमें कितना समय लगेगा यह कहना अत्यंत कठिन है। पर इतना अवश्य कहा जा सकता है कि देश में बहुत कम संस्थान ऐसे होंगे जिन्होंने अपने अस्तित्व एवं अपने वर्चस्व का सफर देश की स्वतंत्रता के साथ ही शुरू किया होगा। इसे सुखद संयोग ही कहा जाएगा कि इस वर्ष जब संपूर्ण भारत आज़ादी के अमृत महोत्सव के माध्यम से अपनी आज़ादी के 75 वर्ष पूर्ण करने का उत्सव मना रहा है, ठीक उसी वर्ष CSIR NPL भी अपनी स्थापना के 75 वर्ष पूर्ण कर चुका है। It's time to remember, to remind ourselves our proud past. It's time to make resolution for a better and a strong future. So ladies and gentlemen, let's rejoice in happiness and celebration. Let's salute all the great founding members of this institution. Let's praise in their admiration. Let's make them our inspiration. Today, all of us are here to be a part of MSME Meet 2022, which is being organized for the very first time in NPL. And the theme of this meet is the key to inclusive and success and sustainable growth of Indian economy. Dear all, as a nation, we have much more work to do. I would like to extend my warm welcome to all the great people sitting in audience who are running their startups, their enterprises, who are visionary in true sense, who are progressive and forward-looking, who are responsive and embracing our community and its needs. Dear all, although due to the COVID-19 pandemic, there were significant signs of slowdown in these enterprises. Still, these enterprises and startups, they worked very hard at the grassroots level, fighting on each and every front. They are the backbone of our Indian economy. They understand that with a huge Indian population, our nation demands more number of job providers rather than job seekers. Although their stories may not be as famous as others, as popular as others, but still they play a vital role in Indian economy. And this reminds me of some beautiful lines written by Dr. Harivansh Rai Bachchan. He says, and I quote, पुस्तकों में है नहीं छापी गई इसकी कहानी, हाल इसका ज्ञात होता है ना औरों की जुबानी, अनगिनत राही गए इस राह से उनका पता क्या, पर गए कुछ लोग इस पर छोड़ पैरों की निशानी, यह निशानी मूक होकर भी बहुत कुछ बोलती है, खोल इसका अर्थपंथी पंथ का अनुमान कर ले। इसी क्रम में कार्यक्रम की श्रृंखला को आगे बढ़ाते हुए मैं मंच पर सादर आमंत्रित करना चाहूंगी हमारे आज के कार्यक्रम के माननीय सभी अतिथियों को। प्रसिद्ध व्यक्तित्व किसी परिचय के मोहताज नहीं होते, किंतु भारतवर्ष की परंपरा रही है अतिथि देवो भव, एवं इन्हीं परंपराओं का पालन करना हमें खास बनाता है। On behalf of CSIR NPL, I welcome our chief guest, Mr. Adil Jainul Bhai, Chairman, Quality Council of India, who would be joining us later in online mode since he is traveling in US. Mr. Shrikant Somani, Chairman, CII National SME Council. He will also join us in online mode. Dr. Ishita Gangli Tripathi, ADC MSME. She will also join us online. Our guest of honor do not require any formal introduction. It is a great pleasure to welcome such a noted personality on this special occasion. So on behalf of one and all present here, I would like to welcome to you, sir, Mr. S.V. Sharma, Joint Director, MSME Testing Center, and Dr. R.K. Bharti, Head, MSME Development Institute. I'm glad to respectfully and cordially welcome Dr. Shekhar C. Mande, Director General, CSIR, and also Secretary of DSIR, who will join us in virtual mode. You all must have heard about his deeds and endeavors, his endless contribution towards all the CSIR labs and society. Last but not the least, with a huge round of applause, let me please call Professor Venugopal Achanta, Director, CSIR NPL. Here, I feel privileged to extend my warm welcome to you, sir, who has constantly extended his love and support to each and every aspect of this elite institution. I request all our guests to please come on stage. I will request all of you to please switch off your mobile phones, and those who are joining us online, kindly mute yourself. I would also like to call Dr. Anuradha Sengar, Senior Principal Scientist, CSIR NPL, on stage. And though previously Dr. Ishita Ganguly Tripathi, it is decided that she will join us online, but now she is in person here. Shikha. Okay, I'm extremely sorry. I would like to invite Shikha Mehta from Canara Bank, AGM. Ma'am, please come on stage and please grace this occasion with your presence. Thank you so much to all our dignitaries who are present on the stage and have joined us online also. Welcome, ma'am, and welcome, sir. Now, I would like to call Ms. Pratiksha Pratap. I would like to call Ms. Pratiksha Pratap to please present a floral bouquet to our chief guest. Ms. Pratiksha Pratap. I would like to please give a big round of applause. I would like to call Simran Nehra to please present a bouquet of respect as a token of love and respect to a guest. Shikha Mehta, Ms. Shikha Mehta. Thank you so much, Simran and Pratiksha. Now, I would like to call Sabita Sahu to present a bouquet to our respected director, CSIR NPL. After following the traditional way of respect and regard, now I would like to invite all the dignitaries present on the stage to please light up the lamp and inaugurate the function. I would request Pratiksha Pratap and Simran Nehra to kindly assist our guest on dais. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause to all our dignitaries present on dais. Deep Jyoti, Param Jyoti, Deep Jyotir Janardhana, Deepo Haratu Me Papam, Deep Jyotir Namostute. Shubham Karoti Kalyanam, Arogyam Sukh Sampadam, Dvesha Buddhi Vinashaya, Atma Jyoti Namostute. मंचासीन समस्त अतिथियों का मैं हृदय से धन्यवाद देती हूँ एवं आपका हार्दिक स्वागत करती हूँ. Moving forward, I would like to invite Professor Venugopal Achanta, Director CSIR NPL, for welcome address. Sir, please.
Good morning, everyone. So I'd like to welcome you all to the second day of the events as part of the completion of 75 years of CSAR NPL. So I'd like to uh, thank Dr. Shekhar Simande, Director General of CSAR, Mr. Adil Jainulbai, Chairman of Quality Council of India, Mr. Shrikant Somani, Chairman CII National SME Council, Dr. Ishita Ganguly Tripathi, ADC at MSME, Mr. S.V. Sharma, Joint Director, MSME Testing Center, Dr. R.K. Bharati, Head MSME Development Institute, and all the distinguished speakers who kindly agreed to participate and deliver lecture in this MSME meet. So just to mention you about the origin of why we needed or why we wanted to do this event as part of the 75th year celebrations is that CSR NPL, as we know, is the National Metrology Institute of India. As being an NMI, CSR NPL sets up primary standards and helps different stakeholders, participants, and to disseminate all through the country so that the quality infrastructure within the country is improved and maintained. Right. So MSMEs are a strong and vibrant community in the country whom we support through the national government's initiatives. So we have at CFCT, Center for Calibration and Testing, which helps in providing all the services which we have at NPL and under one single window. So through CFCT, we are giving to carry forward the national government's initiatives, like we are offering 25% discount to the MSMEs. So we are doing our best to improve the quality infrastructure. So our staff goes and participates in as assessors in different laboratories. We actively involve ourselves through these reference material producers, RMPs. We are part of the NABL, the National Accreditation Board for Laboratories, NABH. So our people go as assessors and in testing and accrediting these laboratories. So NPL as NMI is actively involved in the fabric of quality infrastructure within the country. MSMEs, industry, RMPs, all these are part of the CSAR NPL family. And being a member of CSAR, we are actively involved in interacting with industries to solve the industrial problems, to find solutions to challenging problems at various levels. So industry, especially MSME, is important for us. And we are organizing today's events just to address this vibrant community whom we consider as a very important part of CSR NPL family. Right. So we would like active participation of all the stakeholders in this. Right. So welcome all once again to this one-day event where we want to interact, listen to what we have to set up in the future for the industry, and what are all available. So those who are physically present here, they can see what our facilities are. We have a technology demonstration pavilion where even our CSR sister laboratories have demonstrated or put up their exhibits, where we want to proudly showcase the technology which is coming out of the CSR laboratories. So industry participants can go and interact directly with the scientists to the technologies who have developed these technologies in CSAR labs, right? So this will be win-win for both of us, both for the industry, where you can pick out our technologies, where we can listen to you, so that like in future, we can pick up problems which we would like to focus on, right? So I wish there will be an active engagement, not just today, but this will be a stepping stone for future activities where we can actively engage with each other. So welcome you all once again to this event. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for the welcome address. I would like to remind all of you that this auditorium has been sanitized properly and all the COVID protocols are being followed strictly. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Shekhar C. Mande, Director General CSIR, who is also Secretary of DSIR, to deliver opening remarks. He's a well-known figure in whole CSIR family and constantly working and giving his valuable guidance to all of us. Dr. Shekhar C. Mande, sir, please. Please give a big round of applause for DG, sir.
Thank you. All the dignitaries present here in the auditorium, on the stage, and those who are present online, my greetings to all of you. Yesterday, we had a very successful program to celebrate 75 years of NPL, and we were recounting the tremendous contributions that NPL has made to the country, especially those in the metrology area, but of course in many other areas of fundamental physics work. It's a proud moment for us that NPL has traversed this journey for 75 years, and we are looking forward to another many more years from NPL in the service of the country in general. As most of you are aware, CSIR is the largest civilian R&D organization in the country. We are spread across many more disciplines in aerospace, in mining, in chemicals, in pharmaceuticals, in biotechnology, in ocean, earth and below the surface of the earth, and all kinds of things that CSIR scientists do. We have a very large workforce which work very tirelessly in our 37 labs across the country. But CSIR is also very unique in a sense that it interfaces basic R&D that is done in the lab and the industry. So one of the principal foci of CSIR is also to do translational work that would be beneficial to industry and to society at large. Now, it invariably, as it happens, that the work that emerges out of CSIR labs is generally at the technology readiness level of 2, 3, or 4, something like that, where the larger industries prefer the technology readiness level at something like 8 or 9 to be able to absorb those technologies. So there is a gap between what we do in CSIR labs and what industry really is looking for, kind of technology. And that gap, one way of effectively filling that gap is through startups and through MSME. So MSME is actually being a very significant player in this. They work very closely with us. In fact, we are very proud that we have very strong relationship with the Ministry of MSME in the country. And we recognize the fact that in terms of sheer volume, MSMEs actually contribute the largest workforce in any industrial work in the country, in terms of sheer number of people who are engaged in industrial activity. And recognizing that fact, CSIR and MSME, Ministry of MSME, have always had a very strong relationship. I recall the days when Mr. Arun Panda used to be the secretary and Mr. Sudhir Garg was the joint secretary. And very often we would get together in looking at CSIR technologies, how to disseminate that among something like 80 odd lakh MSMEs in the country. And Sudhir Garg very often send out mails to all the MSMEs in the country, that the database that Ministry of MSME had. And principally through those efforts, we also started a large number of clusters. So MSMEs actually used to have the concept of clusters. And we have started a large number of clusters in the area of food processing, in the area of aroma, and so on and so forth. But also, the work that CSIR has done in the leather sector had also benefited MSMEs significantly. Now, in such a scenario, NPL actually is a very interesting point, a bridge between MSMEs and the work that happens in CSIR. And that's principally because NPL is also the National Metrology Institute. All the standards that are required by different industries are maintained in NPL, And I would like to welcome all the MSMEs in the country to make full use of these standards that are there in NPL. It is worthwhile to note that in 1980s, early 1980s, the National Coordination of Testing and Calibration Facilities, NCTCF, was established by the Department of Science and Technology in NPL. NCTCF was eventually given the autonomous status and was then renamed as NABL. CSR NPL provides technical support for maintaining all these standards and, as I said, the quality infrastructure in the country. NPL also has a single window Center for Calibration and Testing, what we call as CFCT, which caters to industry, laboratories, and strategic sector. So in a process, NPL has evolved a very robust quality testing and quality management system, which is peer reviewed by Asia Pacific Metrology Program and also rest of the world. As you know, NPL also is a member of BIPM, which has the mandate of maintaining standards all around the world. So with this background, industries and many other strategic sectors, they find NPL's interventions very, very useful in terms of access to standards, in terms of traceability, and in terms of quality infrastructure. And I would like to urge all the MSMEs who are present here, either online or offline, to make fully use of the facilities of NPL. We welcome you with both arms, and we assure you that you will not be disappointed by the service that NPL gives. I'm very pleased to see that so many people who have gathered here on DAS and on online, and I look forward to your inputs during this two-day conclave. Wish you all the very best for the next 2 days in the deliberations that you have. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, DG sir, for your encouraging words. I'm sure most of our MSMEs and startups, they have got encouragement from your words. As you said that NPL is always committed to help startups and MSMEs. So wish all the MSMEs people will come forward for this. Now, moving forward, I would like to invite Dr. Ishita Ganguly Tripathi, ADC MSME, who have joined us in online mode. Ma'am, please.
Thank you. Am I audible? Good morning, Professor
Yes,
Venugopal, Dr. Shekhar C. Mande, Shri Shrikant Sovani, Ms. Shikha Mehta, Dr. Anuradha, my experienced colleague Shri S.V. Sharma, and all the distinguished participants. It is indeed my proud privilege to participate in today's event on MSME 2022, the key to inclusive and sustainable growth of the Indian economy. As we all know, the role of CSR NPL India as the custodian of measurement standards has truly been remarkable. What is noteworthy is CSIR NPL's contribution in extending the applicability of its exemplary work to industry and other stakeholders for effective usage. Thank you for organizing today's meet. The theme of the event is extremely relevant and topical in today's times. In this context, I would like to mention that the vision of our ministry, the Ministry of MSME, is to unlock the potential of India's MSME sector in the endeavor to become the growth engines of the economy. The contribution of the MSME sector in India's GDP, exports, employment generation, and as integral components of supply chains has undoubtedly been immense. Similarly, there's no denying that micro, small, and medium enterprises have borne the brunt of the pandemic, associated lockdowns, and closure of business activities. A series of measures, including those under the Atmanirbhar Bharat package, were announced and implemented for MSMEs to tide over the adversities. The approach has been multi-pronged, ranging from addressing credit-related issues to those related to technology, from procurement and marketing to monitoring of delayed payments. Basically, the ministry has engaged in the promotion and development of MSMEs through 6 pillars. First, the new enterprise development and employment generation. Second, credit assistance. Third, technology upgradation. Fourth, infrastructure and capacity building. Fifth, skill development and entrepreneurship development. And sixth, procurement and marketing support. One of the most important recent initiatives has been revising the definition of the MSME sector, which has brought under its formal ambit all deserving enterprises. Consequently, enterprises can grow without any apprehensions of graduating out of the MSME fold. The scope has been further enlarged by the recent inclusion of wholesale and retail traders and urban street vendors. From the 1st of July 2020, when the new Udyam registration portal was launched till yesterday, that is 4th January 2022, more than 65.4 lakh MSMEs have registered on the Udyam portal. The significance of technology has grown manifold in a short span of time. The two foremost things which come to my mind that are essential for MSMEs to resume their journey onto the growth trajectory are finance and technology. The information available from our ministry's Champions portal, it's a grievance redressal portal and also does handholding, that shows that 40% of the grievances are related to credit and another 15% to technology. For micro enterprises, this is even more challenging, accentuated by their limited access to information and marketing. MSME units together are capable of constituting a complete supply chain and being globally competitive thanks to their diverse products, ranging from intermediates to final products. This approach has been found to be successful in our clusters, which have been set up with the specific objective of promoting MSMEs. Our tool rooms and technology centers contribute in this area by providing skilled manpower and technical know-how to the MSMEs. Access to cutting-edge and state-of-the-art technology provides a competitive shield to the MSMEs. Network of technology centers of the Development Commissioner's Office, testing centers and testing stations, and our schemes meant for developing clusters play a crucial role in providing technological support to industries through design and manufacture of tools, providing practical skill development training to unemployed youth and workforce. Our ministry has been working closely with other ministries and departments to facilitate the ease of doing business. We are in the process of overcoming challenging times. For example, India's mercantile monthly in recent months has been higher than the corresponding figures of last year's. Further, data published by SIDBI indicates that higher loan amounts were disbursed to MSMEs in 2021 than in 2020, and unlocking in June 2021 led to a sharp bounce back in credit demand. Together with all the stakeholders, we can collectively achieve the common goal of inclusive and sustainable growth of the Indian economy. Thank you.
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद हमारे आज के कार्यक्रम की मुख्य अतिथि का। अब मैं सादर आमंत्रित करना चाहूँगी मिस्टर श्रीकांत सोमानी, चेयरमैन CII नेशनल एसएमई काउंसिल। मुझे जानकारी प्राप्त हुई है कि हमारे आज के कार्यक्रम के मुख्य अतिथि माननीय श्री आदिल जैनुल भाई, चेयरमैन क्वालिटी काउंसिल ऑफ इंडिया, यात्रा कर रहे हैं। तो बहुत हम सभी आशा करते हैं कि वो हमें बाद में ज्वाइन करेंगे। तो मैं मंच पर आमंत्रित करना चाहूँगी मिस्टर श्रीकांत सोमानी, चेयरमैन CII नेशनल एसएमई काउंसिल, जिन्होंने हमें आभासी माध्यम में ज्वाइन किया है। सर प्लीज।
Thank you very much. Thank you very much and good morning to all. It's a great privilege for me to be present amongst such a galaxy of important people. And I must congratulate the CSI NPL for their 75th year, completion of 75th year, and organizing this very important meeting of a conclave for the MSMEs. Never before have I ever seen such a focused approach that has been taken and brought forward as far as MSMEs are concerned. And like Dr. Ishita Ganguly Tripathi said that these are industries which are the backbone for any economy, whether it is in India or whether it's abroad. I think these are the companies which provide for the for employment, which is important. But more than that, they are the link between large industries and the global supply chain. And I think at this moment of time, when we see that our MSMEs, the 63.5 million which we have today, and out of which, of course, 90% or 99% are micro, they still are about 29%, contribute to 39% of our GDP and an employment to about 11 crore people. And mostly within these 11 crores are divided between manufacturing and trade. And of course, there are certain others, like the services, etc., which also take part of the job creation. Now, we have seen the pandemic over the last 2 years, which has shaken the confidence of business. We've seen how MSMEs have suffered through, they were the largest, they were the amongst the hardest hit. But I think, as everyone says, there's always a silver lining in the sky. And I think this pandemic, I would, from my perspective, I would put the pandemic on the back burner and say that it's also been a great catalyst, because it has sprung open a plethora of opportunities for our MSMEs, India per se, and the MSMEs, specifically with the global supply chain, the global economic and trade alignments which are taking place, the China +1 strategy. I think this whole the change that has taken place brings about an opportunity and something that we need to look at very carefully. And I'm so glad that over these years, our CII has been working very closely with the Ministry of MSMEs and the MSMEs themselves. And we find that the whole focus of bringing about a change and the importance given to the MSMEs is very, very heartening indeed. Additionally, India needs to move away from the input-based system to a more support-based system, manufacturing of parts and components, when we are talking of Atmanirbhar Bharat. And that would promote participation in the supply chains. From finance, Dr. Tripathi also mentioned about, and very rightly, she mentioned about finance and technology, access to market. A lot of things have changed, but I think it's we from the CII points of view see that finance, from finance point of view, the current unprecedented scenario gives an opportunity of alternate funding platforms and emerging players, which include fintech and digital payment e-wallet solution providers. The current adverse situation has turned it out as a blessing, as I said, in disguise, in terms of the digital transformation through adoption, which is otherwise would have taken years in the normal course. We all know that MSMEs are the driving engines of any economy, and they need to change their mindset, which is important, towards intensifying and focusing on the key aspects of what I would call as the DEQ, that is digitization or acceptance of new digital norms, efficiency and quality in their respective work processes, in order to be globally competitive and accepted worldwide for global partnership. And this is the order of the day and the future of all MSMEs, as I see. Indian ingenuity and enterprise is our biggest strength. We need to do is to harness and upgrade accordance with the global quality standards to be an indispensable part of the international value chain. And here comes the role of institutions like CSIR, NPL India, who are the custodians of measurements of standards and guide on how these standards can be obtained and maintained. Amidst the present unprecedented scenario, the government has been highly considerate for the stressed MSME sector that has provided much impetus for the MSMEs. The revision of the long due MSME definition, launching of the emergency credit line guarantee schemes, and further the extension of its corpus, the launch of the credit guarantee scheme for subordinate debt, announcement of the finance minister on the issue of delayed payments and the effective implementation through ensuring release of MSMEs pending dues by the government department and PSUs within 45 days, and passing the factoring amendment bill in Lok Sabha, etc., were amongst the few of the key initiatives which were undertaken by the government to provide MSMEs relief during the challenging times of the pandemic. It is owing to this considerable government support and the resilience portrayed by MSMEs, the sector has been able to regain the path of revival in a very short span of time. At CII, the National MSME Council, in line with the Ministry of MSMEs, has identified 4 main key pillars or aspects which form the basis of all our endeavors and initiatives. These are ease of doing business, finance, technology, capacity building through market access, as well as e-commerce. For the ease of doing business, CII has been advocating for setting up of a single window system for MSMEs, automated renewals, exemption from the labor laws for the next 2 to 3 years, ensuring raw material price stability and more, which can help the MSMEs for the operational ease and accelerating the revival. Finance as the key aspect for MSMEs is of paramount importance, and CII too has undertaken several initiatives and made representations as a part of the policy advocacy, many of which of those pertaining to the bank guarantee, delayed payments, etc., have already been acknowledged and provided resolutions by the concerned authorities. CII in its recent past organized a consultative virtual series of Friday financial clinics, and the recent Tech Fin Mobility Summit were organized with emphasis on helping MSMEs in their businesses and their journeys from the financial perspective. The recent era of pandemic has also led to technology emerging in a big way. However, CII has been advocating for technology interventions for adoption of Industry Revolution 4.0, even in the pro-COVID era. From the advocacy standpoint, CII has been suggesting on a launch of technology adoption and upgradation scheme for adoption of Industry 4.0 solutions in the lines of the existing lean manufacturing scheme by the government. CII has been taking a lot of initiatives as far as technology is concerned and helping the MSMEs, and one of them is the Tech Saksham, and it's a key project which works on helping MSMEs through technology awareness, improving efficiency and shop floor management. For the market access and capability enhancement, CII has been working dedicatedly to provide hand-holding the MSMEs for market access through e-commerce and our flagship Global MSME Summit. With high emphasis on digitization and digital adoption for which CII has launched an ambitious Digital Saksham project for creating digital financial literacy amongst 3 lakh micro enterprises, out of which 75,000 shall be trained for capacity building and 50,000 for enterprise development in a span of 3 years. We have recently launched this pilot project in Maharashtra, and I'm happy to share that the implementation of the first phase has already begun. I'm very certain that with the collective effort with the government and the center, state, private sector, industrial groups, industrial organizations, training organizations, funding organizations, and the MSMEs from across the regions and states, India will rise and shine with the same force with which we aspired in the first place, be it pre or post-pandemic scenario. To conclude, I would like to thank all of you for giving me this opportunity for sharing my views and thoughts, and sincerely hope that we can work together with our commitments and dedicated efforts, which will strive and bring together and thrive as far as the MSMEs are concerned. Thank you very much indeed.
Thank you so much, sir, for highlighting the importance of digitalization in MSMEs. Thank you so much for your words. Now, I would like to request our guest of honor, Mr. S.V. Sharma, Joint Director, MSME Testing Center, who is gracing this occasion, this special day, by his presence. Sir, please come on the dais. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause for our guest of honor.
Good morning, sir. Respected Director, CSIR, NPL, respected ma'am, dignitaries and other colleagues and seniors who are attending this meeting physically as well as today we are going to discuss about the MSMEs and I have prepared a small presentation on this issue about the MSMEs, Ministry of MSME role in ये प्रेजेंटेशन जो अपलोड किया था हमने The Ministry of MSME initiatives in testing facilities for MSME units. This is the topic of my presentation. We are going to discuss what MSME Ministry is doing in the field of testing and calibration, and how NPL and Ministry of MSME can work together to for the benefit of MSMEs and as well as at national level. Ministry is operational, is having 7 verticals. First one is Khadi and Village Industry Commission. Second one is Square Board. Third one is National Industries Corporation. Fourth one is Development Commissioner MSMEs. And fifth one is National Institute of Micro, Small, Medium Enterprises. And sixth one is Mahatma Gandhi Institute for Rural Industrialization. And seventh one is tool rooms, technology centers, and development centers. These are the 7 verticals functioning under Ministry of MSME. Technically, all the part of these verticals are for some and other way for the benefit of MSME sector, but I am going to discuss about the Development Commissioner's MSME's functional in respect of testing and calibration activities. अभी जैसा इशिता मैम ने भी बताया था कि हमारी बहुत सारी स्कीम्स पिछले कुछ दिनों में हम लोगों ने स्टार्ट की है एमएसएमई सेक्टर के लिए। इसमें एक काम ये हुआ है कि एमएसएमई की जो डेफिनेशन है उसमें चेंज किया है और ट्रेड वाली एक्टिविटीज को हमने इनकॉर्पोरेट किया है। सबसे यदि हम अब से 10, 15, 20 साल पहले की बात करें तो सिर्फ मैन्युफैक्चरिंग को टेस्टिंग इंडस्ट्री का पार्ट माना जाता था। उसके बाद कुछ समय बाद जो है सर्विस सेक्टर को इसमें इनकॉर्पोरेट किया गया और अभी रिसेंटली ट्रेड को इंडस्ट्री का पार्ट बनाया गया। तो यदि हम माइक्रो यूनिट्स की डेफिनेशन की बात करें तो यदि इन्वेस्टमेंट इज डज नॉट एक्सीड Rs 1 crore and turnover does not exceed 5 crore, that unit falls under the category of micro units. And small, the definition of small industry is small investment does not exceed Rs 10 crore and turnover does not exceed Rs 50 crore rupees. And medium industries investment does not exceed Rs 50 crore and turnover does not exceed Rs 250 crore. अब इसमें एक क्वेश्चन ये रेज होता है कि गवर्नमेंट को ये डिसाइड करने की आवश्यकता क्यों पड़ी कि भाई कोई यूनिट माइक्रो, स्मॉल या मीडियम में क्यों रखी जाए। इसकी बेसिक वजह यह है कि जो स्मॉल इंडस्ट्री की रिक्वायरमेंट्स हैं या एक्सपेक्टेशंस हैं सरकार से, वो मीडियम इंडस्ट्री से मैच नहीं कर सकती। स्मॉल इंडस्ट्री की अपनी प्रॉब्लम्स होती हैं, उनका चाहे फाइनेंस से रिलेटेड हो, टेक्नोलॉजी से रिलेटेड हो या मशीन से रिलेटेड हो, वो रिक्वायरमेंट मीडियम से मैच नहीं करती है। तो गवर्नमेंट को इस वजह से इस सारे सेक्टर को 3 भागों में बांटा गया। ब्रॉडली यदि हम इसके बियॉन्ड बात करें तो इंडस्ट्री को 2 भागों में बेसिकली बांटा जाता है, एक ऑर्गेनाइज सेक्टर और एक अनऑर्गेनाइज सेक्टर। तो आपने देखा होगा बहुत सारे लोग अनऑर्गेनाइज सेक्टर में भी काम करते हैं। अभी CII के जो सर थे उन्होंने भी इस टॉपिक को थोड़ा टच किया था कि अनऑर्गेनाइज सेक्टर की एक्सपेक्टेशन गवर्नमेंट से ऑर्गेनाइज सेक्टर से मैच नहीं कर सकती। ऑर्गेनाइज सेक्टर कुछ और एक्सपेक्ट करता है, अनऑर्गेनाइज सेक्टर रेयरली बैंकर्स के पास जाते हैं, उनकी अपने सेल्फ फंडिंग के मेथड होते हैं और वो उस तरह से ऑपरेट करते हैं। तो अभी हम ऑर्गेनाइज सेक्टर के लिए ही गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया काम कर रही है। जो उद्यम रजिस्ट्रेशन का पार्ट अभी इशिता मैम ने टच किया था, वो उसी एक्टिविटी का एक पार्ट है कि हम सारी इंडस्ट्री को एक ऑर्गेनाइज सेक्टर के रूप में एक अम्ब्रेला के अंदर लेकर के आए और गवर्नमेंट को ब्रॉडली नेशनल लेवल पे सभी के लिए स्कीम बनाने का मौका मिले। उस वाले एरिया पे काफी ज्यादा काम चल रहा है। और अभी जैसे मैम ने भी बताया था कि 66 लाख लोग जो है उद्यम रजिस्ट्रेशन अभी तक करा चुके हैं, वो सब वो वाली कैटेगरी है। इसके लिए मतलब हमारे जो पुराने सेक्रेटरीज थे, जो एडिशनल सेक्रेटरीज थे, उनकी एक ब्रॉड थिंकिंग थी कि कोई इंडस्ट्री अपने आप को ऑर्गेनाइज सेक्टर में क्यों कन्वर्ट नहीं करना चाहती। इसके पीछे एक बहुत बड़ी थॉट प्रोसेस थी। भाई जैसे अभी आप जानते हैं कि लगभग 6.5 करोड़ MSME हमारे देश में काम करती हैं। 12.5 करोड़ के आसपास लोगों को उसमें रोजगार मिलता है। लेकिन जो एक्चुअल में इंडस्ट्री जिनका GST रजिस्ट्रेशन भी है, जिनका पैन भी है, जिनका करंट अकाउंट भी है, ऐसी इंडस्ट्री 66 लाख है जो जिन्होंने उद्यम रजिस्ट्रेशन कराया है। तो इसमें बहुत तेजी से हम लोग पिछले 1 साल में काम किए हैं और अगले कुछ सालों में ये फिगर्स आप देखेंगे तो ये करोड़ों में जो एक्चुअल फिगर हम लोग सेंसस में आती हैं उस तक टच करेंगे। ये मतलब ब्रॉडली MSME का कंट्रीब्यूशन है कि नेशनल मैन्युफैक्चरिंग आउटपुट में 45% MSMEs कंट्रीब्यूट करती हैं। टोटल एक्सपोर्ट 49% है। कंट्रीब्यूशन GDP 29%। अराउंड 11 करोड़ लोगों को जो है MSME सेक्टर रोजगार देता है और 6.3 करोड़ जो हैं ऑर्गेनाइज और अनऑर्गेनाइज सेक्टर की इंडस्ट्रीज हैं और लगभग 600 प्रोडक्ट्स जो है MSMEs बनाती हैं। ये कुछ स्कीमें हैं हमारी जो किसी ना किसी रूप में MSME की बेनिफिट्स के लिए बनाई गई है। PMEGP, प्राइम मिनिस्टर एम्प्लॉय गारंटी स्कीम, CGTMSE, इंस्ट्रेस सबवेंशन जो मैम ने भी अभी थोड़ा बताया था, ये कुछ स्कीमें हैं जो MSMEs के लिए अलग अलग विभागों के द्वारा ऑपरेट होती है। अब जो जैसा हम सब जानते ही हैं कि एनपीएल नोडल एजेंसी है, एनएमआईयू है इंटरनेशनल लेवल पे स्टैंडर्ड्स के लिए प्लस प्राइमरी स्टैंडर्ड्स के लिए इंटरनेशनल लेवल पे भारत को रिप्रेजेंट करती है। लेकिन मैं इस संबंध में थोड़ी सी बात ये कहना चाहता हूं कि जिस तरह से एनपीएल है, एनटीएच है, सीएसआईआर का पूरे देश में नेटवर्क है, एमएसएमई टेस्टिंग सेंटर्स और टेस्टिंग स्टेशंस का भी पूरे देश में एक नेटवर्क है, बीआईएस की अपनी टेस्टिंग लैब्स हैं पूरे देश में करती हैं। इसके अलावा बहुत सारे और गवर्नमेंट के ऑर्गेनाइजेशंस हैं जो टेस्टिंग और कैलिब्रेशन एक्टिविटीज में किसी ना किसी रूप में नेशनल लेवल पे कंट्रीब्यूट करते हैं। तो एमएसएमई, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ एमएसएमई के पॉइंट ऑफ व्यू से यदि बात करें तो हमारे पास 4 टेस्टिंग सेंटर्स हैं दिल्ली, कलकत्ता, मुंबई और चेन्नई में, और 7 टेस्टिंग स्टेशंस हैं। इनमें जो यूनिकनेस है वो वहाँ की रीजनल इंडस्ट्री की नीड्स के ऊपर ये सब लोग ये सारे सेंटर सेटअप हुए थे सर। 1974 से लेकर 1984 के बीच में ये सेंटर्स सेटअप हुए, और उस एरिया में जिस तरह की इंडस्ट्री थी, उस इंडस्ट्री की जो टेस्टिंग नीड्स थी, उस टेस्टिंग नीड्स को ध्यान में रखते हुए इन सेंटर्स को बनाया गया। ये सभी सेंटर्स जो हैं, आप जानते ही हैं कि देश में 2 तरह के मतलब स्टैंडर्ड्स पे इंडस्ट्री का काम चलता है। एक है कि भाई बीआईएस एक नोडल एजेंसी है जो स्टैंडर्ड फॉर्मुलेशन का काम करती है। कोई भी स्टैंडर्ड हो, सीलिंग फैन, लाइट, या कोई भी जो हम सराउंडिंग में जितने भी प्रोडक्ट्स देख रहे हैं, इन सब के स्टैंडर्ड्स को फॉर्मुलेशन का काम बीआईएस करती है। इसके अलावा एनएबीएल एक संस्था है जो हम सब जानते ही हैं कि आईएसओ आईईसी 17025 या 2017 को इम्प्लीमेंट करने का काम एनएबीएल नोडल एजेंसी है जो वर्ल्ड वाइड रिप्रेजेंट करती है। तो ये सारे चारों टेस्टिंग सेंटर हमारे बीआईएस एम्पैनल्ड है, और इनका बीआईएस से रिकॉग्निशन है और एनएबीएल का एक्रीडेशन है। इसके अलावा जो हमारे 7 टेस्टिंग स्टेशंस हैं, इन सब का एनएबीएल और बीआईएस के रिकॉग्निशन का काम अंडर प्रोसेस है, जो हम 22-23 में करने वाले। इनका स्पेशलाइजेशन इस तरह से है, कोई इलेक्ट्रिकल, मैकेनिकल, वहाँ की जो इंडस्ट्री नीड्स थी उस तरह की फैसिलिटीज यहाँ पर। इनका ऑब्जेक्टिव है, हमारे बहुत बड़ा बेस जो है, जो गवर्नमेंट की एजेंसीज हैं वो बेसिकली टेस्टिंग के लिए हमारे पास प्रोडक्ट्स को सबमिट करती हैं। रेलवे, इस्पात इंडिया, ये सब हमारे बहुत, सीएसडी, ये सब हमारे कस्टमर्स हैं। जो जैसा आपको पता होगा कि भाई जैम ने अभी क्वालिटी का एक फीचर इनकॉर्पोरेट किया है कि it is a responsibility of concerned buyer to ascertain the quality of the product, either you are buying jam or CPP और जो भी करना है। तो उस तरह से जैम के थ्रू बहुत सारे प्रोडक्ट्स हमारे पास टेस्टिंग के लिए आज करा रहे हैं। अब एक क्वेश्चन ये आता है कि जैसे एनपीएल ये है कि भाई वो नोडल एजेंसी है, लेकिन एक टेस्टिंग की नीड्स के लिए हमारे जो प्रेजेंट सेक्रेटरी हैं, इन्होंने एक स्टडी अभी दिया हुआ है। एनपीएल से भी हमने रिक्वेस्ट किया हुआ है स्टडी के लिए इस टॉपिक पे, लेकिन हमने काफ़ी रीजनल लेवल पे मीटिंग्स करके को टेस्टिंग की रिक्वायरमेंट्स को कंपाइल किया, और ये पाया कि पिछले 2 से 3 सालों के दौरान गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने टेस्टिंग के एरिया में बहुत बड़े लेवल पर काम किया है, जिसमें मैं कुछ मैंने कंपाइल किया है ये कि डाइटी ने 46 आईटी आइटम्स को मैंडेटरी कैटेगरी में इनकॉर्पोरेट कर दिया है। आप जो ये मोबाइल खरीदते हैं, आप एक स्पेसिफिक फीचर देख करके कि इसमें कितनी मेमोरी है, क्या इसके प्रोसेसर की स्पीड है, ये 2-4 फीचर देख करके हम इस प्रोडक्ट को खरीद लेते हैं। लेकिन आम आदमी को ये पता नहीं होता है कि वो उस फीचर की एक्चुअल में इसकी टेस्टिंग का क्या प्रोसीजर है, कहाँ से इसकी टेस्टिंग कराएं। और आईटी प्रोडक्ट में तो आप देखते ही हैं कि भाई वर्ल्ड वाइड हमारा देश जो है बहुत बड़ा मतलब कंजप्शन है मार्केट में। तो डाइटी ने 46 आइटम्स को मैंडेटरी कैटेगरी में डाल दिया। आप बिना कोई भी प्रोड्यूसर उन पर्टिकुलर टेस्ट कराए बिना मार्केट में इस प्रोडक्ट्स को बेच नहीं सकता। इसके अलावा बीआईएस की एक स्कीम है कंपल्सरी रजिस्ट्रेशन स्कीम। उसने जो पहले 100 प्रोडक्ट्स कंपल्सरी रजिस्ट्रेशन स्कीम में होते थे, वो फिगर अब 285 के आसपास हो गई है। आप कोई भी सीलिंग फैन बिना टेस्टिंग के इंडियन मार्केट में नहीं बेच सकते। उसका जो बीआईएस का अपना स्टैंडर्ड है, उसके तहत आपको बीआईएस से पहले अपने इंडस्ट्री को रिकॉग्नाइज कराना पड़ेगा, उसके बाद ही आप अपना प्रोडक्ट जो है आप इंडियन मार्केट में लॉन्च कर सकते हैं। इसके अलावा ब्यूरो ऑफ एनर्जी इफिशिएंसी की आजकल एनर्जी सेविंग के फील्ड में बहुत अच्छा काम कर रही है। उन्होंने 26 प्रोडक्ट को स्टार रेटिंग स्कीम के अंदर इनकॉर्पोरेट किया। आपने देखा होगा कि जब हम गीजर या कोई भी एसी खरीदने जाते हैं तो उसकी स्टार रेटिंग चेक करते हैं कि भाई 3 स्टार है, 4 स्टार है, 5 स्टार है। वो स्टार रेटिंग उसकी एनर्जी इफिशियंसी के डायरेक्टली प्रोपोर्शनल है। तो ये मैंडेटरी कैटेगरी में इनकॉर्पोरेट कर दिया है कि आप बिना बी के रजिस्ट्रेशन के, आप स्टार रेटिंग के बिना आप अपने प्रोडक्ट को सेल नहीं कर सकते। तो ये कुछ इसके अलावा DPIIT ने 300 से ज्यादा क्वालिटी कंट्रोल ऑर्डर्स इशू कर दिए हैं। आपको सर पता ही होगा, बहुत सारे स्टील के फील्ड में और रेलवे के बहुत सारे क्वालिटी कंट्रोल ऑर्डर्स आ गए। तो ओवरऑल ऑब्जेक्टिव गवर्नमेंट का ये है कि टेस्टिंग को एक मैंडेटरी फील्ड के अंदर इनकॉर्पोरेट किया जाए, इसे ऑप्शनल ना छोड़ा जाए। यदि ऑप्शनल होगा तो मैन्युफैक्चरर अपने हिसाब से उस प्रोडक्ट को बनाएगा और मार्केट में बेचेगा। उस फीचर को एक स्ट्रक्चर्ड वे में, जो यूरोपियन स्टैंडर्ड यूरोप में या जो डेवलप्ड कंट्रीज हैं उन सब में सब ये मैंडेटरी कैटेगरी में। तो पिछले 2-3 साल के दौरान ये जो अवेयरनेस टेस्टिंग के बारे में मतलब आई है, इससे टेस्टिंग की नीड्स बहुत ज्यादा लेवल पे बढ़ी है। इसी की वजह से आपने देखा होगा दिल्ली में 300-400 से ज्यादा टेस्टिंग लैब्स काम कर दी हैं सर। सरकारी सेक्टर में तो हम 7-8 ही लोग हैं, जैसे NPL, NTS, CSIR, MSME और ERTL, ये 8-10 सरकारी सेक्टर्स हैं। लेकिन प्राइवेट सेक्टर में टेस्टिंग लैब्स 300 से ज्यादा NCR में ऑपरेट कर रही। तो ये तभी संभव हो पा रहा है कि टेस्टिंग की नीड्स बढ़ी हैं। और टेस्टिंग की नीड बढ़ने का मतलब है कि हमारे इनडायरेक्टली कस्टमर का फायदा हो रहा है, कस्टमर को अच्छा प्रोडक्ट मिल रहा है। तो इस सेक्टर में गवर्नमेंट ने बहुत अच्छा काम किया है 3-4 साल के दौरान। यदि MSME के टेस्टिंग सेंटर्स की बात करें सर, इलेक्ट्रिकल, मैकेनिकल, मेटलर्जी, सिविल, फूड और केमिकल, इन 6 एरियाज में हम लोग टेस्टिंग का काम, अभी हमारे यहाँ पे टेस्टिंग होती है। सभी में ही BIS और NABL का एक्रीडेशन है। इसके अलावा सर जो यदि मैं दिल्ली की बात करूं तो हम BE से भी एम्पैनल्ड हैं। फर्स्ट सेंटर है हमारा जो BE की स्टार रेटिंग स्कीम के तहत सभी प्रोडक्ट की टेस्टिंग करते हैं हम। इसके अलावा सर जैसे IT का बहुत बड़ा एक मतलब बूम आया है पिछले कुछ सालों के दौरान, तो हम लोग जो है अब सॉफ्टवेयर के द्वारा ही सैंपल्स वगैरह की बुकिंग होती है और किसी भी कस्टमर को हमारे यहाँ नहीं आना होता। आप अपने जैसे लाल पैथोलॉजी लैब का जो मॉडल है कि आप घर से ही सैंपल्स बुक करें, घर पे रिपोर्ट ले लें। हम कभी भी किसी पैथोलॉजी लैब के लिए आजकल रिपोर्ट कलेक्ट कर जाते, उस कॉन्सेप्ट पे हम सब लोग जुड़े हुए हैं। इसके अलावा सर इस मतलब 5 ईयर प्लान में हम लोगों को कुछ टारगेट्स मिले थे कि आप अपने जो इंडस्ट्री की नीड्स है उसके अकॉर्डिंग नई टेस्टिंग शुरू करें। तो हमने दिल्ली वाली लैब में गीजर की टेस्टिंग शुरू की, सीलिंग फैन की, LPG स्टोव की टेस्टिंग दिल्ली, मुंबई, चेन्नई वाली लैब में की। इस तरह से कुछ टेस्टिंग फैसिलिटीज हमने जो है पूरे देश में इस तरह से की है। और टॉय टेस्टिंग जैसे अभी बहुत ही ग्रे एरिया है। अभी हमारे प्रधानमंत्री जी ने भी कहा था कि भाई इंडियन मार्केट में चाइना से या दूसरे कंट्रीज से बहुत ज़्यादा टॉय का इंपोर्ट होता है, तो टॉय की टेस्टिंग मैंडेटरी कैटेगरी में है। तो दिल्ली वाली लैब ने हमारी ने टॉय टेस्टिंग कम्प्लीटली शुरू किया है। उसका BIS और NABL का रिकॉग्निशन प्रोसेस जारी है। कोरोना काल के दौरान सर हमने कंप्लीट PPE किट की टेस्टिंग शुरू की थी। हमारे यहाँ पे बहुत सारे कस्टमर्स उस समय आए थे। आपको याद होगा कि जब कोरोना का जो 2019 वाला और 20 वाला जो फेज था, वो उस समय PPE किट की टेस्टिंग के लिए बहुत ज़्यादा मतलब प्रॉब्लम्स थी कस्टमर्स को। तो उस पीरियड में हमने PPE की कंप्लीट टेस्टिंग वहाँ पर शुरू की थी। ये कुछ एरियाज हैं जो अगले कुछ सालों में हम लोग शुरू करने वाले हैं। जो इंडस्ट्री की नीड्स हमने कंपाइल की थी स्टडी के थ्रू और एसोसिएशन से रिक्वायरमेंट्स को कंपाइल कर कलेक्ट करके अगले 1 से 2 सालों के दौरान इन सब एरियाज में हम टेस्टिंग शुरू करने वाले हैं। इसके अलावा हमारे जो प्रेजेंट मतलब सेक्रेटरी साहब हैं, जो हमारे डीडीजी, और इशिता मैम जो हमारे सीनियर जॉइंट सेक्रेटरी या सेक्रेटरी सर जो हैं, इन सब ने ओवरऑल इस स्ट्रक्चर की रिक्वायरमेंट को ध्यान देते हुए 496 करोड़ रुपीज हमें लोगों को मिले हैं टेस्टिंग सेंटर्स और टेस्टिंग स्टेशंस को अगले 5 साल के लिए। इसके दौरान 2 कंपोनेंट्स हैं इसमें, एक तो जहां जहां बिल्डिंग की जरूरत है वहां पे बिल्डिंग कंस्ट्रक्ट की जाएगी, जहां जहां पर मशीन्स खरीदने की जरूरत है वहाँ मशीनें खरीदी जाएंगी टेस्टिंग की जो रिक्वायरमेंट है रीजनल वाइज। तो 496 करोड़ रुपीज हमें इस फाइनेंशियल ईयर में, मतलब इस 5 इयर्स प्लान में मिले हैं। इसमें सभी टेस्टिंग सेंटर्स में कवर्ड, आपको या देखा होगा सरकारी दफ्तर बहुत 50 एकड़ 25 एकड़ इस तरह के एरिया तो बहुत होता है, लेकिन टेस्टिंग का जो स्पेस है वो बहुत ही कम होता है सब जगह पे। और NABL की और BIS की जो गाइडलाइंस है उसके तहत एनवायरमेंट कंडीशंस मेंटेन करना, टेम्परेचर मेंटेन करना, उसके लिए थोड़ी प्रॉब्लम्स थी हमारे यहाँ। तो सभी टेस्टिंग सेंटर में 6000 स्क्वायर मीटर कवर्ड एरिया को हमें कन्वर्ट करना है। इसकी स्टार्टिंग हमारे MSME टेस्टिंग सेंटर ओखला से हो चुकी है, जिसमें 39 करोड़ रुपए हमने सेंटर ऑफ एक्सीलेंस बनाने के लिए CPWD को दिए हैं, वो हमारी कंस्ट्रक्शन का काम कर रही है। इसके अलावा ऑल ओवर इंडिया में सर हमारे मोर देन 100 फील्ड ऑफिसेस हैं। यदि हम नेशनल लेवल पे बात करें, ऑफिस ऑफ DC MSME के अंडर में, उसमें जितना भी हमारे टेस्टिंग की जो रिक्वायरमेंट्स है वो डिस्ट्रिक्ट वाइज हम लोगों ने कलेक्ट की कि भाई इस पर्टिकुलर डिस्ट्रिक्ट में जो एक कॉन्सेप्ट है यूपी गवर्नमेंट का, 1 डिस्ट्रिक्ट 1 प्रोडक्ट वाला, ODOP बैंक सब जानते हैं, उसमें उस पर्टिकुलर डिस्ट्रिक्ट में जिस तरह की इंडस्ट्री है उसकी इंडस्ट्री की क्या रिक्वायरमेंट्स है टेस्टिंग की, वो रिक्वायरमेंट कलेक्ट करके उस तरह की टेस्टिंग उसी रीजन में शुरू करने के लिए हम 40 टेस्टिंग स्टेशंस जो है अगले कुछ सालों में खोलने वाले हैं, जिसके लिए हमारे पास ऑलरेडी स्पेस है, लैंड है, टेक्निकल मैन पावर है, और इसको अगले कुछ सालों के दौरान, 2 से 3 साल के दौरान हम नए टेस्टिंग सेंटर्स खोल देंगे। इसके अलावा हमें 70 टेस्टिंग ऑफिसर्स की रिक्रूटमेंट की परमिशन गवर्नमेंट ने दी कि भाई जहां जिस तरह की टेस्टिंग की जरूरत है उस तरह की रिक्वायरमेंट के अकॉर्डिंग आप रखें। ये 2 फीचर और गवर्नमेंट ने मतलब मिनिस्ट्री ने अप्रूव किए कि यदि कोई माइक्रो यूनिट हमारे यहाँ प्रोडक्ट को टेस्टिंग कराने के लिए आती है तो उसे टेस्टिंग चार्ज में 25% का डिस्काउंट देते हैं हम लोग। यदि स्मॉल यूनिट है तो 10% देते हैं। इसके अलावा एक SC/ST की हब एक स्कीम है, यदि कोई इंडस्ट्रीज चाहे तो इसी स्कीम के तहत अपने सारे टेस्टिंग की फीस को रियम्बर्समेंट करा सकता है। ये इनिशिएटिव पिछले 1 साल में मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ MSME ने स्पेसिफिकली टेस्टिंग एरिया में लिए हैं। अब क्योंकि मैं गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया को रिप्रेजेंट करता हूं तो सर ये मैंने मतलब एक पूरे गवर्नमेंट की जो टेस्टिंग लैब्स हैं उनको जितनी मेरी अंडरस्टैंडिंग थी उसके अकॉर्डिंग मैंने थोड़ा सा कंपाइल करने की कोशिश की है। हम सभी लोग NABL और BIS जो नेशनल या इंटरनेशनल लेवल पे जो रिकॉग्निशंस हैं हम लोग सभी के पास होते ही हैं, सभी गुड क्वालिटी इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर है हमारे पास, एक्सपीरियंस्ड मैन पावर है, और MSME की नीड्स हम टेस्टिंग की जानते हैं। अपॉर्चुनिटी ये है कि गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया ने बहुत सारे इनिशिएटिव पिछले कुछ सालों में लिए हैं, उन सब टेस्टिंग में जहां जहां स्पेशलाइज्ड टेस्टिंग की है, जहां पे प्राइवेट सेक्टर एंटर कर गया है, वहां उस एरिया को हमें टच नहीं करना चाहिए, लेकिन जहां स्पेशलाइज्ड टेस्टिंग की जरूरत है उस एरिया को में हमारे लिए प्रॉपर अपॉर्चुनिटी है। वीकनेसेस हमारी ये है कि भाई हमारे अंदर चेंजेस बहुत देर से होते हैं। हम मतलब मार्केट की जो अडोप्टेबिलिटी वाला इशू है वो जैसे मान लो कंप्यूटर्स की बात करें, i7 का 10th जनरेशन मार्केट में लॉन्च हो गया 4 महीने पहले, लेकिन हम कोशिश करेंगे कि अभी भी i5 सीरीज के कंप्यूटर खरीद लें क्योंकि वो जैम पे L1 वो ही आ रहा है। अब दूसरी प्रॉब्लम ये है कि हमारा ब्रेन ड्रेन वाला कॉन्सेप्ट बहुत मुझे पेन करता है कि बड़ी मुश्किल से आदमी को ट्रेंड किया जाता है। अब NDPL में आप देखिए कितने रिफाइंड स्टडी करके प्रोफेसर्स बनते हैं, कितने मतलब कितने इंटेलेक्चुअल टाइप के मतलब ह्यूमन ब्रेन होगा तब व्यक्ति यहाँ तक पहुंचता है। और 1 मिनट में आदमी अब नया फिर वहीं से ये ABCD शुरू होती। मतलब ये मेरी इंटरनल फीलिंग है, मुझे ऐसा लगता है कि इससे बहुत नुकसान होता है। और गवर्नमेंट में शॉर्टेज ऑफ मैन पावर होती है, एब्सेंस ऑफ इंडस्ट्रीज एंड लिंकेज, मतलब ये थोड़ा सा इश्यूज है। इसके अलावा टेस्टिंग की रिक्वायरमेंट्स, जैसे मान लो फूड प्रोडक्ट में हमें पेस्टिसाइड्स चेक करने हैं, पेस्टिसाइड्स में भी मान लो आर्सेनिक चेक करना है। अब आर्सेनिक चेक करने के लिए आपके पास GCMS होना चाहिए, GCMS 3.5 करोड़ रुपए का आएगा। तो इससे पहले रिक्वायरमेंट आर्सेनिक से बढ़ करके कहीं और पहुंच जाएगी, हम ये सोचते ही रह जाएंगे कि भाई अब इसे कैसे करें। और इस बीच में तो मान लो वो रिक्वायरमेंट स्विट्जरलैंड से आई थी उस पर्टिकुलर प्रोडक्ट की, तो कोई दूसरा कंट्री आकर के वहां के यूरोपियन स्टैंडर्ड के अकॉर्डिंग प्रोडक्ट को टेस्ट कराएगा और सारे मार्केट को फ्लडेड कर देगा। तो हम लोग इस तरह की चीजों में बहुत हमारा टाइम और एनर्जी लगता है। थ्रेट्स हमारे यहाँ ये हैं, यदि हम नहीं बदलेंगे तो कोई तो बदलेगा, तो खत्म होना निश्चित है। यदि मतलब या तो समय के अनुसार आप बदल जाएं, नहीं तो कोई ना कोई हमें काट तो देगा ही। ये थोड़े से मैंने थ्रेड्स कंपाइल किए हैं, क्योंकि मैं टेस्टिंग के एरिया में ही मतलब काम करता हूँ इस समय, इसलिए फील्ड में आने के बाद मैंने ये महसूस किया कि जितना चेंज मार्केट में या इंडस्ट्री में या वर्ल्ड वाइड हो रहा है, उस रेशो में हम लोग अपने आप को नहीं बदल पा रहे। मुझे ऐसा लगता है इसमें बहुत सारी कमियां भी होंगी। आप सब लोग, बहुत सारे सीनियर लोग मेरे से बैठे हैं, वो इस टॉपिक पे किसी ना किसी लेवल पे कहीं कुछ कोई कंट्रीब्यूट किस तरह से कर सकें, आप सब लोग करें। थैंक यू सर।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद माननीय श्री SV शर्मा जी का, जिन्होंने अपनी उपस्थिति से इस कार्यक्रम को विशेष बनाया है। मुझे विश्वास है कि आज हमारे साथ लघु, मध्यम एवं कुटीर उद्योगों से जुड़े हुए जितने भी हितधारक हैं, उन सभी को इस वक्तव्य के बाद, आपके इस जानकारी भरे वक्तव्य के बाद बहुत मदद मिली होगी यह समझने में कि MSMEs के क्षेत्र में काम करते हुए किस प्रकार के कदम उठाए जाने चाहिए, किस प्रकार की चुनौतियां हैं एवं किस प्रकार की सरकार की नीतियां हैं जिनसे आप उनका लाभ उठा सकते हैं। इसी श्रृंखला में कार्यक्रम को आगे बढ़ाते हुए मैं मंच पर आमंत्रित करना चाहूंगी मिस शिखा मेहता, AGM कैनरा बैंक, जिन्होंने अपनी गरिमामयी उपस्थिति से इस अवसर को विशेष बनाया है। मैम प्लीज।
Good morning, everyone. It's my proud privilege to be a part of this Platinum Jubilee celebration of CSIR NPL, celebrating 75 years. Greetings to all the dignitaries on the dais and present virtually also, and all my dear participants. When they say, I work for Canara Bank, and banking industry per se has a significant role in the development of MSMEs. As Dr. Ishita had mentioned when she was talking about all the 6 pillars of the MSME industry that we are talking and listening, one of the key features that appeared is credit, availability of credit to this sector for the growth and sustainability. Being a banker, I can relate so much so, but I can also tell that there is so much that the banks are doing in promoting and encouraging this particular sector. There's a complete focus and priority for this particular sector when it comes to financing MSME units. We will be talking in detail in the discussion, but at the outset, when we talk about NPL PUSA, 75 years, it talks volumes about the institution. And I can relate it to my institution, my bank, which is 116 years young and growing, and which talks about commitment for a cause. My founder, Mr. Pai, Subbarao Pai, was very clear, banking being the financial heart of the industry, with a very clear motive that being the financial heart of the industry, along with the objective saying to facilitate the economic upliftment of all the people associated with it. So coming to from that perspective, I think we would have we as a bank, we have contributed significantly. There are challenges. There are challenges. There are opportunities. There are ways to uplift this particular sector. I would like to share that as a bank, we're supposed to. There are certain things which are in the priority areas, and we as a banker have clear guidelines saying, there are threshold limits when you're doing a financing to sectors. Retail, agriculture, and MSME are the focus of the institution. And of the total business, I mean, the bank has a business of over 17,15,000 crore, and it's the third largest public sector bank, with the advances or the credit to the tune of about more than 6.5 lakh of crore, out of which about 18% is going to towards the MSME sector. There are ways and means that we shall be talking about it as to how we can assist, how we are assisting, how can we further facilitate the growth of this particular sector, which is vital, crucial for the growth of the economy. And I'm sure all the speakers, all the my predecessor speakers have mentioned about how it is, if you're extending an arm and you are uplifting somebody, you are part of the journey of their success, is gratifying. With that objective, the bank functions. I'm sure, ma'am, we will talk in detail about it. Thank you for giving Canara Bank, myself, this opportunity to come and share what all features, what all product, what all services that we are offering on a very, very large scale, and how we have contributed during the pandemic time also, wherein bankers became the part of the essential services and extending support, and especially to this particular sector. So I wish NPL and the family members of NPL very bright and very successful year subsequently, and we'll talk a bit. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Your words had a significant impact on every person sitting in this auditorium, I'm sure. Thank you so much for highlighting the vital role that MSMEs and startups are playing in Indian economy. Now, I would like to invite Dr. Reena Sharma to please come on the dais for highlighting the training programs and how the CSIR NPL is helping and encouraging MSMEs. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause for Dr. Reena Sharma, who is the Chief Scientist at CSIR NPL and also the Head of HRD.
Respected guests, our DG CSIR, Dr. Professor Shekhar Mande, our Director, Professor Venugopal, our Chief Guest, Adil Bhai Janu, and our Ishita Somani, and Ishita Ganguly, our Mr. Somani, and all other esteemed guests who are here on the dais, Mr. S.V. Sharma, Shikha Mehta, and my colleague Anuradha Sengar, and all other colleagues. So as has been, stage has been set about the needs of infrastructure and capacity development of MSME. Our esteemed guest already talked about this, and our previous speaker, Ms. Ishita, also highlighted the need for MSME to capacity development and infrastructure. This is the scenario where NPL is taking initiative, and not only NPL, but this is an integrated skill development program of CSIR. So CSIR has 38 laboratories, NPL is one of those, and we have a integrated skill development program. Under this program, since NPL belongs to standard National Metrology Institute, we are taking up not only skill development in various other sectors like solar cells, material development, and environmental measurement techniques, etc. But also specifically, we are running courses for measurement and calibration testing aspects in various scenarios like electronic development, measurement, then mechanical measurements, various aspects of mechanical measurement, be it mass, length, things like that, and be it photovoltaic measurements, etc. So these are various areas that we are covering. Our new education policy is pushing towards the goal of equitable education, all-inclusive education. Here it becomes very important that career progression of MSMEs, because another problem that has been highlighted is that MSME is unable to retain its manpower. There are two reasons for this. One is as the person grows, expertise grows, lack of satisfaction is there at MSME. They want to see a bigger horizon. And second is, as MSME is growing itself, there is a need to meet the global standards. And the knowledge to meet that global standard is very much essential. So NPL here can help you in understanding the needs of global standard. When you have to meet, for example, for export, certain criteria, and then maybe sometimes very small intervention of knowledge, sometimes very small intervention by testing, we can prove. One example was given, for example, arsenic is to be tested. Similarly, there was a lot of hue and cry about toys testing in one stage. So if we are putting embargoes like technical barriers to trade by putting a toy testing is compulsory, similarly, our producers, our MSME has to face the challenges of meeting the global standard. So NPL on one hand can develop capacity in the terms of the calibration testing, and on other hand, it can provide you consultancies to overcome the barriers, these technical barriers which you are facing from time to time to meet the global standards. In this scenario, we would also, during panel discussion, we will take it up. We would also like to have consultations with MSME in developing our syllabus. Right now, what is happening? We are having courses which are our traditional courses like calibration and testing in mass, in volume, in density, in length, and so on. And then we have also developed recently, 3 years ago, we have started under our integrated skill initiative. This program was launched by our Prime Minister. So we have started this program, which is 1 year complete course, because as has been mentioned, there are lots of more than 4,000 laboratories working in private sector and in government sector, but there is no course dedicated to calibration and testing. So what we did, we started 1 year full-time course where graduates can come and join this course, and this will be training them in almost all parameters of the NPL's operation, physico-mechanical, electrical, environmental parameters, how to do calibration, how to do testing, how to understand the nuances of the factors that can affect the uncertainty, etc. So this course initially was started by CSIR NPL as a certificate course. Now it has been recognized as a postgraduate diploma course under the aegis of ACSIR. So this course was started, syllabus initially was done with industry consultations, informal industry consultations from time to time. Now there may be a need to revise it. So your consultations, your need for trainings, and in what areas you would be liking us to go further for the training and capacity development, we would like to know that. We invite you to mail to us at hrd@nplindia.org your needs of capacity development and also needs for consultation in understanding the global norms can be taken up there. Thank you all. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Our guest of honor, Dr. R.K. Bharti, Head MSME Development Institute, has joined us in online mode. He is not here due to some official engagement. I welcome you, sir, on behalf of one and all present here. I would like to invite you to deliver the address. Sir.
Thank you, ma'am. And I'm honored that I'm thankful to all of you, dignitaries of on the dais and off the dais. Basically, about the MSME, Madam Ishita Gangli, EDC, has already give you a brief introduction about the MSME, and our senior officer, Shri S.B. Sharma, has also given information about the testing. And basically, our work is mainly to promote the industries, existing industries, as well as start growing industry and newcomers for the become as an entrepreneur. And there are a lot of schemes has been in running way for the promotion of the industry. Basically, my colleague officers will give you some brief of about our schemes. Basically, 2 and 3 schemes are very effective schemes for the industry point of view. One of them is cluster development scheme. Basically, we people are working all over in India, and our 72 offices are in all over India. 30 is as a development institutes, and others are branches, and some tool rooms and testing centers. They all are working for the industries. But somehow our mandate is to promote the industry. We are also going to conduct programs and for the skill development programs, small type of programs like for on the bread and butter and become a entrepreneur. So somehow, because some very good schemes are there, and in detail, maybe because a lot of schemes are mainly schemes are in review condition, and at present we are going to launch some new schemes, revised schemes like a JED very soon in the next week, or maybe next week of this month, and other are which are going on. My officer, Dr. K.K. Goyal and Mr. Neeraj Sharma, they will give you a brief about the scheme in a very short period, because I know that all of you are very busy, and all are maybe some having a time limitation also. So over to Mr. Neeraj Sharma. He will present you. He will present you our good schemes, about our schemes. Please, Mr. Neeraj.
Very good morning to all of you. So thank you very much for giving opportunity to this office to share the various schemes that are currently being run by the Ministry of MSME. So I'll give you a brief about the various schemes. I'm going to share my screen. I think screen is visible to all of you. Kindly confirm, please. Yeah, okay. So the classification of enterprises. Sharma sir has already means given a brief about how the classification of MSME has been done in new scheme. It's a micro, small, and medium enterprises. Micro means those industries, those MSMEs whose investment in plant and machinery is up to 1 crore and turnover does not exceed 5 crore rupees, that are called micro enterprises. One thing that I would like to clear that both manufacturing and service industry and also the retail and wholesale industries are being considered as MSME industries. So second is small enterprises, where the investment in plant and machinery is up to 10 CR and turnover should not exceed 50 CR. And medium enterprises, where plant and machinery investment is 50 crore and turnover is that does not exist from 250 crore. This investment in plant and machinery is basically on the main production machine. Ancillary machines are cost of ancillary machine are not included in the investment part. And secondly, the turnover part, any export that any MSME industry is doing, that turnover is not included in the classification. Like if some industry that have export turnover 2 crore and domestic turnover up to 4 crore, means total turnover 6 crore. Even that micro enterprises, that will be considered as micro enterprises. Now, how to get MSME registration? From 1st July 2020, the Udyog Aadhaar has been replaced by Udyam registration, and from 31st December 2021, it is mandatory to get registered under Udyam registration. Udyog Aadhaar is no longer valid at the moment. The second is champions.
Yeah,
I'm sorry to interrupt you, sir,
Second,
but the
champions.
slides are not changing in the presentation.
अच्छा चलिए ओके चलो ठीक है ओके जस्ट अब मैं करता हूँ
ओके
अभी इसे गिला अब वाइंड अप कीजिए आपका सेशन
Okay, I think I just got the information that our technical session is later on, so we'll be continuing with the presentation later on. I think host.
Sir, your slideshow is not running, sir. You need to run the slideshow, sir. You just have opened your presentation, but slideshow is not running, sir.
Okay. So that's in technical session.
So in technical section, we will take the presentation and we will try to resolve the issue, technical glitch, that is correct.
Sir, can you please
so
press
this-
F5 to run the slideshow?
Ladies and gentlemen, this part we will be continuing in the expert talk session. And moving forward, now to make this occasion more special, I would be glad to request Director CSI and NPL to felicitate our guests who are present on stage. I would like to invite Pratiksha Pratap and Savita Sahu to kindly assist our director, sir. It is a My Post stamp which was released yesterday to commemorate the 75th Foundation Day of CSIR NPL, and the compendium, which is a record of the all the achievements of NPL of 75 years till the date. Please give a big round of applause to all our dignitaries present on dais. Ms. Shikha Mehta, AGM, Canara Bank, and Mr. S.V. Sharma. Thank you so much, respected Director, sir. Please give a huge round of applause to all our dignitaries. This is a compendium and a postal stamp which was released yesterday on the occasion of 75th Foundation Day of CSIR NPL. Now we have come to the end of this lively gathering of first session. So I must call it a new beginning or a brighter and blissful future. Prior to binding it up, a few words of announcement and warmth to all of you. I would like to invite Dr. Anuradha Sengar, Senior Principal Scientist, CSIR NPL, for vote of thanks. Ma'am, please come on the dais.
We would like to play a small video that is very apt for this occasion before I really proceed to the vote of thanks.
CSIR National Physical Laboratory, New Delhi, is the National Metrology Institute of India. India is a member of the Meter Convention, International Bureau of Weights and Measures, that is BIPM, and Asia Pacific Metrology Program, that is APMP. As NMI of India, CSIR NPL maintains the national measurement standards of the country and has the responsibility of dissemination of standards to the needs of the country that are traceable to international standards. Accurate and precise measurements are essential to derive the growth engines of Indian science and industry, as it makes science more scientific, technology perfect, environment clean, energy sustainable, and diminishes international trade barriers. It also makes cybersecurity strong, healthcare more reliable, and strong policies for nation building. These are some of the important tenets that will be required for India to transform from a developing country to a developed country and become Atmanirbhar Bharat. That is in line with the vision of our Honorable Prime Minister, Shri Narendra Modi ji. Accurate measurements through calibration of instruments, equipments, and machines, etc., traceable to international standard is the key, which would greatly help in minimizing the measurement errors. Lack of calibration can lead to disastrous consequences. For example, a newborn baby was burned to death in a hospital incubator as it overheats in September 2017. The incubator in which the child was placed was faulty owing to the wrong reading of the thermometer in the incubator, which regulates its temperature. The thermometer of the incubator was either not calibrated or was calibrated from an unreliable source, which led to this terrible incident. This example depicts the importance of calibration and its effect on human life. Also, accurate and reliable blood pressure measurement is critical for the proper diagnosis and management of hypertension. So much so that a 5 mm BP measurement error can lead to incorrect hypertension classification in millions of individuals worldwide, according to a statement published in the Journal of Hypertension. The medical equipment with wrong readings can be disastrous for human life as well as a burden on the medical infrastructure. Again, calibration of such devices is very crucial. From the mentioned examples, it becomes very evident that the accurate measurements are very crucial and the calibration is the key to achieve measurement accuracy. Center for Calibration and Testing, that is CFCT of CSIR NPL, plays an important role in creating awareness about the importance of metrology in the country. This center also acts as an interface between CSIR NPL and the customers that come from metrological traceability to NPL. Currently, CFCT is supporting more than 4,000 customers from industries, national laboratories, and government organizations from all over the country and abroad, including SAARC nations. At CFCT, we understand the requirement of the customers and thus stand for the customer satisfaction to the best of our endeavors. Important message for the nation and society is calibrate and grow and be safe. From Center for Calibration and Testing, CSIR NPL, Jai Hind.
Hello. Yes, I prepared this video about that. I try to play it. And I think how important calibration testing is and how they would improve projects or services for the society and the international market. So this video really depicts that how important calibration testing is and the hazards it can have if you don't have proper calibrated instrument or for the society as well. And secondly, I would also like to mention that MSCs are not just pivotal for the economic growth of the country, but they are also the job creators. So that is why we have the aim of this meet was to encourage the MSMEs to come forward so that they really contribute to the economic growth of the country as well as for job creation. India is a very huge country, it's a very large population. And I don't think the government can give jobs to everybody. It is the local people who have to come up with a job creation process. And I think MSMEs is one of them. And hence, NPL has initiated, the aim of this meet was to initiate a strong association with MSMEs so that they come up with quality product, which contributes to the society as well as job creation. Thank you very much. Yes, now I'd like to go on to the vote of thanks. Yes, ladies and gentlemen, a very good morning to all of you present here, and also a very, very happy new year. Our most valuable inviter speaker, respected DG Sir, Director NPL, ladies and gentlemen, it gives me an immense pleasure to deliver the vote of thanks on this memorable occasion of the MSME meet to all the dignitaries and fellow members present here. I, Dr. Anuradha Sengar, on behalf of the entire CSI fraternity and on my own behalf, would like to thank each and everyone present here and those attending the event online. I extend my heartfelt thanks to our guests, Mr. Shrikant Somani ji, Chairman CII National MSME Council, Dr. Ishita Ganguly Tripathi, Additional Development Commissioner, Ministry of MSME, Dr. S.V. Sharma, Joint Director, MSME Delhi, Dr. R.K. Bhati, Joint Director, MSME Delhi, and Madam Shikha Mehta, AGM, Canara Bank, for taking their valuable time out from the busy schedules to be with us and setting the stage for this event with their valuable words. I must also express my deepest appreciation and gratitude for our valuable guests for accepting our invitation and motivating the MSMEs and scientists to come together in order to strengthen the quality infrastructure in the country and also to create a strong association between the MSMEs, CSIO, NPL, and the industry federations like CII. This strong association would help in realizing the dream of Atmanirbhar Bharat as envisaged by our Honorable Prime Minister, PM Shri Narendra Modi ji. And it's the need of the hour to encourage the MSMEs to come forward and contribute to the society as well as the economic growth of the country. We are extremely grateful to our respected DG Sir, Dr. Shekhar Mandey ji, for encouraging us to arrange this event and for bringing up with us and for being with us at every step. We are also very thankful to our own director and for supporting this event and guiding us all through. He encouraged us to have such an event where we could emphasize on the need to encourage MSME sector and to extend every possible technical support to them by being the NMI of the country. Thank you very much, sir, for guiding us throughout the preparation of this meet, because really the country needs to encourage the MSMEs, and all the premium institutes of the country should come forward and help an extending hand to the MSMEs for the growth to the economic contribution to the country. I would also like to thank Dr. C. Sharma, Chief Scientist, CSIR NPL, and Chairman, Foundation Day Celebration Committee, to provide necessary support and guidance from time to time. Thank you very much, sir. Well, such events don't happen overnight, and it takes a lot of planning and preparation. I'm extremely helpful to all the members of my team of the MSME Meet Organizing Committee, Dr. Poonam, Dr. Girija, Dr. Abhishek Sharma, Dr. Atul, Mr. Manish, Mr. Gaurav, and Mr. Abhishek Yadav, who have worked dedicatedly with me to make this event possible. Thank you very much, please. Thanks are due to all the participants for the MSMEs, as the event is dedicated to you, offline and online, and your active participation is the sole criterion for its success. My thanks also go to the people who work behind the scenes to execute this event. Our technical team, technical arrangement team, the KRC team, the logistics and auditorium team, security staff, and the housekeeping team. Thank you very much, please. Last but not the least, I express my sincere thanks to our administration, finance, purchase, works and services, and PME department for their constant support all through. Your encouragement was very important to us. Thank you very much. All dignitaries on the dais, ladies and gentlemen, once again, I would like to say that we are most thankful and grateful to all our esteemed speakers on this forum, and also to our vibrant and wonderful audience. We thank you for being with us. It is a great pleasure for us. Finally, I leave you with an inspiring quote. Together we can. Thank you very much. And now I invite you to join us for high tea. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for delivering the vote of thanks. Thank you, all of you, who directly or indirectly helped us to make this occasion more special and success. Before proceeding for high tea, I would request all our dignitaries present on dais to please come forward for a group photograph. And I would also like to request all the guests who have joined us in online mode to please switch on their cameras so that we can have a lovely photograph of this event. I would also request all the great people sitting in audience to please come in front of the dais so that we can maintain social distancing, as well as we will have a great photograph of today. Please maintain the social distancing, follow the COVID protocol. And we will be meeting here again at 11:45 after the high tea. Thank you so much, all of you. Now I would request all the dignitaries to please come for the high tea, which is being served in the library corridor. Ladies and gentlemen, we will be meeting here again for the expert talk, which will be held at 11:45. I would like to again say a big thank you to all the great people who made this event successful. I would request all of you to please go towards the library corridor where the high tea is being served. All our dignitaries. While going for the high tea, please maintain the social distancing and follow all the COVID protocols. I again welcome you on the behalf of whole CSIR family on this special event of MSME Meet 2022. In this session, we will be discussing with our experts. Our expert will give talks, and I'm sure those who have joined us online as well as who are present in this auditorium will get some idea and some really useful information regarding the MSME sector. We are running little late, but we will begin soon. So those who have joined us online, please stay connected. This session will be, in this session, our experts will deliver talks related to MSME sectors, what are the challenges and what can be done in future to encourage the startups and all the micro and medium enterprises. We have with us Dr. Pankaj Goyal, who is a Deputy Director from NABL. He is here in person and he will be delivering his talk very soon. I welcome you on behalf of whole CSIR family. I would like to tell you that due to COVID-19 pandemic, most of our participants have joined us on the online platform. Around 100 people have connected with us. So stay connected. We will begin this session soon. I would like to request all the participants who have joined us online, please stay connected with us. We will start this session soon. Ladies and gentlemen, today in this session of expert talks, we have with us Dr. Pankaj Goyal in person. He's an officer in NABL. Mr. Ashok Sehgal, co-chairman, CII National SME Council, who have joined us in online mode. Mr. Ashutosh Agrawal, Deputy Director, Legal Metrology, Ms. Shikha Mehta, AGM Canara Bank, and Sri Neeraj Sharma, Assistant Director, MSME Development Institute. We will be having our expert talks one by one, and the question and answer session, it will be discussed in the panel discussion session. So we will have a separate question and answer session in the panel discussion. So I would like to request all the participants who have joined us in the online mode to kindly mute your mobile phones. And I again welcome you all on behalf of CSIR NPL in this MSME Meet 2022. We will begin soon this session. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause for Dr. Pankaj Goyal, Deputy Director of National Accreditation Board for Testing and Calibration Laboratories, NABL, and he will be delivering his talk. I welcome you, sir, on behalf of CSIR NPL. Please, sir.
Thank you very much, madam. So very good morning to all of you present online as well as offline mode in person over here. And firstly, I will congratulate CSIR NPL for its Platinum Jubilee celebration and its 75 years of dedicated services to the nation. And on behalf of CEO NABL, Mr. N. Venkateswaran ji, and Director Mr. Vijit Das, I once again congratulate to NPL for its Platinum Jubilee celebration. Well, my director, Mr. Vijit Das, was about to come to attend this meeting, but because of certain health issues, he was not able to come. So on his behalf, I'll be here to present on this sensitive issue and very great initiative which has been taken by NPL for MSME Meet. So very honorable Director NPL, I think he's going to be present over here very soon. And all the distinguished guests and speakers present in this MSME Meet, either virtual mode or online mode, and all my respected seniors and distinguished guests. On behalf of NABL, I would like to tell that MSME sector is a very growing sector in current economy of India. And NABL has its role, a biggest role in strengthening the MSME sector. That's why this MSME Meet, which is having a key objective for its sustainable growth, so that ultimately the Indian economy will be growing, is very, very important topic of today's MSME Meet 2022, which is initiative taken by the NPL. So NABL, first, I would like to tell you about what exactly the NABL accreditation and how it is going to help the MSME sector in strengthening the MSME sectors for its different kind of the tools. Like in the morning session, Mr. Sharma from MSME sector has told that a lot of MSME units are coming ahead with the accreditation in the field of the testing and the calibration, but yet a lot to be come up. There are more of the stations which are yet not NABL accredited. They are about to come to the NABL accreditation so that they can contribute to the quality infrastructure of India. So here I would like to start my presentation with a small quote by Mr. Joseph M. Juren, that without a standard, there is no logical basis for making a decision or taking action. So standard is very important. And for this standard, NABL is working with respect to international standard of ISO IEC 17025 that is meant for the testing and calibration laboratories. If I'll go for the definition of the accreditation, which is as per another international standard of ISO IEC 17000, 000, that is conformity assessment, vocabulary, and general principles. It is the independent evaluation, that is the third-party attestation related to the conformity assessment body, that is CAB. Nothing, confused with this conformity assessment body. That is nothing but the laboratory. That may be the testing laboratory or the calibration laboratory, which is conveying its formal demonstration of its competency of the person to carry out the specific conformity assessment task, that is the test, which the person is going to perform, or which is required as per the standard, whether it is the Indian standard or it is the international standard. So there is the three basic terminology. One is the third-party attestation, that is completely unbiased structure of the accreditation. Second is the laboratory, in which the competent person should be there, which should be able to perform that particular task. And third, that task, the test, which is the requirement of the standard or the international standard, that is meant for the product testing. So ultimately, the product which is being delivered into the Indian market or international market, that is of good quality as per the standard norms. NABL is the National Accreditation Board of for Testing and Calibration Laboratories. As all of you know, NABL is the constituent board of Quality Council of India now. And it has been established with the objective to provide all the government and industry with a scheme for the third-party attestations for their technical competencies in the field of the testing and calibration initially, but now we have been immersed for medical laboratories, proficiency testing providers, and reference material producers as well. We operate as per the international standard of ISO IEC 17011, that is the conformity assessment general requirement for the accreditation bodies, accrediting conformity assessment bodies. So we are also regulated by this international standard and are being audited every 4 years for the compliance of this standard, so that we can offer the accreditation services to the laboratories in non-discriminatory manner. There is no bias with respect to the government or the private or the high scale or the low scale laboratories. We are completely neutral to everybody. And we are signatory to Asia Pacific Accreditation Corporation, APAC, MRA. MRA is the Mutual Recognition Arrangements, and ILAC MRA since 2000. And last year also we have faced the APAC audit, in which we have also got the MRA signatory again. So this is a very big achievement for the NABL, that since 2000 we are continuously maintaining our international recognition. And NABL accreditation is very helpful for all these kind of the laboratories, because authenticity of the test results increases because of the 5 factors of this international standard of ISO IEC 17025, which solely depends upon test witness, that assessor is going to the site and they are witnessing the test which is being performed by the person, whether the person is performing competently or not competently. So competency of the person is the second thing. Third thing is the metrological traceability and the calibration of equipment. We are here in NMI of the India. So this is also one of the important factor without which accreditation cannot be given to the laboratory, and this cannot be justified that whether the laboratory is competent to do that particular test or not. Ensuring the validity of the results by inter-laboratory comparisons of the proficiency testing, apart from the other other means of the validity of the results as per the standard. And the quality management system is very important tool in terms of maintaining the accreditation. So ultimately, if I'll go for the accreditation, that is basically 2 things. That is the formal recognition of the competence to your laboratory, and second is the sound quality assurance system. Ultimately will give you the accreditation. It will give you the 5-6 major benefits. First is, once you are accredited, your customer will be highly satisfied. They will confide in you. So they will, without any hindrance, they can come to your accredited laboratory for their product to be tested in your accredited laboratory. So once the customer will start to come, definitely it will reduce the technical barrier to trade, not only in the domestic market, in the international market also, because of the fact that these reports being issued by the NABL accredited laboratories are globally accepted. So it will ultimately increase the potential, increase in the business as well as the market advantages. You will get the international recognition, international fame, And definitely once you will get the international business, the Indian market, Indian economy will also be boosted up. You will get the foreign currency and everything, foreign investments also. And once all the things internationally, you will be recognized, your staff will be highly motivated and they will work more proficiently with your organization and for the benefit of the country and entire mankind. So one another, which is very, very important thing here, already I have told the several thing. One important thing with respect to the, government bodies, a number of the tenders are being, released by the government in which laboratories are required to be participate. And now like in the morning, it has been told by my predecessors that now government are, giving it mandatory requirement for the enable accreditation. So it helps once you are enable accredited, your laboratory accredited, or your product is being tested by the enable accredited laboratories, you can participate in the any government tenders. So accredited laboratories, the users of these accredited laboratories also enjoy greater access for their products in both domestic international markets, already told, and it will ultimately lead to the time savings in terms of the time and money, because there is some kind of the reduction or the elimination of the retesting of the product being sent to the international market for business point of view. So these are the certain benefits which definitely accredited laboratories must avail after getting the enable accreditations. So already I've told that once tested, it is accepted everywhere. That is the main motto of the NABL accredited laboratories. The reports which are being released by NABL accredited laboratories are accepted by several government and regulators. Here I have tried to correlate some of the ministries like Ministry of the Jal Shakti, FSSCI, EPIDA, EIC, which are predominantly working in the sector of the food, Ministry of Health and Family Welfare, Atomic Energy Regulatory Board, Ministry of Environment, Forest, Climate Change, BIS, BEE. In the morning, one person has told about the BE rating, so it is also required. Testing is required for that particular getting the star ratings. Telecommunication Engineering Center, Ministry of Defense, Ministry of Railways, Government E-Marketplace, GEM protocol. So everywhere now you can see, wherever you will see the ministry, it is required to be the your product to be tested from the enable accredited laboratory. Only then it will be accepted. Some laboratories for the export promotion, I have tried to correlate some products like petroleum products, iron and steel, food and agricultural products, handicrafts, garments, organic chemicals, precious stones, pharmaceuticals, electronic products and transformers, and many more, which you can count. You start from sitting wherever you are sitting, or you are you can see wherever, everywhere the enable accreditation testing is required. Whether it is the air, it is the soil, it is the water, it is the food, it is the drug, wherever you think. So here, in particular scenario of this pandemic COVID scenario, I would like to highlight that in 2019 December, when COVID has come, and in January 2020, almost initially, it was detected in India. At that time, the RT-PCR testing, it was very less in our country. So overall, over the night, we were very worried that how would we go for the RT-PCR testing for the COVID detection and so on. So NABL has done very remarkable job in this particular field. All the laboratories which have been which have come up with the RT-PCR testing for this COVID, NABL has given them accreditation by doing their assessments online, offline, whatever the mode was possible for us. Over the night, we have given the accreditation so that in India, in this particular health scenario, we should not be lacking behind. The patient must get the absolute report of the RT-PCR or the COVID detection so that they can get the appropriate treatment also. So NABL has done very wonderful job. And within a course of the time of the 2 or 3 months, we have accredited so many laboratories throughout the India for the COVID detection by RT-PCR. And in the other hand, at the same time, the PPE testing also we have done for all the kind of the PPE kits, gloves, mask, and everything. So that health sector or the all the persons who whosoever are using this PPE kit, they must ensure that whatever they are using that are absolutely perfect in terms of the testing or the standard, and they are using absolute, and they will not be affected by the COVID by after using this kind of the PPE kits and so on. Here it is a glimpse of the ISO standard, which I'll not go through it very detail. It is covering all the general requirements, structural requirements, resource requirement, process requirement, and management system requirements. Accreditation scenario, if throughout the world, I'll see that ILEC is the overall authority under which in Asia Pacific region, there is the APEC, and India, in India, NABL is the body, accreditation body, which is representing India throughout the world for this. And NABL is giving the accreditation in 5 different fields of the testing laboratories, calibration laboratories as per ISO IC 17025, and medical laboratories as per ISO 15189, PTP as per ISO 17043, and RMP as per ISO 17034 standard. So here are the certain disciplines in the testing laboratories. Like we already have told that we are covering entire field of the, entire field, whether it is in the soil or air or the food, everywhere we are covering the testing activities. And as per our definition, we have also segregated them in terms of the biological testing, like microorganisms, like I have told you about certain, virus testing, etc. And in food, water, pharmaceutical, microbial activity, biocides, water pollutions, industrial cultures, genetically modified products, toxicological products, veterinary testing, etc. In the chemical also, all this entire field, electrical testing we are doing for the cables, domestic appliances, energy meters, EMC facilities, transformers, insulators, lighting equipment, and everywhere we are there. Electronics, IT equipment, which is very, very important tool nowadays, like software testing also we have entered into. And domestic appliances, power supplies, stabilizers, electrical equipment, all the kind of the home appliances. In the mechanical, building materials, textiles, metals, HVAC systems, automobile components, and non-destructive metal testing and building material testing, etc. we are doing in testing. For the diagnostic, fluid flow, forensic science, we are doing the testing. We are giving the accreditation, photometric, radiological, software, and IT systems. In the calibration also, we have certain, part where we are giving the accreditation, like electrotechnical, fluid flow, mechanicals, optical equipment, radiological, thermal, medical equipment. Also, we are giving the accreditation to the laboratories as per ISO IC 17025 2017. In the medical testing, as per ISO 15189, we are accrediting the laboratories for clinical biochemistry, clinical pathology, hematology, microbiology, histopathology, cytology, flow cytometry, cytogenetics, and molecular testing. And as for proficiency testing providers, as per ISO IC 17043, we are giving the certain schemes for the proficiency testing providers and also to the reference material producers for the CRM RM. This is the accreditation procedure. I'll not go in detail for this. A very simplified NABL procedure. It is available on NABL websites also, and it consists of the application to the NABL, and then there is the scrutinization of the application, and then assessment of the laboratory, that is by the third party NABL assessors. And finally, there will be the decision on the basis of the assessment report, which also being done by the independent experts for that particular field in which the laboratory is seeking the accreditation. Accreditation cycle is of 2 years with the intermittent surveillance. Some important documents which are available on NABL website free of cost includes NABL 100, that is the General Information Bureau, certain terms and conditions, use of NABL symbol or the claim of accreditation, policy on the calibration and traceability of the measurement, testing laboratories, applications, proficiency testing providers, policy for the participation as per the ILEC guidelines. These NABL documents are available on site. As far as the number is concerned, we have grown very remarkably for the past few years. And as far as the testing laboratories are concerned, we have more than 3,700 laboratories, and in calibration 900 laboratories, in medical 2,285, and PTP RMP 52 and 17 respectively. So we have 7,000 now and growing rapidly. So a illustration of India state-wise. We have recently digitalized the NABL completely to save the environment. So earlier, instead of taking the hard copies, now we are taking the application, 3 major parts. One is the application, another is the assessment, and third is the certification. All three are the online through NABL portal only, so completely paperless. Second, integrated assessment. Earlier, laboratory were taking the multiple assessments for the regulatory boards like FSSCI, EIC, APIDA, or the spices boards or the other commodity boards. Now, NABL is the nodal body for conducting the assessment in terms of the integrated assessment for all these regulatory boards, as far as the also for the NABL. So laboratories are not required to take the multiple assessment. Instead, single assessment they are taking. They can take the accreditation and recognition and certification of NABL as well as these regulatory boards also. And we have also launched the online learning portal through which you can register yourself and you can learn the different aspects of the accreditation. Well, since here we are for the MSME meet, so country's economic growth depends solely, not solely, I think it depends significantly on the growth of the MSME sector as well. So for this, competitiveness should be built among the MSME sector by the means of the capacity building. Like in the morning, Mr. Sharma has told that in the government MSME sectors, the capacity building is highly required. Otherwise, we will be omitted out from the private players. So we should help the MSMEs to get the global market, to strengthen them so that they can compete with all these players and they can come up to boost the Indian economy. We should strengthen the skill development of the MSME. One example has been taken of the arsenic. That GCMS is required, costs 3.5 crores, and we only think and private player come and they do it globally. So we have to somehow eradicate such kind of the problem. We should boost up this kind of the sector so that these things like like pesticide residues or the heavy metals you are doing for the testing of the food analysis, these are very, very required as far as the export point of view of your food products. So definitely once you are exporting to some of the international countries like European countries, EUs or US, so definitely they have the stringent condition. And our government sector or the MSME should come up with their objectives of the standardization, not with the domestic market, so that we can come up with them. We should be ready to take the challenges for their requirement, their list requirement, their LODs, their LOQs, so that we can give them accurate results as per their expectations. So to achieve these objectives, NABL has accredited several labs of the NSIC, National Small Industries Corporation, which has been working to promote, aid, and foster the growth of the micro, small, and medium enterprises in the country. We have given the accreditation in the field of the ISO IC 17025 for few labs like New Delhi, Faridabad, Rajkot, Chennai, and Havda. One of the example I'll give of the Okhla lab here in Delhi. That is being accredited for chemical disciplines as well as mechanical disciplines, and have a very good scope of building material, metal and alloys, metallic coatings, water, building materials, mechanical properties of metals, soil and rock, textiles, wood and wood products. So this is one example I have quoted here. So here it is a very good example of NSIC in MSME sector that despite this adverse situations, they are coming up with such a very beautiful scope, and they are serving to the country for this kind of the testing of these products. And one of the biggest initiative NABL has taken to educate the NSSH hub, that is the National Scheduled Caste and Scheduled Tribe Hub. This NSSH has been set up, has been launched by Honorable Prime Minister Mr. Shri Narendra Modi ji on October 18, 2016, with the objective to provide the professional support to all SC and ST entrepreneurs to fulfill their obligations and to come up their MSME setups for best business practices and leverage the stand-up India initiatives. And this hub is also being implemented by the NSIC, that is a public sector undertaking under the administrative control of Ministry of MSMEs. So here, one important part is the testing fee reimbursement scheme for NSSH units. That is reimbursement of 80% or rupees 1 lakh. That is excluding GST and other applicable taxes, whichever is lower. charged as testing fee for availing testing services from NABL or BIS accredited laboratory of any central state department or the public sector undertaking or license or certification given by the BIS in a financial year. So this is a biggest initiative taken by the ministry, that the laboratories or any kind of the entrepreneur can take their reimbursement of the testing fees. So it is a boost up, and it is the encouragement by the government that they are providing to these MSME sectors, particularly to NSSH units. So we have conducted several awareness programs for NSSH units with the aim to spread the awareness among the MSME units about the NABL accreditation and its benefits. We have taken an initiative, conducted programs to sensitize the MSME units about NABL and benefits of the accreditation. And entrepreneurs present in these programs were made aware about the NABL accreditation, its advantages in product and material testing, sensitized about the accreditation procedures, various areas of testing and calibration in which accreditation services are being provided by NABL. They were made aware about the significance of the accreditation in the entire field of the product testing and global acceptance of the test reports from NABL accredited laboratories, and overview of the NABL website with the authenticity of the test reports which are being given to them are also being explained in detail. I'll give you a glimpse of these programs which have been done in 8 units of the NSSH, that is Bengaluru, Pune, Surat, Patna, Mumbai, Chennai, Agra, Guwahati. And we are probably this month, we are coming up for the other units of the Bhubaneswar, Kolkata, Lucknow, Ranchi, Shillong, Hyderabad, and Ludhiana, covering entire country. So these are the certain programs we have done, like in December 17, 2021, we have done the program for NSSH Guwahati. And here I will like to quote one, statement by CEO NABL, Mr. N. Venkateswaran, that NABL is committed to quality. So please note, all the audience, NABL is committed to quality so that we can boost up the economy of India. That is the ultimate objective. So this is the another program on November 23rd done for NSSHO Agra, November 18th, NSSH Chennai, Mumbai, October 26th, NSSH Patna, October 22nd, October 12th, NSSH Surat, NSSH Pune, October 8th, NSSH Bengaluru, August 24. So ultimately, we should come with a way forward that awareness and capacity building is highly required for MSME sector with NSSH units also. With the fact that the startup cost and other challenges are to be accepted. And we should also keep in mind that once NABL accredited, you are tested once and accepted everywhere. Finally, it's a joint call for NABL and relevant regulatory boards, ministries, laboratory association, MSME sectors, or NSS units to ensure improved level of awareness of accreditation for their product testing as well as for the economy boosting. So by using the accreditation, we should promote the quality, we should recognize the quality, we should demand the quality, and we should boost the quality, quality of the products to the Indian customer. Thank you very much for providing me this opportunity to be present in this beautiful initiative taken by NPL, CSIR NPL for MSME Meet. And once again, on behalf of NABL, entire NABL fraternity, I congratulate CSIR NPL for its Platinum Jubilee celebration. Thank you very much. Any question? Military standards you are talking about. Yeah, sir. In aerospace also, we are giving the accreditation. Military also, explosives, ballistics, everywhere we are giving the accreditation. So for if you want the particular, specific laboratories you want to know to whom we have given the accreditation, either you can write to us to our email. That is, my email has been given, pankaj@nabl.qcn.org, or you can write to info@nabl.qcn.org, or that you can refer to our NABL website, that is nabl-india.org, on which you can find the details of the NABL accredited laboratories in the field of the military.
Sir, I am coming to the point, like aerospace. I am from aerospace.
Aerospace also.
Yeah, I am from CSIR NAL, Bangalore. And of course, we are facing a lot of, I mean, we are all getting a lot of imported items, and what are the items? These are all with respect to military standards, mill standards.
Right.
Whatever the component it goes to in the aircraft, it has to confine to the mill standard. So there are some of the industry, they have upgraded their automotive sector to aerospace sector. I mean, that standardization, what you are talking about. Because you have covered that, what is that, automotive sectors, automotive and other sectors. For example, even electrical side, cabling system.
So we are covering everything.
Like that, you can also, I mean, you can think of towards military standards. So that our, I mean, what is that, within India itself, we can.
Definitely,
I mean,
sir, definitely.
So the things can be promoted to aerospace level.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you, Pankaj, for giving an excellent overview of NABL's work. I would like to know a bit more about the integrated assessments, because this is a new approach. And in the sense, how much different it is from usual NABL assessment. So what is the basic difference, and how much difference is there in your criteria and their regulators' criteria?
Thank you very much, ma'am, for your appreciation for this presentation first. And like Dr. Reena, ma'am, she's, I know she's very well known in NABL for her contribution in building up. And I also myself have learned a lot from Reena, madam, during his presence. So, ma'am, as far as integrated assessment is concerned, like I have told, very simply, I will tell that there are the certain export related or the, regulatory boards are there. First is FSSAI, that is for the domestic market, they are controlling. EIC, that is export inspection for export of the food items to the European Unions or the other countries. And several other, commodity boards are there, like spice boards, tea boards, or there is the APIDA, that is for the agriculturally processed foods. So earlier, what happened that laboratories whosoever are getting, you're testing this kind of the food items for domestic or international markets, they have to take one NABL assessment, and after that, they have to go for this, recognition from these regulatory boards, whether EIC or FSSA, whatever it is. So they have to take the multiple assessments, like one NABL, then EIC, then FSSA, and so on. So usually laboratories were complaining that all throughout the year, they are just taking the assessments only. So now the, with the initiative of the NABL, it has been come to the conclusion that NABL as a nodal, nodal body, they will conduct the integrated assessment that is for NABL and also on behalf of the regulatory boards. NABL has, on its requirement, certain requirements as far as the standard ISO IC 17025 2017 is concerned, or whatever is in the line. And as far as these regulatory boards are there, they are also having the certain requirements as far as their, whether it is for the domestic market or it is for the international market. Like FSSA do have the certain rules, certain requirements, certain policy and procedures, and similarly the EIC have the different rules. And like I'll take the example of the pesticide MRL value. In India, it could be the different than that of the European country. So ultimately, whenever the laboratory is getting the integrated assessment, they will be evaluated for NABL requirements as well as for the EIC requirement. Say an example, if it is going for the EIC integration also. So in that particular EIC requirement, apart from the NABL requirements, they will also be witnessed, or they will be, judged for their competency with respect to the international requirement or the EIC requirement for getting the EIC recognition. Only then. And second thing, there is not a single test, like for product testing. Say an example, if only you have taken the pH for the accreditation, it is not in case of the integrated assessment. If there is a standard says that 10 parameters or 20 parameters or 50 parameters or the 50 pesticides are required, they must take all the 50 pesticides. If they are failing in the single pesticide, they will not be provided the accreditation for that. Integrated, that means. So ultimately in integration, the benefit of the laboratory that instead of taking the multiple assessment, they are getting the single assessment. So there will be save in the money, cost, time, manpower, everything. So all usually integrated assessment we do within the range of the 3 to 5 days, depending upon the type of the scope laboratory is applying or the type of the regulatory board they are applying for the accreditation. It depends up to the 5 days of the scheme. After that, once they are accredited, the whole 2 years or during the cycle of that accreditation period or recognition, they can enjoy without any hindrance with the annual surveillance. So.
That's enormous benefit, and that's a good initiative by NABL. But the thing is, when you are assessing for the integrated assessments, do you have assessors especially trained for that?
Yes,
or you get additional assessors?
We have assessors trained for that. Okay. We are giving the training to the assessors also for this integrated assessment with respect to the NABL requirement, of course. And secondly, for this, whatever the regulatory board is there, what exactly their requirement is there. So we also trained the assessors for that, so that whenever they are going for the assessment for those particular laboratories, for that particular regulatory board, they can assess all the requirement. And even though in those particular assessments, the representative from the regulatory board is also accompanied. So it is required that, say an example, if EIC laboratory is seeking, integrated assessment for the EIC, then EIC representative will be there in that particular assessment. So all the requirements which has been laid down by the EIC, that would be full, whether laboratory is fulfilling that or not, that is being evaluated. Thank you. Any other question from the audience, online, offline mode? Okay. Okay. Thank you very much. And thank you to Dr. Anuradha Sengar, who has invited me for this presentation, and all the audience also. Once again, thanks a lot.
Thank you so much, Dr. Pankaj Goyal, for delivering such informative talks. I would like to request Dr. Sanjay Yadav, Chief Scientist, CSIR NPL, to felicitate our expert, Dr. Pankaj Goyal from NABL. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause for our expert who told us more about the NABL activities. And I'm sure that all of our MSMEs participants will get benefit from this talk. And I would request all the participants who are in auditorium as well as who have joined us in the virtual mode that please note down your questions, your doubts and queries. We will be taking them in the panel discussion session, which will begin after the lunchtime. Thank you so much, sir. Now, I would like to invite Mr. Ashok Sehgal, Co-Chairman, CII National SME Council, who has joined us in online mode. We welcome you, sir, on behalf of one and all present here, on behalf of whole CSIR family. Please come on. Okay, he's with us, and you can start your talk, sir. Please, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon, Dr. Mande. Good afternoon, Professor Venugopal. Good afternoon, Dr. Sengar.
Excuse me, sir. I'm extremely sorry to interrupt. Since we are running behind the time, so I will request you to please complete your talk in 15 or 20 minutes. Thank you so much.
Thank you. I will do that. Thank you. Also, good afternoon to all the distinguished fellow panelists, ladies and gentlemen, both joining us in the auditorium as well as online. Thank you very much for being here. My apologies for not being there in person with those of you who are there personally, but I think given the circumstances, I hope you will allow me that leeway. I will be speaking on the role of MSMEs in growing the Indian economy, on which a number of speakers have already touched, including Chairman of the CII MSME National Council, Mr. Somani, my senior colleague. But before doing that, I want to just share a small story, which is in appreciation of and a tribute to CSIR and NPL's work. This story is about a small village in which there was a butcher, and there was a general store from which he would buy his provisions. Now, one day, the owner of the provision store came charging to the butcher, and he said, "Every time you send me half a kilo of meat, I accept it. I weighed it recently, and I found it was underweight. So why are you cheating me?" The butcher replied, "Sir, I'm a poor man. I have not gone out and bought legally certified weights. All I do is every time I buy half a kilo of dal from you, I put that on one side of the scale, and I put my meat on the other side of the scale, and I see that both are the same, and I assume it is half a kilo." So now this is where not following legally, metrologically certified standards standardized units of measurement can cause pain to everybody, and anybody in the chain who does that is at the end of it only cheating himself. So the work which you're doing is invaluable, and I wish you more strength in continuing that. All right, so with that thing, let me now share my screen. I hope you can see that.
Sir, it is not visible yet.
Just a minute, let me try again. Is that visible now?
Yes, sir.
Thank you. Let me just put it to full screen also, and then, okay. So as I mentioned, I'll be speaking the role of MSMEs in growing the Indian economy. We've had a number of speakers describe us as the backbone of the Indian economy. I would like to add that I also believe that SMEs are the base of the pyramid or the foundation on which the entire manufacturing sector or the entire business segment of India and almost every country is based. As you would see in the slide, globally, the number of businesses are as much as 90% can be classified by these countries as SMEs, according to the World Bank and according to the WTO. In India, we have many more which are the micro sector predominantly, as well as small, and the overall percentage of businesses or enterprises is over 95%. Employment generation globally is about 50%, and according to WTO estimates, it's higher than that. And according to Indian estimates, it is a little lower at 40%. So we need to have significant growth of the MSME sector to equal global standards. Similarly, contribution to GDP globally is 40% or 55%, and we are at 30%. Other numbers which are not available globally, but it's important for us to keep in mind, is that MSMEs in India contribute 40% of the exports. And most importantly, if you look at the gross value addition by MSMEs over the last 5 years, from 2015 to 2020, the gross value addition has been growing at a cumulative average growth rate of 10 to 12%. Now, I would like you to just keep in mind how that number compares with the GDP growth of the country over those last same 5 years, which was perhaps close to 10% or maybe a little below that. So MSMEs actually can help India to grow faster by locally adding value. Now, this is all very well, but we should look at the progress of Indian economy, not just in numbers, but we must look at it in what we're doing for the country as a whole. And that means we must have everybody lifting together and becoming better as we go along, and not just a polarization of wealth and numbers, which GDP numbers may not reveal, with the divide between the haves and have-nots increasing even further. Given that, it is interesting to note that MSMEs contribute very much to growth, not only in the urban centers, but also in the rural sectors. So we are spreading out throughout the country and making sure that wherever you are in the country, things are getting better. Those of you who have more contact with the rural areas probably have seen this on the ground, particularly in the last 2 years where we have been hit by COVID. But the rural areas in many ways have survived in better shape than the urban areas. So MSMEs are evenly divided between urban and rural areas, and I feel that this is a trend which will get accelerated and continue as we go along further based on our experience of working from a distance in the last 2 years. As somebody mentioned the last session, there is, I think Mr. Somani in fact mentioned it, there is a silver lining which has come out of the trauma we've been through in the last 2 years. Similarly, in the male versus female ratio, we still have a lot of ground to cover. 24% of the MSMEs are owned by women. In this classification, there is an issue which we would be happy to receive from anybody and everybody and put up to the ministry, which is very supportive to us and our suggestions. How do you define a female owned MSME? Is it in terms of the management? Is it in terms of shareholding, which is often doctored by people putting up female names to get advantage of the benefits there? So this is an issue where we need more clarity. And I'm sure that this is something we can work towards increasing. We in CII make sure that we give maximum support wherever we can to female entrepreneurs to help them to grow and bring their problems up to the ministry, which is very supportive. In the last session, there we mentioned of the SC/ST hubs, which have been set up. And this is where we are very happy that the social upliftment is being done by MSMEs, with 66% of the MSMEs are actually owned by the OBCs, the scheduled castes and scheduled tribes, and only 33% by the others. So if you look at various reservation policies, which for various cadres, which in India, which vary between 50 to 65%, MSMEs are very much in line with the upliftment which is happening for the rural areas, the women entrepreneurs, and the social upliftment of the backward classes. I would like to now also touch on the benefits of exports. Atmanirbhar Bharat is a flagship program of the government of India. I think we in India tend to be satisfied with a very large domestic market which we have. Maybe I'm speaking more for MSMEs. And we reach a level of satisfaction, whether it is economical or in economic terms or otherwise, in being a significant presence within India. But we don't realize that the market globally is far, far bigger. Now, with the Atmanirbhar Bharat program, I believe that it is only the first step in a very, very important development which we should work towards. Import substitution creates domestic business opportunities in the first step to substitute locally made products for imported products. There is a danger in this. We don't want protectionism, so that we go back to the era when we only had Fiats and ambassadors that were 30 years old in design. We must be aware of what is the global quality benchmarks and achievements which we must follow. Now, this is not only in terms of product quality, but it also is something we must set a competitive price level which can effectively compete, because any protection which we have from imports is only to a certain percentage. It's not absolute. There's no question of banning many, many items, unless you're talking Harley Davidsons or something that's different. But for most products, we must set a competitive price level, which over a period of time, the protection levels will come down and we have to stand on our own feet. Now, imagine you've developed a product which meets global standards of quality and performance, and you are able to produce it at a competitive price level. Now, why can you not export that product globally, being competitive in price and quality? So this is the door which Atmanirbhar Bharat opens for us, provided we realize exactly the great potential that exists if we participate actively in this segment. Why do we want to participate in exports to begin with? I think we must realize that all the countries which have shown high growth, the high growth was propelled by exports. The example of China is well known. More recently, Vietnam. And in our very neighborhood, Bangladesh. Bangladesh GDP is fast approaching that of India, and according to some estimates may have even exceeded that. Now, all of these are propelled by exports, by making products. I think, as one of the slogans said, make in India for the world. I think that is what we want to do. So Atmanirbhar Bharat is first, make in India. Second, make it for the world. Because there are so much larger markets globally compared to what we have in India. And what is important is my belief that in India, we accept certain degree of jugaad, we accept a certain degree of just pure fulfilling the function rather than making a product which is really good and top quality. And that is what exports and exposure to global markets will help us to do. Moreover, by enlarging the scale at which we manufacture things, efficiencies of production will come up. Efficiencies of production come up in many areas. One is simple production systems. The other is the adoption of better manufacturing techniques. You'll be surprised to know that there is a factory in the US that makes baskets. Now, when I read that, I was surprised because I assumed that baskets would come from Vietnam, Cambodia, Thailand, maybe India. But making baskets economically in the US, because when I went into details, I found that that company makes 200 baskets per employee per day. Who sitting in a village in India taking bamboo and making baskets can possibly, for fruits and vegetables, can possibly make even 20 baskets in a day compared to 200. Now, this is the efficiency of scaling up, mechanization, productivity, call it what you will. And this is where scaling up, we have to take advantages of scaling up and putting in systems that can be justified by the turnover which we will achieve. The other thing which scaling up does and entering export markets is the adoption of digital systems. In the last 2 years, a lot of business internationally has been done digitally because physical travel was not possible. What we are doing today is an example of that. We are not all traveling to Delhi. Some of us are in Delhi or NCR region. But when you have meetings like this, whether it is within your fraternity, whether it is with customers, you don't have to travel large distances. We are now used to the idea of having meetings like this and communicating and being able to convey what we want to do. Mr. Somani, our chairman, also mentioned that CII is working actively with many partners to do e-commerce. Now, e-commerce is great. This is a way of small organizations to link into global markets without physically having to go there and yet being able to deliver products in time wherever they are, and very importantly, to ensure that they are not worried about the payment coming in. So adoption of digital systems in transactions is one. The other is for having efficiency of scaling, the adoption of digital systems within the operating systems within these companies. You can say Industry 4.0, you can say more automation, you can say robotics, all these things come in when you have a scale which justifies implementation of these processes, and that happens when we have large markets such as we can access through exports. Lastly, those of us who are exporting are now finding that the buyer is raising ESG issues. What are the issues we must start thinking of? What are the good practices for the environment? What is it which is for social and governance responsibilities, which every organization must have? And here I would like to say that I think MSMEs may not be so strong on environment, but they are stronger on social and governance responsibilities because being smaller organizations, there is a stronger link between the owners, the management, and the workers. And I think in the last pandemic troubled times in the last 2 years, MSMEs have shown greater bonding and understanding and maybe flexibility due to the size, where the enterprise has been able to support its workers in a better way. So we come to what is the role of the various institutions. Of course, support and facilitation by the government and the ministry is very important, especially where large investments, which will pay off over a longer time period, can only be sustained by the government and the ministry and not by individual MSMEs. But I don't think we should always be running to the government for everything. We must help ourselves. Industry associations such as ourselves act as a bridge by disseminating information from the government programs and ministries to the MSMEs. These are in the areas of digital technology, fintech, and as a bridge to the government in problems which were associated in the last 2 years for COVID, where we found a lot of interaction and reception by the government to what problems we are facing, ease of doing business, and platforms which were created by the government, such as Samadhan, to help resolve endemic issues such as payments, which have been touched upon. The third thing is the scientific and technology institutions such as CSIR, NABL, NPL, etc. You are the knowledge resources for introducing innovation. And it is very heartening to see that you have this year chosen the theme of MSMEs as a major theme of this session that we're having today, and to hear of the various assistance and programs which you can give to MSMEs, and we hope this is strengthened in time to come. We'll be very grateful for that. Now, what is the responsibility of us as MSMEs? We must create world-class products. We must be innovative because everybody says MSMEs can move fast, and we must move fast both in products and practices. We must importantly, continue to create employment. Better lifestyles rather than being only in the cities. I've got a message saying my signal is not very stable. I hope it continues. But this is basically, we want to bridge the rural-urban divide, facilitate inclusiveness, and move to ESG behavior. So with that, fortunately, I've come to the end of my talk, and I thank you all very much for this opportunity to share with you what we as MSMEs believe is our contribution and what is our role and our challenges going forward. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir. Mr. Ashok Sehgal, Co-Chairman, CII National SME Council. We are thankful and we are grateful for your presence, that you glorified this event by your presence. Now, I would like to call Mr. Ashutosh Agrawal, Deputy Director, Legal Metrology, to deliver his talk. We welcome you on behalf of CSIR NPL family. Sir, please start your talk. He has joined us in online mode. Welcome, sir.
Thank you, ma'am. Good afternoon. Good morning to all of you. It is a nice pleasure to have the people in front to speak with the esteemed people of micro, small, and medium enterprises. Basically, this is the backbone of the country, and if we have to develop, we have to take our economy up to the 5 trillion. Then we have to strengthen our MSMEs. Then only we can think of it how we will develop the country with the help of the standards made by the National Physical Laboratory. First of all, I would like to thank National Physical Laboratory for organizing this wonderful event and having the theme of MSMEs. I think I'm audible. Okay. I have a small presentation. I would like to share this, my screen. Now, is it visible to all?
Yes, sir.
My screen is visible. Thank you. See, I'm working in the legal metrology. Slides are moving. Next.
Yes, sir. It's perfectly fine. Yes, sir.
Thank you. See, basically, the legal metrology. If we see the legal metrology, it is the part of the metrology, but having the legal requirements to measurements and the measuring instruments. The legal metrology have to ensure public guarantee from the point of view of security and accuracy of the measurements and measurements. The common consumer and everybody in the country should have a confidence that whatsoever I am getting in the trade and commerce, it is correct. It creates not only the confidence in the consumer, but also to the trade and industry, so that whatsoever they are transacting among themselves, B2B, it is also correct. It also creates a very harmonious environment for conducting businesses. See, the legal metrology, it is not the subject of today. It is having the background from the Mohenjo-daro and the Harappa, when we are having a precise size of the bricks, having the methods of payments and measurements. Similarly, after that, the Mughal emperor, Kautilya, and the British rulers, all of them have concentrated on very important part of life, which is the weights and measures or the legal metrology, so that the transaction can be ensured. And I can give you the guarantee after sitting over here that if you are getting a packaged commodity of 1 kg, it is 100% 1 kg. If you are getting a bottle of 1 liter, it is 100% 1 liter. And the legal metrology in the country is working to ensure that the quantity delivered to the consumers is correct. This legal metrology has the provisions under the Constitution of India under entry 42, under entry 50, and the 33A. So basically, if we talk about the establishment of standards, it is the responsibility of the union government because it is under the union list. And if we talk about the enforcement of weights and measures, it is the shared responsibility among the government, state government, and the central governments. So we are working in this country in such a way so that the consumer or the standards can be maintained in the country, and from the top to the bottom, all the standards are correct within their traceability limits. The Legal Metrology Act 2009 came into the force from 1st April 2011 after repealing the Standards of Weights and Measures Act 1976 and the Standards of Weights and Measures Enforcement Act 1985. The purpose of this act is to establish and enforce standards of weights and measures. It is to regulate trade and commerce in weights and measures and other goods which are sold, distributed by weight, measure, or number. Actually, the Legal Metrology Act covers all aspects of life in which the trade and commerce is concerned, in which the commodity, the protection of the common man or animal or protect of the commodity is concerned, and any product which is being sold or distributed by weight, measure, or number. It covers all type of these transactions which we used to do in our daily life. There are the legislation, Legal Metrology Act. It is very simple, single act, which has only 57 sections. Basically, these 57 sections is the skeleton of the act, and all these flesh and blood is the rules which we have framed under this act. Under this act, the penalty provisions were enhanced. Standardization of units of weights and measures was based on the metric system. And as we are all aware, now from this 2020, we are having the new system of units from which in place of the artifacts, we are having the fundamental constants of nature for defining our base units. Similarly, what will be the prepackaged commodities, what will be the declarations, all these things are made. At the same time, whenever we are manufacturing any weight or measure, or we are importing any weight or measure, it must qualify the requirements of the country, which are made under the Legal Metrology General Rules 2011. Similarly, there is a prohibition on manufacture, repair, or sale of weight or measure without license. It is a licensed business all over the world. And under this license, all the licenses are being issued by our state governments because it's a federal structure. Being the federal structure in our country, some of the responsibilities are shared by the central or the union government, and most of the responsibilities are shared by the state governments. And state governments used to issue these licenses to control the manufacturing, repair, or sale of any type of weight or measure. Similarly, very important aspect is verification and stamping. It is very important that all type of weights and measures used in the country should be verified and stamped by the legal metrology before sale or putting into use. Similarly, see, this requirement is not of our country, it is of all over the world. The similar conditions we have all over the world. And this verification and stamping is not only started now. It is when we consider about the time of Chandragupta Maurya or the Chanakya, Kautilya, we have seen that as per the Chanakya, every weight and measure has to be verified by the sovereign. It is a sovereign function. It has to be done by the state, by the government, and it has to be verified and stamped after every 6 months. Now we have changed the time as per the passage of time. Now we are having good technology, and as per the requirement of the technology, we have made that we have removed, we have enhanced, or we have changed the requirement of the period of verification and stamping. So all the weights and measures which are used in the country has to be verified and stamped. Similarly, for the help of the industry, it is provided that one director can be nominated by a company for the Legal Metrology Act, and in case of any violation, the compounding can be done by that nominated director, so that all the directors will not pay the fine. Only one director will pay the fine. As we are already aware that these units of weights and measures are based, it's mathematics system units, and from 20th May 2019, we are having these all units of 7 units of mass, time, length, electric current, temperature, luminous intensity, and the substance, amount of substance are now linked with the fundamental constants of nature in place of artifacts which were linked earlier. See, India, what we are following in our rules or what the Act provides, this is not the structure of our own country. India is an OML member country. You will be surprised to know that India got its membership in 1956. Even the OML was established. The OML International Organization of Legal Metrology was established in 1955, and immediately after we were the basically founder members, and immediately after we got its membership in 1956. Even the metric convention was signed by India in 1957, and that's why we have this international prototype of mass IPK 57. The number is IPK 57. We have 1957. So see, before even the signing the metric convention, we signed in the OML treaty, so that we can understand, we can find, or we can provide the requirements of international trade and commerce, which still we are doing. And all the regulations, all the rules are being framed under this legal metrology are as per the recommendations made by the OML. And India, being an OML member country, is a member of all the committees formed by the OML, and always put its effort or always provide the votings and the suggestions and the recommendations to the OML whenever the new recommendations became into the part. So we are actively participating in OML meetings or in OML recommendations, considering the requirement of our own country. The basic objective is to harmonize the national laws and regulations, to facilitate international commerce, and to ensure quality measurements for public and worker health and safety and protection of environment. It is to harmonize national procedures for testing and verifying the performance of measuring instruments. We are having the benefits: increased international trade, reduced cost, quality products. As we know that after this development or this, now the world is a small family, and the products manufactured at one place are easily being sold at all the places in the world. So slowly the world is becoming closer, and our products, if they are quality products, certainly they will get the international market, or they will be having their place in the international markets. If we see, I am aware of that, my Indian manufacturers of weights and measures, legal metrology, they are large. Basically, legal metrology is a MSME sector. All the manufacturers, I should say, are belonging from the MSME. There will not be any of the manufacturer who is beyond that. All are very small. Even I should say they are even smaller than MSME. They are very small manufacturers, but still, many of the manufacturers are exporting their products all over the world. In many countries, they're exporting, and I can say this is only possible when we are having this whole international trade and commerce, or all international requirements closer to each other, or harmonized all these requirements. Now, if we see the impact, because this is having an impact on consumers, national and international trade, industry, manufacturers, businesses, sellers, wholesalers, etc. So all are basically covered under this legal metrology or the requirements of this. Now, many of the new technologies are being developing, like electric vehicle, hydrogen cars, taxi using GPS. We are paying this GPS taxis, all Ola and Uber, but still it is not a decided factor, or not confirmed that how much charge, whether it's coming, it is correct or not. And that's why you will find that all the GPS-based taxis are having the taximeter also. So this is basically the requirement of law. Similarly, gas meters, energy meters. So all these things slowly coming into the market, and legal metrology is also improving itself, coming towards to getting the new equipments into the field. So there are a large number of weighing and measuring instruments. We have the control through the pattern approval, initial verification, and subsequent verifications. After a regular period of time, we used to verify these weights and measures regularly. See, if we see the hierarchy chart of the standards of mass. The international prototype we have at BIPM Paris right now. After that, we have international prototype, which is placed at National Physical Laboratory, New Delhi, National Physical Laboratory, NMI, the national keeper of the mass, length, time, etc. All these being maintained at the National Physical Laboratory. All these national standards are being verified or cross-checked or calibrated with this international prototype after every 10 years. Then we have reference standards. The national prototype is at National Physical Laboratory, NMI, which is under the Department of Science and Technology. And then the next level is reference standards laboratories. Reference standards laboratories are the legal metrology laboratories who are functioning under the Department of Consumer Affairs. We used to get verified all our weighing and measuring instruments from NPL. The mass we used to verify after every 3 years. Then we have the secondary standards and the working standards laboratories, which are maintained by the state governments. And these weights and measures are verified from the reference standards. And then we have the commercial weights. So there is a complete hierarchy chart. We can say the weight and measure which are used at the commercial level are traceable to the international standards within their traceability limits. Under the Legal Metrology Act, we have framed 7 rules: general rules, packaged commodities rules, approval of models rules, national standards rules. National standards rules basically having all the type of SI units, all type of scientific definitions, all type of scientific constants which we use in daily use. And then we have the national numeration rules. Indian Institute of Legal Metrology, we have a training institute, and we have also a provision for government approved test center, so that some of the work of verification and stamping can also be given to the private parties, which can work together with the government, and we can verify all weights and measures which are used in the country. If we saw about the prepackaged commodities, the prepackaged commodities are defined under Section 2L of the Act, which states that a commodity which is being present or placed in a package of whatever nature, it may be sealed or open, it may be closed or not, so that the product contained therein has a predetermined quantity. Section 2F provides definition of label. Whenever we saw a prepackaged commodity, you will find that all prepackaged commodities have some declarations attached with them or appearing upon them. We also see the Section 18.1 provides for declaration on prepackaged commodities, that what type of declarations will be made on a prepackaged commodities or what will be the provision. Under Section 18.2, we have make a provision of advertisement that whenever there will be a retail sale price, the quantity, net quantity or the number will also be declared with the retail sale price. Prepackaged commodities also having under the Act the penalty provision. If somebody does not comply the requirements of law, he can be fined. And in first and second case, it can be compounded. And then in the third case, there is also a provision of imprisonment. If somebody does not declare the MRP or intentionally or unintentionally, then the provisions under the law are being made. We also have where the declarations will be made. All the declarations should be made on a principal display panel. What are the declarations actually required under the rules on all prepackaged commodities? See, first of all, the name and address of manufacturer, packer, and the importer. When this, who has manufactured the product or imported the product or packed the product, the information has to be given. Similarly, country of origin, if a product is imported product, then country of origin has to be declared. What is the common or the generic name of the commodity? What is the net quantity in standard units of weight and measure or number of commodity in the package? MRP, which is inclusive of all taxes. Now we have introduced a new provision of unit sale price. From 1st of April 2020, it has been made mandatory that all prepackaged commodities will declare. The manufacturers have to declare the unit sale price of the prepackaged commodities with MRP of that product. Similarly, month and year of manufacture or prepacking or import, best before or use by date, month and year, and the consumer care details, so that if a consumer has any problem, he can directly approach to the company for sorting out the problem, so that the case should not come to the legal metrology to take an action if the problem can be sorted out at the industry level itself. Also, we have made the provisions for e-commerce entities, because now we have seen that most of the products are being sold through the e-commerce sites. And that's why the provision was made from 1st of January 2018 that on e-commerce sites, these following declarations have to be made. what is the name and address of manufacturer or importer, country of origin if it is imported, common or generic name of commodity, net quantity in standard unit of weight or measure, MRP, which is inclusive of all taxes, and batch before or used by date, month, and year in case of commodity becoming unfit for human consumption with time. So these are the small, maybe 5-6 declarations which have to be given with a product on an e-commerce website, whether it is Amazon, Flipkart, etc. Earlier, we have found that these companies are not complying or not giving all the declarations on their sites. Then a lot of cases were booked, maybe more than 200 cases were booked. A lot of cases have been compounded. Even some cases are maybe go into the court of law if the company does not compound. So this is the way how we used to try that all the consumers should have the basic information when we are going to buy a product from the market, whether it is an open market or whether it is an on e-commerce websites. This provision is made under Rule 610 that how much will be the requirement or what will be the requirement under which provision this will be made under Rule 610 of the packaged commodities rules. Similarly, we have the sizes. What will the size of declaration on a prepackaged commodities? It is also mentioned under the rules itself, depending upon the size of the principal display panel of a packaged commodity. There are some important provisions also under the packaged commodities rules that nobody will make any sale over and above MRP. It is a violation of law if somebody sells over and above MRP. Similarly, it is also prohibited that if some manufacturer or importer or packer has dual MRP, the same product cannot have two MRPs. It will be always be single MRP. No wholesale dealer or retail dealer or other person shall obliterate, smudge, or alter the retail sale price. It is not allowed to change the price once declared. It is also mandatory to get registered themselves who is manufacturing, packing, or importing any of the prepackaged commodities within 90 days from the date of start of the business. Not necessarily that before it starts, it has to get registered. He can get registered within 90 days of the start of the business. There are some few amendments made in last November 2021, and we are having that these provisions will come into force from 1st of Hello. Okay. So these are some provisions which are made, as I already told you, that these provisions, the declaration of unit sale price, will be done as per the rules. So these are the basic information which I wanted to share with you, and these are the basic things which we have already discussed. This is the only new things which are very important from the consumer point of view, so that the consumer cannot be cheated. All type of restriction measures, all type of prepackaged commodities. So this is and whenever any industry or a consumer finds any problem, legal metrology is always ready, available to help any of the industry and the consumer to support them for any type of requirements to fulfill the requirements of law. Thank you very much. I would like to thank National Physical Laboratory, all the organizer teams, all the scientists who have given me this opportunity to speak in front of this MSMEs meeting. It's very good that we can support anywhere with the MSME. We are always available. Thank you very much. Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your talk. It was very informative, and thank you for telling us more about the legal metrology and its role in our day-to-day life. Ladies and gentlemen, till now we have heard about the activities that are going on in NABL to support the MSMEs sector. Then after that, legal metrology, and also how the MSME sector is helpful and contributing in the economic growth of our country. Now, I would like to request Ms. Shikha Mehta, AGM from Canara Bank, to please deliver her talk. I'm also thankful on behalf of CSIR NPL for co-sponsoring this MSME Meet 2022. Please give a big round of applause for Ms. Shikha Mehta. Welcome, ma'am.
Good afternoon, everyone. Once again here to speak on this very significantly important day that NPL is celebrating. as a partner in growth, I've heard all the eminent speakers talking about MSME, significance of MSME, how inclusive it is, and how sustainable it can be for the growth of the Indian economy. So, and we have also heard about various what are the various trends of this particular sector, what are the various challenges that the sector face, and how it can grow further. Now, to build this, what is the role of the bank? What is the role of a banker in growing this particular business? I'll touch upon few points. So I'm Shikha Mehta from representing Canara Bank, which is the third largest public sector bank in the country. We are 116 years young in the system. With a very clear objective, the institution was formed for the upliftment of the society, to encourage and to make economic viable the weaker section. Very clear objective was there, and like NPL celebrating 75th year, it takes volumes to connect with the cause and then sustain for this long. And I'm absolutely glad and proud about it. Third largest public sector bank with business of over 17,15,000 crores, with a touch point of more than 30,000 touch points across the length and breadth of the country. 9,800 branches in the country that we have. More than 10,000 ATMs. More than close to 9,000 business correspondents who connect with the last mile in the country, you know, having a rural presence, urban presence, but BCPs, business correspondents, are one who actually connects with the rural India. And the mix of our bank also is so that more than 55% of our branches are in the rural and semi-urban areas, and about close to 44-45% is into metro and urban areas. Now, why I'm insisting or why highlighting about this is when we talk about MSME, and 90% of our micro units of the total available enterprises that we have, 90% are micro units. Generally, out of that, about close to 60% spread in the rural areas. So the significance is any business, when we do, would require some credit, some help, some financial aid to sustain, to take it forward. I may have a very bright idea to start a business. I want to do a lot of things, but then possibly if I do not have the right kind of credit available to us, my idea would die. My dream would not take off. So as institution, we help nurturing that dream and bring it to the reality, which overall helps that particular family, that fraternity, that town, that city, the country, bring sustainability. So the key highlights that also I would like to highlight about the bank is we've been doing priority sector lending. MSME falls under priority sector as defined by the government also. And there are certain percentage by which you have to abide by. As per the government norms, close to about 40% of our adjusted bank net credit has to be in the priority sector. And as an institution, we are focused. So we have gracefully overachieved that. And we've done about 46% in the priority sector. Against an 80% of agriculture credit, we have done 20.5%. Our credit to the weaker section, I would like to highlight this also. Against 11%, we have done about 20% of the funding to the weaker section. So very clear, very focused that upliftment of this sector is the priority for the institution also. Now, when we have heard about various challenges that being faced by this particular sector, I would like to highlight as to what all things are available to make the sector grow. How, as a bank, are we facilitating that particular piece? So, in the pandemic time, we observed that all these mechanism, all the industry work came to a standstill. We all have witnessed it in some way or the other, that everything came as a standstill, and there was so much of dearth of money for doing even the routine payments. And to support this, government came big time forward in extending the guaranteed loans to the existing people who have availed the credit, either from the banks or from the microfinance unit or from the non-banking financial companies put together. So government announced a package of about 3 lakh of crore, wherein can be disbursed to this particular sector who was in trouble. That was in the initial days. Subsequently, looking at the response and the people coming forward, recently the government has increased that facility that is called as GECL, Guaranteed Extended Credit Limit, for the borrowers to the tune of about 4.5 lakh crore. So, and I must also share this, that as on September 2021, out of this 4.5 lakh of crore, more than 2.5 lakh crore have been disbursed to this particular sector. So there were various things. These are collateral-free loans that the government has provided to all the MSME people who were in trouble. So they said, you come, you avail, basis certain criteria. There were 2 broad criteria that was kept in mind. One, the loan, whatever limit that was availed as on 29th of February 2020, and subsequently revised to this last financial year, 31st of March 2021, plus that credit which was availed by this MSME borrowers should not be overdrawn, overdraft for beyond 60 days past due, what we say. If it is within 60 days that somebody has not paid and has availed credit, he or she or that particular industry was eligible for availing. And there was a very enthusiastic response to GECL. We as a bank participated wholeheartedly in it, and we extended loans under GECL category to the tune of about 4,54,000. Total amount disbursed in this segment by our bank was about 11,044 crores. There is something called as PM Swanidhi scheme, which is supposed to be for the micro borrowers, wherein lending up to about 10,000 rupees happens. In this category also, to bring them out of that lack of money that they had, we disbursed close to 170 crores. Also, the focus during this time, during the COVID time, was healthcare, because we never realized as a country that, we would end up in, globally, we would end up and stuck up in situations like this. And we have to boost our healthcare industry. In that segment also, government proposed certain scheme, and banks wholeheartedly extended all the support in facilitating that credit. So in the healthcare sector as well, bank sanctioned more than 87,000 crore loans, amounting to about 5,348 crore rupees to this segment. Now, I will not like to touch upon, we have read all this. So when we say credit, how can we avail the credit? Generally, the myth is, it is difficult to reach out to the bank and get credit. I would like to change that myth, and I would like to share a certain piece of information how banks are extending that support. See, the traditional way is, it used to be, still, as I said, 90% of the units are micro units. They're still, most of them based out of the rural segment. The way financing used to happen is informal credit and a formal credit. When we say informal credit, I reach out to my neighbor, my friend, my somebody, and then, or the typically Mahajan, you go, and then you get the credit from them at a very high rate of interest. And given there is no choice available from the formal sector, people used to do that. But this is restricted, and there were a lot of qualms to it, leading to problems also. We still have a larger informal sector, but then in the formal sector, banks, what banks does it, there are various schemes that the banks are offering. A lot of time we ask for the collateral. People have this assumption that, unless until there is a collateral submitted, bank would not be able to lend the money to us. That's not the case. I would like to talk about the CGT-MSE options that are available in the banking space. One second, yeah. So CGT-MSE, wherein what happens is bank would say bank offers collateral-free loan to the borrower. As a lender, government guarantees this particular scheme and up to 2 crore of rupees. There is no collateral that the customer, if the customer doesn't have a collateral, then they can absolutely get covered and avail loan under this particular scheme. Maximum guarantee cover is available is 75%. Also, what happens is when somebody is approaching for this, we encourage people coming and taking loan availing under this particular thing. And as a bank, we are also offering the reduced rate of interest so that people understand the significance and come forward. Now, another very important thing that the banker look forward when they offer a credit to a person. What happens is, if suppose I have to lend, this is not my money. Banks deal with public money. They don't manufacture anything. They borrow money, they do a subsequent lending and earn something. Now, if it is not my money, I have to be extremely responsible when I lend it. So when we do the lending, we have to have certain aspects as to check the credit worthiness of that particular person, to see how good that person is, or what would be his repayment capacity, whether they have a permanent place to stay or not, what kind of, whether that money is being used for the right purpose for which the loan has been availed. So there are various things which in the MSME sector per se is not available. That data is not available. So how do we modify that particular thing? For that also, bank has been focusing and educating the customers to understand as to what financial discipline is required, so that you take small loan, you execute in a particular fashion, and then subsequently after looking at for 6 months, 8 months, 1 year, if there's a further requirement, you can avail a larger loan as well. And when we talk about financial discipline, educating right from the scratch level, saying, okay, you are taking 10,000, 50,000 rupees. It needs to be used through the bank account. Whatever cash transaction that you're doing needs to be added to the bank only bank account, and then you transact. What would happen? It would help us understand the flow of the money. It would also help banker and the customer to know what is going right, what needs to be corrected, have a better accounting system, and how frequently, regularly the borrower is paying it back to the bank. So once that credibility gets established, irrespective of whether there's a collateral or no collateral, it's about the credibility of the business of the borrower, which matters. And if that sets up, then the banks are also extremely comfortable and they're more than willing to lend. So we have seen instances wherein, we started with about 5 lakh of loan or less than that, and that company reaches to a level of about 50 crores, 500 crores. Just an example, Mr. Dhirubhai Ambani, since Syndicate Bank and Canara Bank has been amalgamated. I'm just giving an example of Ambani's because that was the first time, the first loan that Dhirubhai availed was from the erstwhile Syndicate Bank, which is now Canara Bank. And then any time they had to take it after the discipline, and every time they would come back to the bank, whether we are willing to lend or not, before they reach out to this. So why I mentioned about this particular example, it's a growth story. As a banker, when you're funding to a business, when you are helping them grow, you become the part of the journey. you become the part of the journey. That's what the objective is also about. There is another very significant thing that we would like to highlight about. What are the various products and schemes that we offer for the customers? Now, broadly, if you know, in the retail, in the business community, we would know we give working capital limits, we give term loans as in which has a fixed installment, working capital, which is business limits once given, and then whatever transactions are happening, those are called as business limit. Then we also do non-fund based funding. When we say non-fund based, there are two types of funding that we do. Fund based, we give the money to the borrower immediately, and then it is utilized for the business. Non-fund based facilities are those facilities wherein if you are exporting something, then you have to give guarantees or you have to give a letter of credit. So immediately you don't release the money, but then the comfort that you give it to the customer is, or to the other borrower, if you're exporting it from, if you're importing it from other country, the other bank should also know, okay, this is the credibility for this, non-fund based limits are being utilized. So bank offers that also. Now the various schemes which are available, which are being offered by Canara Bank, just to highlight, rest my colleague would take it forward subsequently in the discussion, that we give loans to the manufacturing units, to service sector, to retail traders, we give, if anyone wants to set up any business, and I am only with the idea, that person can bring that idea, bring that project appraisal report, come discuss. We even facilitate appraisals. We help, as a banker, we help the prospect, if somebody is very keen on the idea, to make that become a reality. So we help them doing the analysis also. And once the project is viable and lucrative for the customer as well as for the bank, we end up even funding the projects. So project appraisal also is being facilitated by the bank. Then there are doctors, there are professionals, there are contractors who would need money. There are, to encourage formal this thing, we have also introduced schemes like GST scheme, Canara GST schemes, wherein everything is mapped to your GST. So whatever GST is there, if suppose you are doing 100 rupees of business, straight away you can show it to the bank, and then we will do 25% of that business funding, which is the standard ruling that happens. We also go ahead and fund, say suppose that there is a business wherein there are debtors, there are receivables that you have to have, right? But then it is taking some time to get materialized. So bank also do that funding, knowing that this is the business, this is the money which is expected to come, but because of certain exigencies not come, bank looks into that aspect and also facilitate that liquidity to the customer. If there are certain emergency, I'm already running a business and there's some exigency, I need some further money. We ask our customers, and I mean, among your fraternity also, I would request all of you to please pass on this information to your customers whenever you deal with, or anybody, that you can reach out to the bank and ask for those facilities also for a shortened term period. Also, if somebody wants funding, we do it, that schemes are available. Somebody want to establish, a doctor, newly passed out doctor, want to establish a clinic, but doesn't have a funding. So we help them set up their unit, buy their machinery, buy the X-ray machines. Of course, provided there has to be a little bit of capital which needs to be coming from that particular borrower, because that becomes the part of the financial discipline. Unless and until there is some stake of yours in that business, one may become little casual about it. If as a bank I do 100% lending, you may not be very sincere. I'm not saying everyone, but then that's what it is observed. Unless until your own stake in terms of financial stake, or more so on the financial side, is involved that seriousness doesn't build. And bank also sees that little capital from their side, and then rest about maybe 20% from their side and 80% from the bank side, we collaborate and do. Just one last thing that I would also like, apart from the finance and all, we also nurture the on the skills side, because for this particular sector, skilling is extremely important. We in fact coined a word for MSME: more skilling, more earnings. So as a bank, we have got about 27 root cities wherein we do training for various skills, specifically the unorganized sector. It is absolutely free of cost. After training them, we also extend the financial support to set up their business. And I'm very happy to share, close to about whatever training had happened, we have observed that close to 70% of the people have got into their own employment, and in fact generated employment opportunity for others also. So that is another thing. And Ministry of Rural Development also took this, observed this particular initiative of the bank, and then they have done this at all the district level. There are more than 549 RCTs which are there in the country at all the district level, providing the skill and training program to MSME. So I would like to conclude that banks are there for facilitating and growing their business to particularly MSME sector, this sector which is most significant for the sustainability and inclusivity for the economy, Indian economy to grow and reach the next level. So thank you one and all. Thank you, Dr. Senegar, for giving me this opportunity to come and present. And as Madam has also concluded, together we can and together we will do it. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, ma'am, for this tremendous talk that you delivered today. Financial support is first and the foremost important thing that one wants to ensure before starting any startup or enterprises. So ma'am has told more about the financial support that we can get from the banking sector. Thank you for giving your thoughts here today and share with us your ideas. Now, since we are running behind the schedule, I would like to request all our experts to please have lunch in the library corridor. And after the lunch break, we will be having a talk by Dr. Sanjay Yadav, Chief Scientist, CSIR NPL. He will be delivering his talk after the lunchtime. And those who have joined us online, I will request all of you to please stay connected and be on time by 2:15 p.m. And so that we can start our next session sharp at 2:30 p.m. Thank you so much. And now I would request all of you to please have lunch. I would request our guests and experts to please proceed towards the library corridor. Thank you so much all. I would also request all the MSME participants who are here with us to please visit the technology pavilion. There you can see the technical advancement and all the research and development that is going on in all the CSIR labs. Around 17 CSIR labs have presented their products and models. So you can visit and encourage them. And you can also get some ideas for your startups and enterprises.
So everyone is requested to collect the lunch packets from the library corridor, and our guests and dignitaries are requested to proceed towards VIP cafeteria. So all the expert speakers and our heads of the departments are requested to proceed towards VIP cafeteria. Others can collect the lunch boxes from the library corridor. Thank you. So we should assemble back by 2:15.
ना हार में ना जीत में, किंचित नहीं भयभीत मैं, संघर्ष पथ पर जो मिले वह भी सही, यह भी सही, हार मानूंगा नहीं. I welcome you all again on the MSME meet, which is being organized here in NPL auditorium. Since we are running behind the time, so now I would request all our respected speakers to please bind up their speech in 10 to 12 minutes. I would request Dr. Sanjay Yadav, sir, Chief Scientist, CSIR NPL, to please deliver his talk. Please give a big round of applause for Dr. Sanjay Yadav, sir.
Good afternoon to all my colleagues, senior. I have been given responsibility to give talk on behalf of NPL, and it is very difficult to bind within 10 to 12 minutes. I will try my best to make my presentation. Will start from giving some introductory remarks. Technically, I cannot make a big presentation about the facilities and all this because it takes too much time. NPL facilities are huge. So I would give some informative things, what is the premium of NPL services. We are working with the international community, and the services being provided by NPL are internationally compatible, globally acceptable. So that's why NPL service have some premium, and that premium is invested through lot of hard work by the NPL scientists. So topic of my talk is a role of NPL in nation building. Achha, okay. So in the international system, if you see the metrology is science of measurement, last 2 days you are listening about it. As per BIPM, it is both experimental as well as theoretical determination at the any level of uncertainty in the field of science and technology. So measurement science is not, however, purely the preservance of scientists. It is something that is vitally important for all of us. So not going reading by reading, line by line, economic success of any country depends upon the ability to manufacture, trade precisely made and tested product and component. And a few objectives like a satellite navigation system and international time correlation make accurate location possible. And similarly, metrology established the international standards for measurement used by all countries in the world in both science and industry. So I can say lastly, subject to metrology is not taught in the school or colleges. It's a very specialized subject. Some introductory remarks are available in some of the metrology courses in engineering college, and some introduction in our NCERT book. So imagine a world without a standard and no industry survive without metrology. It is characterized by 3 basic components: scientific metrology, which deals with the organization and development of measurement standard and their maintenance, and industrial metrology to ensure the adequate functioning of measurement instrument used, and legal metrology. Dr. Asutosh has detailed, elaborated in details about the enforcement of metrological rules and regulation. This slide is basically from the BIPM, and Dr. Sanger has already shown, but I can only say that from the child of birth, you can say that you can have metrology in every aspect. When child is born, then you have to weigh it, then feeding is started, that volume is started, and so on. This whole cycle goes to the globalization when the child becomes scientist, engineer, manufacturer, industrialist, or expert, accreditation expert, then it becomes globalization phenomena. Oh, how it is? Sorry. So, this metrology is not very ancient. If you start from our very ancient period, starting from Hanumanji in Hanuman Chalisa, they have assessment metrology, the distance of the Lanka from where they were placed and the length of the bridge. So this starts from very long, and then again some assessment metrology that this person is heavier, this person is lighter, this taller, this is smaller. So these are the assessment metrology. So in order to harmonize metrology activity all over the world, so world community started this meter convention, and the World Metrology Day is celebrated on May 20th to commemorate the meter convention. So again, this building, understanding the importance of metrology, the King of France, when they were searching some location for the meteorological headquarters, the King of France donated this beautiful building to the world meteorology community. So that's why the importance of meteorology is itself is in telling terms. This particular slide will give you the international structure of meteorology. Whole authorization of the meteorology starts from the three pillars there. One is a general conference of weights and measure, and then international committee of weights and measure, and the headquarter is BIPM. So all this is covered under the diplomatic treaty of the intergovernment organization. They made this treaty in 1980 and 1975, and then this system started. The Journal of Weights and General Conference of Weight Measure receive reports from CIPM to work on accomplished, discuss, examine progress on preparation units, endorse new meteorological determination, decides all major issues, and it meets every 4 years. And the CIPM is the technically looking after all the scientific issues related to consultative committee, various discussion about the reports and reports of the consult committees, discuss work of BIPM under delegate authority of CGPM, issues annual report, and it's generally held every year, CIPM committee. And the status of the member, you can see the downwards, there are 63 members and 39 associate members, and the total all institute altogether is 259 countries have signed this CIPM MRA related to this. CIPM MRA is basically for the global acceptance of our meteorological activities through two major components. One is implementation of ISO 17025 and ISO 10734 for the materials, reference materials. And this way, this CIPM MRA next thing is validation of the measurement capabilities through international comparison with the international community. So this is our regional meteorological organization structure, where we have all the regional meteorological organization interacting with the NMIs, and India as Asia Pacific member of the Asia Pacific Meteorology, as well as BIPM resides by this. This complicated slide is basically the whole gamut of all the committees in APMP and all the committees in CCM. How this, starting from the technical committee downward to the international treaty at the top. So this way, this structure is very complicated and but stringent. So it guarantees that your services are absolute in acceptable level. Regarding different NMIs and their quality infrastructure, if you see the downwards is the national infrastructure. The major pillars you will find that measurement standard, legal metrology, document standard, accreditation, quality system and certification. All these are connected to the international organizations like Meter Convention, OIML, ISO, IEC, ILAC, and IEF. And then downward, you can find our metrological, national metrology. So this economic benefit and social benefits have been talked too much last 2 days. It will take too much time if I read, but I have identified what are the social benefits and what are the economic benefits in this slide. Now, this slide is very important. If you go for any metrological foundation, the 3 S are very, very important: science and technology, seamless trade, and standards. Similarly, for the sensors, we have 3 M, which are very, very important. That's the modern manufacturing, metrology, and machine automation. If you go by the left-hand side, metrology is both sides, and the 3S gives you the economic growth, and 3 M are basically for the technological growth. So both together, economic growth and technical growth at the center will accelerate your financial, social, and country's growth, as envisaged and as our Prime Minister deemed for 5 trillion metrology. So this traceability pyramid is also talked about. So I will leave this, but I will say a few lines on this unbroken chain of traceability. If this chain is broken anywhere, your measurement will not be perfect and you cannot ensure quality of your product. So this unbroken chain should be strictly followed. This slide is, I can start from in 1955, the Lok Sabha resolved that this house is in the opinion that government of India should take necessary steps to introduce uniform weights and measure the country based on metric system. After that, this started and they worked for the metrological system and metrology, legal metrology law. And then government through Legal Metrology Act issued this notification about the NMI of India. And recently this Environment Ministry has issued this notification about the certification scheme of environment monitoring and control devices. One more notification is related to our noise pollution DG generator set, which I have not included here. As building was inaugurated by Pandit Jawaharlal Nehru, and last year this was celebrated, this platinum jubilee by inauguration by our Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi ji, several facilities, and these are the dignitaries, directors of our laboratories over the years who have taken forward this esteemed laboratory. Regarding this particular side, CIPM member, NPL became CIPM member in October 1960, and Dr. K.S. Krishnan was elected as the CIPM member in 1958 itself. And the downward is some of our distinguished director which have been part of this CIPM committee. And here you can see Dr. Arup Rai Chaudhary is signing sign when he signed this CIPM Amare, and a little bit historical point of view. Particular slide is basically for the what NPL does for the industry. So this I will certainly would like to read. It represents country in CGPM, BIPM, OML, Consultative Committee, Technical Committee, APMP, ISO, ILAC, etc. Signatory of Meter Convention and CIPM, MRA, defining the realization of SI units, establish primary and secondary standard and BND and CRMs, participation in international comparison and implementation of effective quality management system, register and publish CMC in BIP KCDB, providing traceability through established standards and BND of reference materials, organizing meetings, seminar, workshop, that's why we are here, dissemination of standards through training, lecture, practical demonstration. Dr. Reena has elaborated in detail morning session, organizing PT programs, case studies, inter-laboratory comparisons, provide advice to the government, stakeholders, clients, and customer, and provide experts in national and international committees, bodies. And now recently we have also been part of the certification scheme in environment, and many more coming. So this is the major role NPL is playing in country's growth. 6 division, all the activities are implemented through 6 division, and then we have interface of subdivision, CFCT, ILG, PME, and HRD group, providing information and other services to the customer, and they are the interface basically to interact with the customer. And now our vision and mission is clearly visible, and we have different cluster sectors where we can participate in a meteorological activity, and our clientele base is huge. There are several subdivision under 6 divisions which are taking part for the specific parameter, and by these parameters you can see the green line is shown the subdivision having CMC as per ISO 17025, and the orange line you can see the subdivision as per ISO 17025 and also 17034. So different subdivisions are covered for the different specific parameter each scientist are taking part. So our services are, you can ensure that services given by NPL are absolute. This is technical that we maintain 7 SI units, and recently these 4 units are redefined. And if you see the global compatibility, this particular slide, this major slide give you that we have the 236 CMC in a different key comparison, and now 104 we have already planned. And but if you see the international scenario of key comparison, we have already participated in 182 key comparison, which includes 52 of the BARC. So these comparisons are assurance that our measurement capability are internationally compatible. Regarding the CMC, we have to capture this slide. This particular slide is for this CMCs which we are lacking in chemistry and this nuclear radiation. So we are going for the this time with MOU BARC for the quality system, and CMC for the BRC, and our colleagues also have participated in chemistry, many key comparisons, and now they are also working for the registering CMCs. Final two slides I will show. This is what I was starting. I had started from the beginning, the significance of NPL services, why we should take services from NPL, because these are globally accepted, international compatible measurement capability 236. And to control manufacturing process and guarantee quality of products, there is a need to align instrument to reference standard and ensure measurement traceability. Measurement data has to be consistent so that it is meaningful and can be compared by making measurements that are traceable to SI units. To ensure the component and finished product most regularly requirement documentary standard specification, reduce false positive and false negative results, which yesterday was highlighted. Possible services from NPLR testing and calibration services, testing in metrology and quality management system of laboratory, need-based consultancy services. One of our colleagues has inquired about. Yes, we can provide need-based services to industry and provide solutions. About the development of measurement method, techniques, devices, accreditation process, standards, and setting up laboratories. To develop and deploy appropriate meteorological methods and these are the parameters I have listed for the services: mass, volume, density, viscosity, length, diameter, angle, form, geometry, nanometrology, temperature, humidity, moisture, physico-mechanical parameter. Then we have the electrical parameter, LFHF, current, microwave frequency, and so on. All these facility with the utmost measurement uncertainty. Time stamping and time and frequency standards because NPL is timekeeper of India. Environment, emission control and monitoring device, Bharatiya Nirdeshak Dravya and Indian reference material, and also calibration facilities for solar systems. This slide will give you the number of calibration services registered with our calibration charge of 660 calibration charge and testing of 90 at NPL website. You can take services of these. And for the MSME, you can see recently we have provided several services to MSME Calcutta, Mumbai, IDMI, then New Delhi, MSME, Ministry of Micro Small Enterprises in these different parameters listed here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for your very informative talk. Sir, please wait on the stage only. I would like to invite Dr. Shemendra Sharma, Chief Scientist, CSIR NPL. He is also the head of organizing committee, to felicitate our respected Dr. Sanjay Yadav, sir, with the commemorative stamp and the compendium, which was released yesterday on the special occasion of 75th Foundation Day of CSIR National Physical Laboratory. Please give a big round of applause to our respected sir. Thank you so much, sir, for giving us a broad idea of what metrology is in our day-to-day life. I'm sure all of our MSME participants will get some benefits from your talk. And I would request all the MSME participants who are here in auditorium as well as who have joined us on the online platform to please note down your questions or queries or whatever doubts you have so that we can have them in the panel discussion session. Now, I would like to invite on dais Dr. YP Singh from Fair Labs, Gurgaon. I would like to mention here that he is also an ex-chief scientist of CSIR NPL. Please give a big round of applause to Dr. YP Singh. We welcome you all on behalf of CSIR NPL. Please, sir.
Good afternoon, everybody. It is Dr. Y.P. Singh from Fair Labs. Fair Labs is one of the private laboratory in the private sector. And the word fair comes from food analysis and research empowerment. And then this word remained the name of the laboratory. In fact, I was from NPL, retired from temperature area. I was head of the temperature standards. And then when I came in contact with this laboratory people, they told me that we are going to set up a laboratory which should be next to NPL. And then we started thinking about the temperature laboratory there. And we established, because Fair Labs is basically a laboratory in the area of food testing and devoted totally with the food analysis and testing area. But later on, when I associated with this laboratory, then we started with the calibration area as a separate facilities, and then the work started. So let me, because time limit is also there, so I will start my introduction. So this is the management of the laboratory. Mr. Divjendra Mathur is the executive director, who is the owner of the laboratory, along with Chandrasekhar Joshi, who is managing director. So these two people started this laboratory way back in 1999. These are the two the engineering background people. They started this lab, and it grew with time, and it became a very good laboratory in the field of food testing. Dr. Meenakshi is the main person who is associated with the technical work with the all food areas. Myself is related with the calibration area, and I am looking after the total metrological facilities which we have developed in the laboratory. Dr. S.K. Raja is also from one of the defense laboratory. And these, sorry. So these experts are from best laboratory organizations, and they are the expert in their field. Shiv Prasad is head technical area, and he's from ERTL. Dr. D.D. Rao is head radiology from BARC. So we have a good team of consultants to upgrade this laboratory and to have the good facilities in the lab. Normally, this is the trend of the overall structure of the lab: scientists, then test and calibration engineers, technical person, BD managers, because they have to bring the work to the lab, administrative staff, consultant, and all. The total strength is more than 300, although it is written 265. Then what is the strength of this lab? We have the strong engineering capability. Highly qualified staff is inducted, exploring uncharted territories where new areas are to be associated with. We have a promoter team involvement, team spirit is always there, and strong opportunities for career growth. And the important thing is we satisfy our clients. So satisfied clientele is one of the important tasks. Our services are in the area of analytical testing and all food materials, whatever you need. Consultancy and training, research and development of manpower by inducting fresher graduates, whether they are BTech or MTech. And we also have the solution for challenging assignments from the industries or from any users who want to have. So FAIR Labs basically has these main activities. Food area is one of the biggest area, food analysis, research, and testing. Then we have metrology, which includes calibration and research. Proficiency testing is another important area which FAIR Lab is doing. Training activities. And recently we have started reference material production. And we have a MOU with NPL with some of the reference material to be produced at FAIR Lab. And then turnkey projects if something is coming from various organizations to develop. FAIR Lab is accredited as per 17025, ISO IC 17025, 2005 in 2018, and now 2017 by NABL. It is accredited PT provider as per ISO IC 17023, 2010 in September 19. It is an approved national referral laboratory by FSSAI, Food Safety and Standards Authority of India. It is recognized by Bureau of Indian Standards, recognition by CSIR as an independent R&D organization, laboratory. It is also recognized by Atomic Energy Board, AERB, recognition by CPCB and all state pollution control boards. And we have the development of RMP as per ISO IC 17034, 2016 international standard, which is in the process. So this is the laboratory, which is having the unit 1 and which totally involves in the food testing and research analysis. And you can see that you name any food analysis or research or testing, it has the food, water, oil, microbiology, chemical biology, biotechnic, technology, or any kind of food related testing is there. And almost more than 35,000 parameters are tested in the food areas. So it is already well-established laboratory in the area of food. And now started in the calibration area, which also includes some of the mechanical testing, radiological testing, chemical testing, and proficiency testing, RMP activities, training activities in this new building, which is near IFCO Chowk, Gurgaon. This is unit 2, and it has these facilities. Now, FAIR Labs, as far as the calibration and metrology is concerned, we have these 4 verticals: thermal metrology, electrotechnical, mechanical, and fluid flow. This we have just started. So in the thermal metrology, we have all kinds of contact and non-contact measurements through SPRT, RTDs, LIGT, thermocouples, infrared radiation thermometers, and thermohygrometers. Electrotechnical also, we have all AC/DC voltage, current, resistance, frequency, and all electrical parameters. In mechanical also, we have mass, volume, density, viscosity, pressure, acceleration, speed, etc. And fluid flow is also started with few facilities. So in thermal metrology, basically, because this has been my area, so we have done our best to have the NPL facilities to be utilized at FAIR Labs, so that the best facilities in the area of thermal measurement would be provided, and they are to be used by all industries and laboratories. So you can see that we have the fixed points, calibration as per International Temperature Scale of 1990. We have these fixed points recently established in the lab. It is also accredited, and the auditor itself from NPL, Dr. Sivagan came, and he audited the laboratory with the full-fledged facilities in the area. And these facilities are similar to NPL because we have done that we should have the laboratory which can utilize the NPL facility in a broader sense. We have platinum resistance thermometry, RTDs, thermocouples, IR thermometry, radiations, clinical measurements, and all kinds of temperature related facilities. You can name any instrument. I think we can do it, and there is every facility available in FAIR Labs. If we have the fixed points, we have boiling point of liquid nitrogen. Of course, this is a secondary point, as usual is also done at NPL. And we have these fixed points with their CMCs recently. And they are used for precision kinds of SPRTs traceable to NPL. This is our triple point of water primary standards that is realized in the laboratory. Then we have the the triple point of water as a practical way. Gallium. Then we have tin point, zinc point, aluminum. And then after these fixed points, then they are utilized in the laboratory by comparison. So we have the comparison calibration also. Just like these LIGTs, we have the alcohol, water, and silicon baths. And so we have thermocouple thermometry is again another area of high temperature. And we have the full facility from 0 to 1200. And now we have established up to 1600 degrees C. This is the 1600 degrees C facility. And we have the carbonite Werder's furnace recently established in the laboratory. And we have the CMC at 1600 degrees C at 1.5. Now, entering in the radiation area, we have the infrared radiation thermometry starting from -15 degrees Celsius to 3000. This is the sources. We have fluke sources for -15 to 500. Then this is the facility for calibration of IR thermometers traceable to NPL. Then we have these facilities for we tried to have the IR thermometers for medical purposes. This is up to 1500 degrees C for IR thermometers coming from industries and laboratories. And this is the source and calibration for 3000 degrees, 600 to 3000 degrees. And our CMC is 1.5 to 4.3, which is traceable to NPL. And these all IR thermometers are being calibrated at FAIR Labs from last more than 2 years. This is the humidity facility using this fluke humidity generator, 10% to 95% and 10 degrees to 50 degrees C. Again, this is traceable to NPL. And these are the facilities in the area of overall facilities that we have in the area of temperature, including all kinds of fixed points and standards. These are the number of, the instrument that can be calibrated at FAIR Labs. In mechanical metrology, we also have the mass calibration, and you can see that there are different kinds of, E1, E2 classes and other coarser classes with the different CMCs. Then we have the balances in the area of mass measurements, all even class 2, MM class balances in their different ranges and CMC. Then in the area of this viscosity, we have the viscosity parameters, including all different ranges and their CMCs there. Then we have the density hydrometers in the area of density and volume also we have. So in the area of volume, we have 1 microliter to as high as 10 milliliter in the lower range. And in the higher range, where the high capacity tanks are calibrated, 20 kiloliter to 6,500 kiloliter. This is the specialized facility where the large, capacity tanks are calibrated. And Fairlab is the only laboratory which is accredited as per NABL. Because there are laboratories, but they are not accredited in the area of, and this is totally a non-contact ways of measurement of volume using the total station. This is one of the device used for this measurement. In the other area of mechanical measurements, for example, airflow, we have the airflow rate, and then top loading calibrator, air velocity for calibration of anemometer. We have this facility, and accordingly the CMC is there. Then in the area of tachometer, we have contact and non-contact both ways in different ranges, and they are used for calibration from laboratories, users, industries, so and so forth. Calibration of sound level meter is also at 2 different decibels with CMC of 0.27%. In the area of pressure, we are just starting, and we think that this area is to be upgraded. Although range is from 0 to 700 bar, but CMC is not very precise. And this is the area where we will be thinking in the next year to expand this facility to the highest level. So in this way, you can have that in the area of mechanical areas, we have the calibration of even E2 level of weights, enhancement of CMC, additional fluid flow activity was added here. Then high precision viscosity bath was also included to have better facilities. High capacity volume of tanks calibration, this is one of the unique facility here. In the area of electrotechnical metrology laboratory, also this was expanded with the new equipments to provide all kinds of electrical parameters, including AC/DC voltage, current, frequencies, high current also. These are the different various devices you can see. We have this GPS-based rubidium frequency standard for frequencies from 0.1 megahertz to 10 megahertz. Then DC primary standards, we have model 734. All equipments are established from Fluke to have the best facilities in the laboratory, and these equipments will be traceable to NPL because at the present time it is traceable to NIST. Few equipments are from NIST and few are from Fluke laboratory. But in the after that 1 year, then they will be traceable to NPL. So these are the various facilities in the lab for current transformer up to 2,400 ampere. Of course, this facility goes to 6,000 ampere. Then we have these different, in the all electrotechnical area, wherever the equipments and calibration requirements is there. DC standard, reference standards. Then we have process calibrator. That means the calibration of calibrator is also there, and we have set up this facility for Fairlabs. This is another, this is a facility for high current measurements where these coils are available up to 6,000 ampere. And in this way, in the electrotechnical area, we have the multifunction calibrators to calibrate 8.5 digit dBm, and all facilities in the area of electrotechnical. Now we are also a PT provider as per standard ISO IC 17043/2010, and it is accredited facility by NABL as per this standard. And basically we are this PT provider in the area of food testing analysis. They are doing their PT separately, but in metrology and calibration, we have thermal and mechanical calibration, where we are providing the PT, proficiency testing in the area of RTDs, LIGT, thermocouples, IR, hygrometer, and then mass, volume, density, viscosity. They are the accredited parameters. The yellow mark is that we have processed, and in the next year, this facility will also be accredited And then PT will be provided to all NABL accredited laboratories in these complete area of metrology. Presently, we have, in the last 1 year, we have 20 PT in thermal, including all these devices, and 20 PT in mechanical, including mass, volume, density, and viscosity. And these 3 plus 5 PT we have processed for new parameters, which will be audited in the next year. So this is what we have in the area of proficiency testing. As you know, these are the status of FAIR Labs in terms of accreditation status. We have first accredited in 2005 as per SOIC 17025/2005 in June 2018 to 21. And then we have been accredited again as per 2017. And now this laboratory is accredited up to 2023. Then proficiency testing facility is also accredited from 2019 to 2021, and it is extended up to 2022. So next, this year we will be going for accreditation in the food testing, this PT area. And then this will be extended further. And now RMP is another important area that FAIR Lab is started. It is as per standard ISO IC 17034, and they have gone one round for this accreditation as per this standard. And we have MOU with NPL, as Director Aswal was there, and Dr. Pant, Nahar Singh, and many other people were there to have this view. And this facility is basically upgraded. I don't know it will run or not, but we have a large number of no, it's not coming. We have a large number of this RMP material to be produced at FAIR Labs, and few of them they are having MOU with NPL, and it will be extended if there is a support from NPL. We have a large number of clients coming from both MNCs, because our food laboratory is there, and they have a large number of these international brand of food testing area, and the clients is very large. And because of this, they thought that yes, there should be some calibration laboratory so that we can satisfy the clients in both the areas, in testing also, in calibration also. Otherwise, in calibration, they have to depend on others. So that's why this aim, the new calibration facilities was created. And now we have the full facility to provide these calibration and testing facilities to these international and national clients. So with this, I thank you very much. So these are the metrological facility at FAIR Labs, and I hope, as per this Platinum Jubilee celebrations and the MSME meet, FAIR Labs has also its own task to satisfy the laboratories and have a contributions towards the national growth. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for delivering your talk. We are fortunate enough that you graced this occasion with your presence. I would like to request Dr. Sanjay Yadav, sir, to please felicitate Dr. YP Singh, sir, with the commemorative stamp and the compendium of achievements. Please give a big round of applause to both our experts today. Thank you so much, sir. Now, I would like to invite Shri Neeraj Sharma, Assistant Director, MSME Development Institute, who would be joining us in online mode to deliver his talk. Shri Neeraj Sharma. I request all our participants from MSMEs and all the enterprises that please note down your questions and queries so we can get back to you in the panel discussion session. So we have with us Shri Neeraj Sharma from MSME. Please welcome him. Sir, you can start your talk. And since we are running a little late, so please try to finish it early. Thank you.
Okay. Good afternoon to all of you. Myself, Neeraj Sharma. I am Assistant Director at Ministry of MSME, MSMEDI, Okhla, New Delhi. I've been asked to give a brief presentation about the various schemes of MSMEs. So I'm just sharing my screen. Hope it is visible to all of you. So
Sir,
the first slide is about the classification of.
Hello. So please, on the slideshow, sir, there is a small icon near to the this thing in the bottom, sir, where you zoom your presentation. Are you able to yes, just besides that, yes, click on that.
Yes, I have clicked.
So you have clicked, but the presentation is not coming, sir, in the presentation mode.
Now?
No.
I think there may be some technical.
Sir, you can click on the slideshow option, and then you can start your presentation.
Slideshow option is already working.
Okay. But it is not showing the full screen yet. Okay, sir, you can start your talk. It is visible.
Hello. Now it is
visible, sir.
Yes, sir, it is perfectly fine. You can start.
Okay. So, first of all, about the classification of MSMEs. From 1st July 2020, the definition of MSME has been changed. Now the classification of MSME is based on the investment in plant and machinery and total turnover. I want to make it clear that investment in plant of machinery means the book value in your balance sheet. And the cost of plant and machinery is the machines which are directly involved in the production of in the plant, not the ancillary machines. So for micro enterprises, the investment in plant and machinery is 1 CR and turnover up to 5 CR. In this 5 CR, the turnover of export that is done by any micro, small, medium enterprises is not included. That is excluded of the export turnover. This is the only domestic turnover that is considered while framing the definition of MSMEs. Now, for small enterprises, the investment is between 1 to 10 CR and turnover should not exceed 50 CR. It should be between 5 to 50 CR. And for medium enterprises, the investment in plant and machinery is between 10 to 50 CR and turnover that should not increase from 20 to 50 CR. So this is the definition of MSME. Is one important thing that from 1st August 2021, retailers and wholesalers are also included in the ambit of MSME. But I want to make it clear that only the primary sector lending benefits will be extended to the retail and wholesale sector units. All the subsidy related and other schemes related benefits will be extended only to the manufacturing or service enterprises. Now, how to get the MSME registration? Now, prior to 1st July 2020, the MSME registration was called Udyog Aadhaar. Now it is Udyam registration. It is totally free of cost. Any MSME can directly go to the website udyamregistration.gov.in to get their MSME registration, and it is totally free of cost. There are various fake websites which may charge some amount from you, so beware of such kind of fake websites. MSME registration is totally free of cost. Earlier it was valid up to 30th June 2021, which was later extended to 31st December 2021. But now any MSME unit which is having Udyog Aadhaar, mandatorily they have to migrate to the Udyam registration. Udyog Aadhaar is not valid from 1st January 2022. Now, main schemes of MSME, we do various training and motivation campaigns. We prepare project profile for prospective enterprises. Then the various financial schemes like Mudra, Pradhan Mantri Employment Generation Program, which is basically for first generation entrepreneur who want to start his business. A loan up to 25 lakh rupees may be given with a subsidy up to 35% for SC/ST women entrepreneur and 25% to the general candidates. Now, the other schemes are for the prospective enterprises like Stand Up, in which financial assistance up to 1 CR is given to the SC/ST and women entrepreneur. Every branch of any bank has been given a target to support at least one means micro small unit which belongs to SC/ST or women entrepreneur to give benefit under this stand-up schemes. Then incubator schemes. This scheme is basically for the development of new products, new innovation for the students as well as for the micro, small, medium enterprises. Under this scheme, a 15 lakh rupees for one project is given, and after the successful prototype development for commercialization, 1 CR funding is provided under incubator scheme. Now, other schemes for existing enterprises, finance scheme, CGT, MSC, Credit Guarantee Trust for micro, small enterprises. Under this scheme, a loan up to 2 CR is provided to the micro, small enterprises. Particularly in this scheme, because micro, small enterprises cannot provide collateral. So Ministry of MSME provide collateral guarantee for them. For a loan up to 5 lakh rupees, 85% guarantee is given by the MSME. From 5 lakh to 50 lakh, 75%. And between 50 lakh to 2 CR, 50% collateral guarantee is given by the MSME department, and rest has to be borne by the promoter of that company. So CGT MSC can be availed by the new enterprises, the person who want to start his new venture, or the existing enterprises who want to upgrade their existing infrastructure. The second scheme is CLCSS, Credit Linked Capital Subsidy Scheme. This scheme is under, at the moment, this scheme is freezed, but under this scheme, a 15% subsidy is provided for new machines that any MSME is going to purchase. But at the moment, this scheme is freeze. This scheme will be relaunched very soon. Now, other scheme is Design Clinic scheme. If any micro, small enterprises, if they want to develop new product, new technology, and if they require the help of consultant, then under this scheme, Design Clinic, a financial assistance from 50 lakh to 40 lakh rupees is given to the micro, small enterprises to develop their products. And if the number of group is between more than 3, then it can be up to 40. And if it is below than 3, then up to 15 lakh rupees assistance is provided under Design Clinic scheme. Then we have Procurement and Marketing Support scheme. If any micro, small enterprises participate in any fair, then Ministry of MSME provide reimbursement for participation in that fair. If the fare is in A class city, then reimbursement up to 1.5 lakh is given. If it is under B class city, it is 1 lakh, and under C class city, the reimbursement up to means 80,000 plus 25,000 contingency charges is reimbursed under this scheme. Now we have delayed payment. Any enterprise, because micro small enterprises, the working capital is very short. If they have given some order to some big company or some private agency, if they fail to give their payment within 45 days of receiving the goods, then they can file their complaint on Samadhan portal. In each state, an MSCFC, Micro Small Enterprises Facilitation Council, has been started, which will take up the matter with the concerned agency, CPSU. And first of all, they will try to resolve the issue amicably. If it is not possible, then an arbitrator is recruited by the MSCFC to fight the case of the micro small enterprises to get their payment back from the agency. Then we have lean manufacturing scheme. Under this scheme, because everyday micro small enterprises cannot afford an consultant, international consultant, for the implementation of lean, reducing waste and adopting various tools of lean manufacturing. So Ministry of MSME pays 80% of consultant charges that will come to their company, the MSC unit, for 18 months, and resolve all the issues, their defects, timely delivery, and implement all the lean tools in their factory. And the only 20% of that consultant charges will be has to be paid by the micro small enterprises. This scheme is basically implemented in the form of cluster. The cluster size can be up to 4 to 10 units. This scheme is being relaunched, means some guideline has been revised, and soon this scheme will be relaunched with the revised guidelines. Then we have cluster development program, CFC, and IID project. If there is any cluster of of micro small units producing same kind of products, and if the cost of machine that they want to procure is very costly, then Ministry of MSME can undertake a project of up to 20 CR, in which 90% of cost, that is up to 18 crore, assistance will be given by the Ministry of MSME, and a type of infrastructure is developed where the micro or small enterprises can come, and in the CFC, Common Facility Center, they can avail the facility available at the CFC at the minimal cost. Then another component under this scheme is IID, Industrial Infrastructure Development. This scheme is basically for the development of infrastructure of the industrial area. In this, financial assistance up to for the project cost up to 10 CR, 70% will be given by the Ministry of MSME, and 30% will be given by the implementing agency. That can be, in case of Delhi, we are currently running 8 IID projects in various industrial area of Delhi. Here 70% assistance is given by the Ministry of MSME, that is 7 CR, and 3 CR by the DSIIDC to develop various facility like civil, electricity, civil work, etc. So this is the cluster development program of Ministry of MSME, and it is the flag scheme of MSME and being appreciated by the all states span over India by the state governments. Incubation scheme, I already told you, we have the incubation scheme wherein for a single project 15 lakh is given for the development of prototype, and after the prototype development for commercialization, 1 CR fund is given under the incubation scheme. Then intellectual property protection, that is IPR scheme. Under this scheme, for getting a patent, international patent, even for the getting trademark also, a reimbursement is provided. Then next scheme is JED, zero defect, zero effect. Now this scheme is the first domestic quality certification that is developed by the Ministry of MSME. This scheme is being relaunched, and various benefits has been associated with this scheme, JED. That is public procurement. If you get some certification, that is also reimbursed under this JED scheme. Various testing charges, these are reimbursement being also considered under this JED scheme. The next is international cooperation scheme. Under this scheme, a reimbursement up to 3.5 lakh rupees for participation in international fair is being considered. Apart from this, two other components like reimbursement of RCMC charges and reimbursement of freight charges up to the port is being considered at the moment. So, and soon it will be launched. Now, whatever scheme I have discussed with you, you can go through the common portal, that is my.msme.gov.in. You can apply online for all these schemes. This is the common portal which has been developed for the all schemes, online application of all the schemes of the Office of DCMSME. Now, ECLGS scheme, Emergency Credit Line Guarantee Scheme, as you all know that the ECLGS scheme has been started, ECLGS 1.0, 2.0, 3.0, and now 4.0 also, wherein 20% in ECLGS 1, 20% of outstanding loan as on 29th Feb 2020 has been enhanced. Their credit limit has been enhanced up to 20% in ECLGS, and in ECLGS 4.0 this limit has been increased to 40%. So those MSME who has already availed it, well and good, and those who has not availed, they can approach any bank where they have their outstanding SCC limit to get the benefit under this scheme. Lean scheme, already this is the detailed version because time is short, so I have already explained you about the lean manufacturing scheme. I already told you. So you can see the changes before and after implementation of the lean scheme. Before everything was in haphazard manner, and after implementation of lean tool, you can see the layout of the factory. These are the few examples. Now, design clinic scheme, I already told you, between 15 to 40 lakh reimbursement is given. Now, student design project may be also considered under design clinic scheme. Under a student project, 75% of expenses up to 1.5 lakh rupees for final year student is given, and 25% will be shared by the MSc unit for which the student has undertaken the their final year project. So these are the various design clinic products that has been developed under this scheme. IPR scheme, I already told you, various reimbursement is there for getting a patent. 1 lakh rupees reimbursement is there for international, 5 lakh rupees. Geographical indication, 2 lakh rupees. Trademark, 10 lakh rupees. 10,000 rupees. And under this scheme, IP Facilitation Center has been also started for helping the MSc unit to file their patents, trademarks, GIs, etc. Business incubation scheme, I already explained you. Seed funding is also provided for 1 CR. And for developing new project prototype development, 15 lakh rupees per idea is provided. Procurement and marketing support scheme, that is already explained by me. For A class city, 1.5 lakh rupees, B class, 1 lakh rupees, and C class, 80,000 rupees is given. And contingency again, 25,000. That include the travel charges, marketing charges, etc. So under these are the same. The second component under PMS scheme is packaging technique. Under this scheme, for the green projects, green packaging, 1.5 lakh rupees is given, and for normal packaging, 1 lakh rupees is there. For SC/ST, 100% reimbursement provision is there, but for SC/ST, 100% reimbursement provision is there, And for general, the reimbursement is only up to 80% of the actual expenditure incurred by the MSc unit. Now, under this scheme, marketing hubs can be developed. That is obviously the state government area that they can act upon, wherein for developing new facility, 50 lakh rupees per heart, and for upgradation, 20 lakh rupees per heart, or actual, whichever is less, is given as a financial assistance from the MSME department to the state government. So we conduct various vendor development program with various CPSUs, and we also conduct by ourselves also, wherein we call various CPSU to explain what are their requirement and MSCs to exhibit their products. But due to COVID in last 2-3 years, we could only conduct virtual vendor development programs. Now, MSc CDP program, I already detailed you about that. For 20 crore project, 90% assistance may be given by the Ministry of MSME up to 18 CR for development of common facility center. And again, for IRD projects also, 80% in case of micro, small or women enterprises is more than 50%, and 60% assistance will be given where the micro, women, SC, ST, and North Eastern regions units are less than 50%. Again, there is one more provision is there, development of flatted factory. For again, flatted factory development in any state or any district, Ministry of MSME provide an assistance up to 12 CR, 80% of for a project cost of 15 CR to the state government, and this 80% will be for the where micro, women, SC, ST unit are more than 50%, and if it is less, then the subsidy amount or the contribution from the state Ministry of MSME is up to 60%. That is the same part under the MSc CDP. CLCSS, I already told you, it is at the moment it is freezed, but as soon as it will be launched, you may avail the benefit of CLCSS scheme, wherein 15% subsidy is given up to 15 lakh rupees for the total investment of 1 CR for getting new machines or investment if any micro small enterprises invest in new technology. Now we have one more scheme, Sphurti. Sphurti is more or less CDP scheme, but this is basically for the artisan-based, village-based industries, wherein assistance up to 2.5 CR is given by the MSME, wherein number of artisans are up to 500, and if the number of artisans are more than 500, then assistance from the Government of India is up to 5 CR. The implementing agency for the Sphurti schemes are KVIC, Core Board, NIMSME. So any cluster wherein which is artisan based can avail the benefits of Sphurti scheme. The website for Sphurti is www.sphurti.gov.in. So they can directly apply and submit their concept note on this portal. So this is the website, www.dcmsme.gov.in and msmedi.newdelhi.gov.in, where you can see the various schemes of MSME. Apart from this, I already provided you the main portal, that is my.msme.gov.in, wherein all the schemes can be availed through online application. For any details, you can come or visit to our office at Okla. We'll be
Please give a big round of applause for Shri Neeraj Sharma, Assistant Director, MSME Development Institute. Thank you so much, sir, for putting your heart and soul in your talk. I'm sure that all of our MSME participants will get benefit from your talk. And thank you again for showcasing all the important schemes and plans that are being implemented by the government and the Ministry of MSME. Now, before proceeding further for the panel discussion, we have with us representatives from different CSIR labs. So I would be calling and inviting them one by one on the dais so that they can share their technology and whatever work is going on in their respective labs with all of us. So first of all, I would like to call a representative from CSIR, CSIO Chandigarh. We welcome you, sir, on behalf of CSIR NPL. And I will request all of you to please complete your talk in 2 or 3 minutes since we are running behind the schedule. Thank you.
Very pleasant good evening to everyone present over here. Myself, Dr. Ayyappan, Principal Scientist from CSIR, CSIO Chennai Center. So I feel very proud and honored to give a presentation in this CSIR NPL Platinum Jubilee Celebration, MSME Meet. So I have created a room for myself. So instead of MSME Meet, I added Expo also. So we are also taking part as a Expo. So MSME Meet and Expo 2022. So I'm going to give a small presentation which will tell about the very important technologies which plays a major role in each and every field of industries. That's the energy area. So the concept behind this entire the 3 days, whatever celebration we are doing is achieved together. So let me not stop giving a way for learning. So schooling may end, everybody knows that, but learning never ends. We will keep learning. So CSIO, we have a head office at Chandigarh, a very big laboratory, and we have a regional center at CSIO Chennai. Another center is at Delhi. So CSIO Chennai Center, we have 4 wings of operation, one working on the R&D research and development, and we are working on the HRD, human resource development, and energy audit, and we are working on the calibration. So we are basically NABL accredited calibration laboratory working in the southern area. So let me talk about 2 areas of R&D. One is the energy management, another one is the healthcare sector. In the energy management sector, we started developing the basic single phase energy meter. Today, we are landed up to the smart grid systems. So that means smart cities. We talk about the word smart cities. So smart needs a smart people. So now, industry, R&D, and academic institution jointly, we are moving towards the smart cities. So we want to become smart, so we need to monitor whether we are smart. So we need a metering system. So smart metering meant for electricity, gas, and water consumption. And we are involved with developing technologies for energy management system. So this is the evaluation what has taken place in CSIO Chennai Center. So let me talk about 2 important products which have already commercialized by CSIR, CSIO Chennai, and it is being used not only in India, in abroad also. So the performance and condition monitoring system. So let me talk about the first product, the induction motor efficiency monitoring system. This is the world of its first kind, wherein we cannot measure the performance of induction motor. We cannot measure the induction motor efficiency online on site. So this is the first technology which was funded by DST, and we have developed this product. And this is the commercial version of this product. Yeah, Chennai-based company is doing the marketing, and it has got the gold plate certificate from Indian Navy. And Indian Navy has placed 300 orders for fixing this particular unit in the ships, Indian Navy ships. Similarly, for pump efficiency monitoring system, we have developed another technology. This technology is also showcased in our pavilion. So once you are coming for the expo, you can see all the products lively. And this is the induction motor stethoscope. A stethoscope is used for diagnose the human health. Similarly, the motor can be diagnosed using a motor stethoscope. This is another product. And similarly, we are working on the energy management system, one on the Modbus based as well as LawnWorks based energy management system. As a improvement, we have gone with a power quality analyzer. This is another technology. Power quality is very much important. And we are working on building energy management system, BMS systems. So we have a live demonstration at the stall. And these are the components of BMS system. And we have also developed eSense, what we call it as a non-intrusive load monitoring system. Apart from these energy sectors, we are working on healthcare sectors. So 3 products. One is the nano encapsulation. You know, nanoscience is playing a major role. So this particular tool is developed under the funding support from DST. So this is for developing the nano encapsulation of the herbals. So whatever cancer therapy now we are using, so this tablets can be formulated using this nano encapsulation machine. It is completely indigenously developed in India. And this is a nano fiber fabrication facility which we have developed and established at our CSIO Chennai Center. So mainly we are working on developing the bandage using aloe vera, using the nanotechnology. This is a solar power vaccine cooler. So for distributing the vaccines, nowadays polio drops and COVID-19. So we are finding difficulties in transporting the samples, that is the our vaccines. So CSIO Chennai Center has developed a very cute and portable lightweight system, which is easily carryable and solar powered, no freon gas, nothing. So we have developed a solar power vaccine cooler. It has been commercialized through a Pondicherry based company. And Fluoropath, this is the first mission we can say within 36 hours. Normally, we need to go for any diagnosing the diseases. The CSIO has developed a system which can diagnose within 6 hours. 8 types of pathogen can be detected using this. We have a live demo at the stall itself. So we have a calibration and HRD facilities. That's all. So we have a national, that is the NABL accredited calibration facility. And we have a CRTT, that is the Common Research and Technological Development Hub for the renewable energy and electronics. So with this, I conclude. And I thank the director and the organizing committee of this the 75th year Platinum Jubilee Celebration Committee for giving an opportunity, a nice opportunity to interact with you. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I would like to invite a representative from CSIR, CDRI, Lucknow, and from CSIR, Siri Pilani. Please get ready with your matter. And I would request all of you to please bind up your talk in 3 minutes. We are running behind the schedule. Thank you.
Namaskar. Good evening. As I have been told to limit myself, well, the name represents CDRI. It is already clear that we work on very disease and current developments of various drugs. And CDRI has been a record of various drug development in past. And notable ones, if I just recall, are amloxifene, which is known as Saheli or Chaya, which have already been there in the family health program and freely available to the beneficiaries through ASHA and so on. So we have EMAL, which is given for malaria treatment. And recently we have couple of things which is for osteoarthritis and bone fracture healing. These are things which we have. And apart from that, we have very advanced research going on along with the services. So in services point of view, we can have, the formulations, benefits, consultation services for various disease assays. And we have very high equipped self-supported system where we have a lot many equipments available to cater the need of various industries. And we do have various industries in part like Cipla and so on. So we have a lot many platforms available to cater the need of MSc, including and we would love to have it. And recently we have got development of the hub for various clinical trials, which we have been taking care of it. So we would have a very warm welcome to all of you. If in case you visit to our install, just adjacent to the so-called pavilion. And I wish to, at the end, thank the NPL team for giving this opportunity to speak before you. And I wish the success to this pavilion of CSR Platinum celebration. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, sir. Now I would like to invite a representative from CSIR, Siri Pilani, and after him, CSIR IIM Jammu. Please be ready.
Hello, good evening, one and all. It's my pleasure to be a part of the 75th celebration of NPL New Delhi. And I am Dr. Vijay Chatterjee, representing CSR Siri Pilani. Siri, it's like Central Electronics Engineering Research Institute. And as the name suggests, we are in the field of electronics and allied research. And the legacy, if I can explain, the world's, like India's first black and white TV is from our lab. And moreover, if I fragment the different units that we are working with microwave, semiconductor, and system areas like AI-based system. Microwaves, basically, they are working in different strategic areas, like all types of klystron, magnetron, gyrotron, and other power switches. In semiconductor, all different kind of sensors. If I talk briefly, pressure sensor, temperature sensor, then humidity sensor, pH sensors, and some other sensors. Also, research is going in microfluidic and allied, say flexible sensors also. And we have expertise in developing different kind of sensors. And moreover, in system areas, also we have the very good team of AI and allied research. And CSR Siri has two centers. One is in Chennai, another is in Jaipur. Mostly in Jaipur, like recently we got NABL accreditation as a testing lab also. So we are also testing for solar cells, energy meters, and other things. And moreover, augmentation process is going on. And as this is a very special meet with MSME, like we are also in a process of handholding with different MSMEs. Recently, we have done some kind of homework that how we can help the MSMEs to have an interaction and whether we can be a partner for their growth. So with this platform, I welcome all the attendees of this convention. Like, please visit our website and have a visit to CSR Siri Pilani. We would love to help you and we would love to have you on board with us. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, I would like to invite a representative from CSIR IIM Jammu, and after that, CSIR NML Jamshedpur. Please be ready with your talk.
Good evening, all of you, and thank you for hosting us here for this wonderful event. So I am Dr. Love Sharma from CSIR IIM Jammu. So from our institute name, Indian Institute of Integrative Medicine, our main mission and vision is we work in the area of pharmacology. We work in the area of chemistry, synthetic and medicinal chemistry, fermentation technology. And apart from that, we also have a very good resources in areas of plant biotechnology and agrobiotechnologies. With respect to the MSME requirements and for the micro industries, we have a very good CGMP plant facility for the herbal drugs, phytopharmaceuticals. We also have a very good fermentation facility to provide the fermented products for the pharma industries. Apart from that, we have a drug testing laboratory. So we do a sponsored drug testing for all the kinds of food, water, and pharma components. Apart from that, we also provide core services and sponsored research services for the pharmacology, for the animal house, and for the synthetic chemistry itself. Our recent partnerships have been with respect to the COVID-19 related drugs, for example, synthesis of favipiravir, synthesis of molnupiravir, and we have done a tech transfer for fluoxamine as well. And recently we have partnered with various pharmaceutical companies for the phytopharmaceutical components. And we have a ready technology available for the peptic ulcer management. Apart from that, we have an immunity booster product in our pipeline as well. So I would invite all the MSME industries to visit our website and contact us via email ID director@mmm.res.in, or you can also contact directly to me as well. And I would welcome you all to visit to the our pavilion as well, in the technology pavilion located outside of the Audi. So thanks a lot again, and wishing you a very happy new year.
Thank you so much, sir. May I please call a representative from CSIR NML Jamshedpur, and after him, please CSIR CFTRI Mysore, please be ready.
Good evening, one and all. First of all, congratulations to NPL and thanks to all MSMEs who came different parts of this country amid COVID outbreak. I'm Sudhakar. I'm representing CSR National Metrological Laboratory, Jamshedpur. National Metrological Laboratory, basically we are into metals, materials, and mineral processing research. We have creep laboratory, which is the second largest creep laboratory in Asia, where we do material evaluation, high temperature testing, and all. And then we have micro metallurgical characterization and facilities, and life estimation of products and structures. At the same time, we have NABL accredited analytical chemistry laboratory. Also, we have metal extraction techniques where we have been doing since ages. Recently, we established e-waste extraction of valuable precious metals from electronic waste. Recently, it was inaugurated by DGCSIR. Adding to that, recently we established IP Facilitation Center at NML, which was sponsored by Ministry of MSME, where we provide services like patent filing, copyright, protecting your design or logo of your company. We do it at affordable prices. Recently, it has been established, and I request all to visit our stall. It is nearby Technology Pavilion, and you can contact us at director@nmlindia.org, or else you can visit our website www.nmlindia.org. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Now, I would like to invite a representative from CSIR IIP Dehradun. I know 3 minutes is very less time to talk about the technicalities of any research area, but we cannot adjust it. I would request to please complete it in the given time only. Thank you.
First of all, I want to thank the organizer for giving the opportunity to represent some of the technology of the IIP. We are the Oil and Oil Concern Institute, and our mandate is to cater the technological requirement of the oil industries, whether it is upstream, midstream, or the downstream. And we have also the stall in the technology stall, so you can visit and you are most welcome to come. We are actually now focusing on more on the sustainable fuel. Actually, we are heavily dependent on the crude imports. Out of the 250 million metric ton, almost 200 million metric ton we are importing, and the environmental concerns are also increasing. So sustainable fuels has very good potential for addressing the environmental problems. We are working on the sustainable fuel. First technology we have developed for the biojet fuel. You have all have gone through the media. And this is a very good technology, and we can produce the biojet fuel out of the non-edible vegetable oils. We have used UCO also. And it is a one-step process: deoxygenation, decarbonation, decarboxylation, and reforming. All happens in this first step, and we can produce the biojet fuel along with the green diesel and the green naphtha also. This is the technology, and it is demonstrated in the many forums. Actually, the test flight has happened, and a test flight of the biojet has taken place, and then IAF came to us, and we have done some test flights, 2-3 test flights for the Indian Air Force also. and the product is very compatible with the other internationally available products, and you can see the all the parameters are well within the limits. And we are facing also challenges. And another technology is for the biodiesel. We can produce biodiesel at room temperature only. You take the vegetable oil, you add our recipe, and you just agitate it. Without the heat, you can produce the biodiesel. This is also a good technology, and it can also address the free fatty acids also. So many of the non-edible vegetable oil you can convert into the biodiesel within the room temperature only. Just add our recipe and just agitate it. For addressing the second generation bioethanol production also, we have the technology, and we have identified a yeast that is IIP E453, and it can produce 206 liter ethanol out of 1 ton of the lignocellulosic waste. For addressing the parali issues and this smog also, we have mobile pyroformers. You add this bagasse and all the staple also, and you convert this into the bio oil. So we have mobile pyroformer also, and of course some upgradation is needed for producing the fuel out of this bio oil. We have some desulfurization technique to address the environmental problems. We have patented catalyst that is known as Thorax ES catalyst. It can desulfurize most of the petroleum products like LPG or kerosene or diesel. So it is commercialized in most of the refineries, and it is the first technology that we are giving to the Saudi Aramco also. Another technology, good technology that can address the environmental problem of the littering of the waste plastics. We can convert into the fuels. Actually, it comes out from the mineral oils. By the polymerization of ethylene and propylene, we produce the polyethylene or polypropylene. So reverse process depolymerization can also be done. If you could be able to do the selective depolymerization up to the C14 chain, you can produce the diesel. If you could be able to selectively depolymerize up to the C8, you can produce the gasoline or other products also. So we have produced 3 separate catalysts. You use the catalyst and you can produce gasoline, you can produce diesel with the LPGs. And if you want to produce the solvent, you can do that. So it is also, first we have done the 10 kg batch pilot plant we have set up. Now 1 ton per day plant is also set up in the IIP premises, and we have done the MOUs with some of the NGOs, and they are giving us the waste plastic, and we are converting it into the valuable fuel products. So this is also a good technology we have demonstrated. Along with that, we have in ourselves number of the biodegradable lubricant products. Like we have gear oil also, we have hydraulic oil, we have multi-purpose gear oils also, greases also we have in ourselves for give to the industry. So neat cutting oil also, and along with that we are working for the jaggery makers also. We have designed the jaggery making plant which has the increased efficiency up to 25%. Along with that, we are working on the PNG burner also. Conventional people are using the LPG burners. Instead of that, we have to use the PNG burner that is designed for the PNG. So the increased 25% efficiency could be achieved for that. Thank you, sir, for giving the opportunity.
Thank you so much, sir. I thank all the representatives from all our CSIR labs who became a part of this MSME meet and shared their work and thoughts and technology and the work that is going on in their labs with all of us. Now, before moving towards the panel discussion session, I would request all our participants of MSMEs who are joining us in online mode. If you have any question or query, please write it in the chat box, and one of us will ask the question on your behalf. And now I would request all our panelists to please come on the stage. Dr. Pankaj Goyal from NABL. Ladies and gentlemen, please give a big round of applause to all our panelists. Ms. Parul from Canara Bank. Dr. YP Singh from Fair Labs, Dr. Sanjay Yadav, Chief Scientist, CSIR NPL, Dr. Reena Sharma, Chief Scientist, CSIR NPL, Dr. Nahar Singh, Senior Principal Scientist, NPL. Mr. M.A. Ansari, Senior Principal Scientist from NPL. I would also like to request Dr. Poonam Arora, Principal Scientist, CSIR NPL, and Dr. Girija Moona, Senior Scientist from CSIR NPL, to please moderate this session. I welcome all our panelists in this session.
So good evening, everyone. So this is the session that we decided to put the panelists so that the questions of the MSMEs, like for whom we are organizing this meet, so they can be addressed. And since we had expert talks only in the earlier session, so all the questions I hope you have noted down and you can be taking up. So hopefully you know all the panelists. Some of them have already given the talk in the expert sessions. But I'll just introduce them again. So we start Shri M.A. Ansari ji, he's quality manager here, so he'll be happy to answer your queries. Then we have Dr. Nahar Singh, head of BDG. Then we have Dr. Sanjay Yadav, head of physico-mechanical metrology. We have Dr. Pankaj Goyal from NABL to take your questions. We have Dr. Reena Sharma, head of HRD at NPL, and we have Ms. Parul from Canara Bank. So we have the entire quorum, and what we have decided, we'll start the discussion and initiate on a certain topic which we feel is relevant. And then after discussing the certain topic, we'll come back to the audience sitting here. They can be asking their questions. And those on the online who have joined, they can be writing their questions in the chat box, and one of our colleagues will help us to take up your questions. So after each topic, let's say we can have maximum 5 questions. So I think without any delay, we can begin. So I ask my colleague, Dr. Girija, to start asking whether we can start the discussion on the topic.
A very good evening to all of you. We welcome you to the panel discussion of this MSME meet. So the first topic of discussion is like how to help MSME to get to the global market through metrology. So I would like to request Sanjay sir to start the discussion, and then we can move to the rest of the panelists, sir. So over to you.
Thank you. I have already mentioned in my talk in details how the NPL services are premium services. So when you take services from NPL, whether it is calibration, testing, technology, even for our outreach program, our HRD services training program. So those services are very premium services, and using those facilities, you can best assure that your quality will be competitive globally, and those products will not be have any trade barriers in between, because all facilities are traceable through SI units. So in my opinion, one of the major hindrance in trade barriers is that if your services are not traced back to SI units through metrological activities. So keep your all the products traceable to each and every parameters and through unbroken chain. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So in this context, I would now ask Dr. Pankaj Goyal from NABL. So sometimes it happens the products, Indian products are rejected, when they're exported. So how their quality can be improved, or how NABL can help in this regard? Maybe many of the MSMEs will benefit.
Thank you very much, ma'am, for this very, very beautiful and required question at this platform. We see in sometimes consignments are got rejected because of not meeting the requirements as per the national or the international standards. So first of all, whosoever the laboratories are doing the testing for that particular product or particular parameters, they should meet the requirement of importing countries. They should clearly check what exactly the importing countries' requirements are there in terms of their standards, or in terms of the MRL values, or their LOQs or the LODs, whatever it is. So once they have qualified all these values, after that, whether they are having these kind of the facilities, appropriate facilities or not. Say an example, if they certain MRL values are there, so whether they could have the capabilities to go down to that particular MRL value or not. If they are not having such kind of the facility, they must establish so that their product rejection will be minimized.
So the point that you want to put across is like they should have the capability. So
They
in
should
this
have the
context, then coming to Ms. Parul, so when they have to increase, their competitiveness and they want to have the facilities, in that context, they will have to, be also supported financially. So, does the bank, provide some support for, enhancing their facilities or enhancing their capabilities so that they can be supported?
Yeah, as it has already been discussed earlier, we have various schemes, and all the labs which are providing these facilities are coming under service sector units. So we have special schemes for we give loans to develop loans to the units to develop their plant and machinery. And if there is any day-to-day routine requirement which is not in the terms of plant and machinery, or in the terms of creating fixed assets, for those also we have short-term loans, which can be operated on day-to-day basis. Like you can repay them and then again you can avail them on daily basis, and on so such kind of facilities are there. All the assessment is being done on the present status of the company, present financial structure of the company, and their projections. If some company has an upcoming order of, say testing a bulk order, and they have some urgent requirement for that. So bank have products for those things.
All kinds of facilities.
Yeah.
So then maybe just before ending this question, maybe our quality manager. So Dr. Nahar Singh probably can add. Yeah, sure.
Basically, question क्या है कि how we are going to develop a better product, because for development of any product there are 3 stages. Number 1, idea generation. जब बात होती है idea generation, it can be from industry, it can be from institute, it may be an institute. But whatever idea you have generated, it requires some fabrication, some development. Who will that? It requires some industry. Now you have idea generation, you have industry. But again, on the basis of idea, you have developed some prototype in collaboration with industry. Now, how we are going to say it is working or not working? Then it requires validation. So for validation, you require some metrology institutes or accredited labs who know about the measurement. Because all the 37 laboratories of CSIR, all the laboratories under MSME are measuring something. For measuring, you require some reference, because you are going to certify some value on the basis of the reference value. So most of the reference material were procuring from other countries. So how you are going to say it is a better product? Because in last few years, I want to just detail about our BNT program. Right now we have several MSME industries: Hindustan Petroleum, Bharat Petroleum, Cement Corporation, NCV, and this Mint Mumbai, Jalan and Company, about development of, because they have facilities, they have knowledge, they have industry, but they require further validation from where they get this traceability. So they have joined with hand with the NPL, and they got the accreditation as per 17034 and 17025. And NPL have helped them how to get accreditation for 17025, 34 to make a good product in the form of maybe some BND in liquid, solid, or gas, anything. So on this basis, we have created a market, and we have replaced all the market for 80% of the related market, water, 100% of cement, and more than 90% from petroleum-based products. In the same way, we are using indigenous technology for development of gold reference material also, which we have launched last day. So there are three pillars: industries, some metrology institutes, and some institute like that. So when they will join hand together, on this basis, they can make a good product, as I think. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. I think it's a very valid point, and that is why probably we are meeting here, because we want the MSME ministry and the NMI of the country and also the industry to come together, collaborate, and develop the quality infrastructure of the country. So just before ending this, I would like to have a comment from our quality manager Ansari sir. So when we talk about global market, reaching the product should reach the global markets, the quality becomes an important issue.
Yeah.
That quality assurance, what are the procedures? I mean, what they have to follow?
No, first, I would like to highlight about the CIPM MRA. Like Sanjay sir has already presented in his presentation about the CIPM MRA, which NPL has signed in October 1999. Okay. So this objective of the CIPM MRA. So the first objective of the CIPM MRA is to establish the degree of equivalence of the national standards maintained by the various NMIs. And the second objective is that the mutual recognition of calibration and measurement certificates which are issued by these NMIs, and thereby to provide a secure technical foundation for wider agreements of international trade, commerce, and regulatory matters. Okay. And the process for this is that the NMI, they have to participate in international comparison, which may be a key comparison, an aroma comparison, or supplementary or bilateral comparisons. And also the NMI, they have to follow the quality system, and they have to demonstrate the technical competence. Okay. So as an NMI, so under the CIPM MRA, the NMI, they have to demonstrate this thing, and there are three pathways. So the pathway is the third-party accreditation. The pathway B is the certification to ISO 9001. And the pathway C is the attestation by a team consisting of quality expert and technical experts. So NPLI is following pathway C for this peer review process. And the NMI goes through a very stringent this peer review process. It's a 21-step process, right from beginning from on-site peer review to intra-RMO review and then inter-RMO review. The 6 RMS which already been presented in Sanjay sir's presentation. Okay, so NPLI has undergone the peer review and also already published 236 CMCs. And last year, we have prepared an integrated quality manual based on ISO IC 17025-2017 and also on ISO 17034-2016. And there are 28 subdivisions of CSR NPL, which are covered under the QMS. And in last 4 or 5 years, many activities, they have implemented quality system. Some of them like biomedical metrology section, photovoltaic metrology section, advanced carbon metrology section, and so on. So, I mean, in near future, we'll be going for technical peer review and likely to add 100 more CMCs. So this NPLI, they are providing the apex level calibration and testing facilities and also BNDs. So like many MSMEs, they are already taking the calibration and testing services from NPLI, CSR NPL. Okay. So, and some other MSME, they are indirectly taking like through the accredited, NABL accredited labs and so on. So these MSME, they need to emphasize on the importance of metrology in their manufacturing process, because this accurate and precise measurement, which are traceable to SI units, I mean, is the key for the quality product. And if you have a quality product, you will get a market, both local as well as the global. So you focus more on this and for
Very well
the
said,
growth
sir.
of MSME.
So all the
and
pillars
economic
of
growth
the
nation.
quality infrastructure, they have to be strengthened. And being an NMI, we have to strengthen ourselves. We have to be competitive enough, to ensure that the quality reaches the global markets. Then, so I think
Ashok sir,
May I-
Sagar sir,
may I-
we'll come
may I
back to
come
you,
in on
sir.
this?
Sir,
Yeah.
we will take up your question.
No, I wanted to come in on this discussion that's going on.
Please, sir, go ahead, please.
Yeah. You see, the thing is that the question was that how does metrology help MSMEs to export? Let me come back to the basics of that. You see, the basics are that unfortunately, when you are going to an international market as an unknown MSME, your credibility is at stake. I think all of us know that many times the sample which you submit for approval is a specially made product and the buyer is aware of it. And there is credibility of some parties and there's lack of credibility of certain parties. And we in India about 10 years ago were very much in the lack of credibility area. Since then, we have improved our credibility and buyers are prepared to accept us. But at the end of it, when we submit our documentation and a certification, the question is that what is the credibility of the certifying agency? And that is where CSIR and NPL and NABL comes in. In domestic market, as we know, the report is required from an NABL accredited laboratory. Now, similarly, when you extend it to the international field, I think there must be awareness that there is this thing called ILAC, International Laboratory Accreditation Convention, ILAC, of which we are a member through NPL and other bodies, which I may be wrong in that. But the point is that if you can claim that the laboratory which you are giving a report from is covered under the ILAC convention, your buyer in the other country has a lot more confidence in the certification which you have given. And you can argue that this certificate may not be from your country, but under ILAC, you should accept my certification from my lab, which is accredited to ILAC through NABL and so on and so forth. And that is the way in which the metrology system, which we are talking about today, is a great assistance in creating your credibility and having your product accepted in other countries who may not have any idea of your company and your own capability, nor are they in a position to send somebody for vendor evaluation of your small purchase order to India. So this is the value of having good metrology systems in place, certified and traceable throughout the global system.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much for your valuable comment. Sir, Sanjay, sir.
I was adding a little bit what Ansari ji has pointed out regarding also Mr. Ashok has raised the credibility. You can do whatever work, your facilities are good, you have done excellent job, everything you have done. The people will raise the question. Example I can give, even people ask why NPL is not NABL accredited. So this question is very, very frequently asked to us, that why NPL is not NABL accredited. So let me clarify here very clearly that if you go by, Mr. Ansari has given you 3 pathways for achieving the quality system at international level. And NPL has taken as NMI as a peer review system, and the peer review system guarantees that your measurements are perfectly fine. And if you go the annexure in ISO 17025 at the end, annexure 2, if I'm wrong, annexure 2, there it is clearly specified. And I request even to NABL to educate, we are also educating, NABL can also educate their customer, NMS, and especially MSME, that the facilities covered under PU are internationally acceptable. And for those NMI, this accreditation from the accredited agency is not mandatory, because they are already covered through the whole system of quality system as well as key comparison.
Okay.
That's what I want.
So I think we got a good insight into it. So we can quickly switch to the audience. If anybody in the audience has a question, else we can take the questions from our MSME participants who join online. I suppose they have put up the question on chat. Can we have those questions, please?
Manish has a question, right?
There is one question from some registered participants that the service lab registered in Udyam, the turnover is minimum, very minimum due to COVID-19. The lab is accredited under NABL. Can it get any assistance from MSME as working capital?
So, anybody? Yeah, please.
Yeah, regarding working capital facility, whatever is the turnover of a unit, basically the testing labs, their working capital requirement is for day-to-day expenses, like for keeping up the stock, and if somebody has unrealized receivables. So if a lab has unrealized receivables, they can apply for working capital limit, and that can be sanctioned. Whereas regarding stocks, so I doubt that lab hosts any stock in their labs, maybe some chemicals or something which are being used for test purposes, and if they have good shelf life, those can be considered to be financed in the working capital limit. So these are the two things, basic things, which is required to give working capital loans. So if any lab has both of them or any one of them, they can be financed with working capital limits.
Thank you, Ms. Maru. Right now, I think I think Mr. Neeraj Sharma from Ministry of MSME, he had pointed out some of such things, and probably one can look at the MSME website, and probably the questions can be answered from there. Right now, we don't have any panelists from the Ministry of MSME, but we can move on to the next question then. Manish, do we have another question? So no question from the audience. There's one question from the audience.
Yeah, I'm Shanmugam from CSIR NAL Bangalore. I'm from aerospace industry. But the question for MSME is very clear that, okay, morning also I mentioned about the quality standards, about mill standards. Now, most of the MSME are not coming forward, because one of the things which I wanted to quote is, like when I visited Korea, if you're aerospace, if you look at Korea or Japan, so they have converted their, automotive industries to aerospace industries. I mean the standard, what you have the local standard to international standard. That's the military standards. So I can put the question. Some of the MSME can think of to bring it to the mill standard. I mean, make in India concept.
So you mean to say that MSMEs are hesitant to come forward and
Yeah,
help?
that is, I know
So,
that. Even that's what, no, one of the, for example, yeah.
Dr. Reena Sharma probably can answer.
Yeah, that's a very good suggestion. Morning also I heard that. The thing is, you remember even in automotive industry, initially when Maruti etc. were coming up, the industry was very hesitant to supply to them because of their stringent norms and all. So they took up a vendor development program. They educated their vendors, helped them in metrological services, etc. so they can meet. Similarly, now I think some of us who are into the aerospace industry business have to take up this vendor development programs where we can help them with knowledge so that this fear of stringent norms goes away. Number one.
Yeah, exactly. Fear is the one of.
Fear of norms is there, and that's why I think they are not coming forward. So vendor development program, skill development program will be one thing. And second thing will be, we need to pursue with BIS that mill standard should be adopted as an Indian standard.
Yeah, that's what.
There are two issues to this. I think we, like CSIR NPL and CSIR NAL, are at a position to take up this issue with the BIS. And the second part, we all have to look into that, how to do the vendor development for bringing them up to the aerospace. Your question is very valid. I think this will motivate some of MSMEs to come.
Maybe one of the example I can quote in aircraft, Hansa aircraft, whatever that engine instruments, analog instruments which are there. If you look at it, actually it is a video instrument. It is an automotive instrument only. But at the country at Austria, they certified to the full standard. So we are buying from them. So then the same thing when I gave it to Pricol Instruments of Coimbatore and Siemens. So they asked only simple question, even though they are well settled industry. They said, no, sir, what is your volume? So we cannot, because their automotive industry, if you look at that engine management instrument systems, no, they have a per day 1 lakh instruments goes to the cars, 1 lakh instrument. But if you come to the aero industry, it is 1 or 2. Maybe you may be buying for 5 or 6, unless the product is getting mature. So these are all the factors that then MSME or the particular authority has to look into that in a different angle. How to come across.
I would like to add something. Actually, recently I was making a PPT of the role of MSMEs, how they contribute to the GDP of India. So I recently came to know that in September 2021, Aerospace Engineers Private Limited, a Tamil Nadu-based MSME, they received a contract from Boeing. Yeah, and they manufactured their components for them.
Aeroelastomers.
So,
yeah,
yes.
there are only one friend. I know him since the beginning. I'm also from Tamil Nadu.
So MSMEs are there. They only need to be motivated, I think. Yeah.
He's starting at Osur now.
So it's all about supporting them, and that is why we are here today for this MSME meet. Yeah. So that all the stakeholders, they come together and and strengthen the MSMEs so that the economy also grows.
The person who started now, the Boeing contractor, actually he used to travel with me from Osur to Bangalore to Osur. Actually, he travels by passenger train. I said he has started like a small this one. Today he has got the Boeing contract. I mean that level has been elevated. So like
great, that's the way forward. If we have any more questions from the audience or from the online participants in the chat box, Manish, do we have it? Okay, so then I think we can carry on with our discussion, and we'll again keep the forum open for discussion to take questions from audience. We have another topic which is very relevant, and this is how can we can help MSMEs to build competitiveness, basically technical prowess, so that we can do a capacity building for them. So maybe I can start with Dr. Reena Sharma, because she handles the human resource.
Thank you, Poonam, for asking this. We already sort of touched upon this issue when we were discussing why MSMEs from automotive industry are not upgrading themselves to aeronautical things, aerospace industry. The reason is as I said, fear for meeting the stringent norms or lack of skill to do the measurement at the level which is required there. So to build the competitiveness, we have already talked about capacity building in terms of capital, instruments, etc. But another thing is, even if they buy things, how to build the skill of their people to work on this further thing. We have already been discussing on these issues, and one is that upgradation of skills. CSIR as a whole is doing this big program on integrated skill development program. We have reskilling programs or upgradation of skill programs of the existing manpower. So that is how the competitiveness can be built up. Second is awareness about the norms. Awareness about the norms where they have to compete. Because if they are not aware of what is the specification required to compete. So those awareness programs have to be done. These industries have to come forward to support their manpower to upgrade their skills, because when MSME is hiring people, pay package is sort of affordable pay package. So usually they get ITI diplomas, at the most BTech engineers. So and on the job training they provide them, but some more upskilling about the norms, about the measurements, about the technology is required, and which we are taking up as a challenge to give to the industry. They can contact us. There are many other agencies also who are doing. So competitiveness building is a challenge, and we all have to raise to it.
So maybe we can have a quick comment from Dr. Nahar Singh, because you are also helping with the BND that we are producing in the country. We are having a large set of reference material producers now. So how you are building it up and the capacity building in the in the country so that can contribute to MSMEs?
First of all, firstly, we should know about our quality infrastructure in India. Our quality infrastructure, how it is working. There are 4 pillars. Number 1, BIS. What is the role of BIS? To make the standards. Suppose in which area we don't have any standard, then we ask BIS. If we don't any standard, so what they are doing? They are making copy of others or developing in Indian scenario. Second is QCI, Quality Council of India, accreditation, in which this NABL, NABH comes. So they provide the conformity assessment as per 17034, 17043, or 34. So third is legal metrology, enforcement. And fourth is NPL. What is the role of NPL? To provide the traceability in all the measurements. Because when you are going quality infrastructure, you know all these things, and everything will be within this line. You will know each and everything, what is the requirement for making a good product. I just want to tell you about, because this rice and tea is banned up to 2020 December. We cannot export our rice and tea. And 40,000 crore rupees we have lost from these 2 items only. Just imagine what is the GDP of India. So recently we have developed a program for L&T Foods and asked PT program for all over India. So in future, probably we are going to save our what we are facing this problem right now. Within next year, probably we are going to solve this problem. So because I'm telling once again, because we don't have interaction in the industries. What is the problem? Industry, they know. They are solving their own, but because there is no expertise, so they have to contact somewhere who are the expert of that area. Scientist is doing something, he knows that it may be useful for that or not. It may be utilized for 20 years. But what is the requirement of today? Who is discussing that? Because there is a gap. Scientists decide and industry decide. There is no interaction in between the two. So how you can solve your problems? So it requires some interaction. Then you definitely going to solve your problem. Okay. In last 2-3 years, just several MSME industries, we have asked this FTIR thin films. One Indian scientist have developed this FTIR film in US. And this cost is 1 lakh rupees and hardly maybe cost of 10 to 20 rupees. So one person from Hyderabad contacted NPL. If we want to do this product in India. So we have developed this product in NPL and now we are selling that in only 18,000 rupees. Because firstly you have to generate your demand. What is your demand? On this basis you can contact for expert areas. Otherwise you are doing your own, scientists doing your own. Interaction is required. Because scientists also go to industry and industry has to come to NPL also. So when there will be interaction, definitely we are going to solve the problem in the country. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. So NPL indeed is, doing its best to increase the competitiveness. So Dr. Sanjay Yadav would like to add a quick comment.
As I already mentioned, Dr. Nahar Singh has pointed out about our quality infrastructure of the country, 5 pillars. Let me again reiterate that metrology at the focal theme. And we at CSR NPL have every interference or input to all the committees of BIS, legal metrology, NABL, QCI. So we can put forth your issues to these organizations, and NPL role is greatest among all these. I cannot say that their role is less or, but NPL role is major role at the focal point. So Dr. Nahar Singh clearly pointed out, if you have raised the idea, you have made the product now, and you want to have the standard, you have to write to either to NPL or their organization. If you have written to us, we have approached them for a BIS standard or some standard related to that. So NPL also work for the development of a documentary standard along with the BIS. So that is my point. Even for the legal metrology law, we give our input at several committees. In several committees, we are the members, we are the chairman. at the BIS also, and in QCI committees also, and NABL also. Thank you.
So I think NABL can also put some light on it, because NABL also trains at least on quality or on the standard ISO 17025. So how NABL is propagating this?
Yeah, thank you, madam. Already Dr. Sanjay and Dr. Nahar has elaborated a lot of things in this regard. Like in the morning presentation also, I've told that ISO IEC 17025, the main standard actually which NABL is giving the accreditation to testing laboratories. So there are the 5 basic things which works in integrated manner to give the accreditation to any of the testing laboratory. And that comes with the quality structure, that is a quality management system. And apart from that, technical system, including that facilities, including whether it is the environmental facilities or the equipment-based facilities. Second is the personnel must be competent. Third is, of course, metrological traceability. So, and fourth one is the demonstration during the third-party attestation, third-party assessment during the audit. So if any of these 5 pillars, one is failed, then ultimately the laboratory is not getting the accreditation. So these 5 things must be working in coordinated manner in any laboratory seeking the accreditation. And if you want to get your product to be recognized internationally, then you must be aware and you must comply all these 5 things as per the standard of ISO IC 17025 now in the 2017 edition. Apart from that, the strong management system is also required for this. If you do, laboratory will not have the strong management system, definitely the competitiveness for getting your product to be recognized will not happen anymore. So that things should come from the top management itself towards the bottom to that is employee, or ultimately the product which you are going to test, and you are giving the test report to that for compliance to certain standards, whether it is the international standard or it is the Indian standard for the domestic market. So this is my point. And definitely the focal point, the metrological traceability, for which NABL has designed its policy on the basis of the ILAC requirements. That is, we have the certain documents like NABL 142, that is the policy on the metrological traceability, that specifies the requirement of traceability to SI units. Because NMI, our Indian NMI NPL is there, then of course it is in the quality pillars along with the NABL. So I hope whatever the laboratories who are seeking the accreditation, they must fulfill, not should, they must fulfill the requirements of NMI as well as the ILAC and NABL requirements. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. So one quick comment, probably Ansari, if you can put it on, like quality system or quality documentation, ISO 17025 we talked about, but we also have to add like technical progress, so that NABL can do the quality system part, and they're like teaching people, making aware, doing capacity building is going on. So how NPL can contribute?
Yeah, like NPL is organizing training programs in various parameters from time to time. So this MSME, they can attend such training program because like one of the requirement, competent personnel. Okay. So by attending such training program on the required parameters, which they are into, so this competent personnel, then they can implement this thing in their laboratory and can face the assessment or review, I mean, more confidently.
Thank you, sir. So we also have Mr. Ashok Sehgal with us. So, sir, would you like to add a comment to it?
No, nothing very specific. I think it's all been very well put already by NABL and yourselves. I think practically what I sense from the discussion is that CSIR and its various departments have a lot of technology which they are willing to make available. MSMEs need to come forward and contact you to see if you have a solution for us. I think the missing gap here is that we are not sure what are the contact points where the MSME industry can interact with the institutions which are represented here. What is the contact point where one should come up and say, I've got this problem, I'm looking for a solution. Can you come up? It's like a commercial inquiry, and that we want this. Can you offer us something for this? And what would be the cost of doing it? And then that would facilitate the conversation between industry and academia or scientists like yourselves. But we need to have a clearly identified contact point. And it would be good if that contact point would be on your website with areas of expertise as well as the geographically nearby points where one could make those contacts. I think that would facilitate the kind of dialogue which we are having in part today, but which needs to be brought to actual development on the ground. Thank you.
Yeah, so I think that is the point. He has identified the gap. So there's a gap, like how can they establish the contact, how can they come and approach. So maybe Dr. Reena Sharma would like to add one comment, because we are also running some training programs.
Each of CSR lab has a industrial license cell. In our case, we call this business development group. And similarly, one can visit those websites. And CSR is also aware of this fact that we have different labs which are showcasing their technology, and their contact points are available on the website. But they are also, I think, they are working on it, that industry can have a single point, and from there, this will be referred to various labs to whomsoever their problem can be referred to. So that point was in the working, and I think they are coming up with some solution. But till then, all the CSR laboratories have got business development group or industrial license group, as they call it. And there are availability of whatever technologies are available with the lab, and also an email address where one can contact.
So probably one last comment from anybody.
Well, ma'am, with respect to this, how these MSME industries can reach to these focal points of, NMIs and as well as NABL. So, well, like in morning session also, I told that NABL has taken the initiative, and we have done several awareness program for certain MSME units of NSSH Hub, National Scheduled Caste and Scheduled Tribe Hub. And we have given them awareness what exactly is NABL accreditation and how they can authenticate their product by using the NABL services. In fact, some of the, during these sessions, one of the major problem which we come across, that is entrepreneurs, they got tested their product from NABL accredited laboratories or somewhere else, from anywhere else, but they were not sure whether the report they got are authenticated as far as NABL norms are concerned or not. So we have given them the complete illustration about NABL symbol, ILAC symbol, which we are using or which we are authenticating the accredited laboratories to use. So they can judge their own. They can use the NABL websites to verify whether the reports they are getting, they are actually, those laboratories are actually NABL accredited or not for those parameters, particular parameters or specific parameters. So they need not to go anywhere else. They just simply log into, visit to NABL website, and they can verify the scope of accreditation of that particular laboratory. And they can verify the report, whether that is, accurate or not accurate in terms of the accredited parameters. Second thing, we have given our contact addresses also to all these MSME units. They can contact NABL at any moment, and within 24 hours, we have promised to give their, whatever the queries, we will rectify. So this is from the NABL end.
Yeah, well, thank you so much. So now we have a clear point that NPL website, NABL website, these easily can be accessed by the industry, even legal metrology. So industries can get a lot of idea about, what they are offering. And another thing is, like, we need to arrange more such meets so that, we can sit together and discuss on the issues, and we can create more contact points, and we can get to know each other and the problems that MSMEs are facing. So at this point, I would just ask if we have any questions in the chat from the online participants, or anybody in the audience if has any question for the panelists. Please, sir.
Marking, we have to mark every single certificate so that there is back to whoever is issuing that certificate.
Okay, right. That's the right point, sir. So Dr. Reena Sharma, would you like to add?
Sir, with respect to the NABL, accreditation certificate, we are giving a particular certificate number to all accredited laboratories. And we are also, as far as our NABL policy is concerned for using the NABL symbol, that is clearly mentioned in NABL 133, that NABL symbol, it must be accompanied with the certificate number, that is TC so and so so.
Yes,
So
right.
that
See,
with that particular number,
sorry,
anybody can.
sorry to interrupt, but the point here is that we are ingenious people. We can copy certificate and make our own certificate. We can always make a fake certificate. This happens. Right? The only way we can correct or check that out is you put a barcode or some QR code. Which can directly lead to the NABL website, which can lead to legal metrology or NPL website. Then you can directly check that this is actually issue. Right.
Sir, we have already made it mandatory for QR code to all the test report being issued by the accredited laboratory. Already it's under implementation. We have already given the guidance to all the laboratories for doing this.
Yeah, I think
I
that's
think
a very
if I
valid
might,
point because
sorry, could I add something?
Yes,
I think
please.
I think the comment was from the audience was very valid. You see, I think there is a lack of awareness that NABL accreditation is not a laboratory accreditation. You see, there are many laboratories that we are NABL accredited, but it's not well known that an NABL accreditation is for a particular test which that laboratory is authorized to perform. And it is only on the certificate for that particular test that the NABL stamp can be put. Now, this is an awareness which is not very widespread. And so people are missold the concept that we are an NABL laboratory and therefore we can issue a certificate which is valid or not valid. Now, I think adding to the question from the audience, is there a mechanism by which somebody who has a question about the authenticity of that certificate can bring it to the attention of NABL so that NABL can A, authenticate it, and B, further do a quick cross-check and audit of that particular laboratory in case they find that, yes, there is some gray area which needs to be re-examined and perhaps the NABL accreditation is being misprojected by that laboratory.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Very valid question, sir. And like I already told, that NABL website do have the certificate and scope of accreditation of all accredited laboratories. As you told, is very, very factual that NABL do not give the accreditation to entire laboratory, only to the specific scope. We have the certain kind of the disciplines and then certain kind of the product or the matrices or the parameters to which the accreditation is being granted to the laboratory for which they have second. Already, although this NABL accreditation is voluntary, but as far as the regulatory requirements, they must take the accreditation for all the required parameters as per the regulatory agencies. Second thing, the customer, if we'll talk about customer, common people, how do they can authenticate the test report being given by the accredited laboratories to the customer. So they can first visit our website. They can check the scope is available over there, which is accredited. If the laboratory is not accredited at that particular moment, then that laboratory will not be visible at all on the NABL website. So second point, they can write to the NABL, email. They can email to the NABL that so and so laboratories has issued this test report, whether this is as per the NABL scope or not. Then within 24 hours, we reply to that concerned person that whether that particular scope is under NABL accreditation or not. We are getting regular queries from the ministries and the government regulators regarding this, and we are solving their issues very at the earliest, because because authenticity is very important. Whatever the laboratories are issuing the test reports. So that's why we are working on this track. Third point, like Director NPL has asked, QR code already we have sent, so they can also scan and that would be directly referred to the NABL scope on NABL website. They can directly scan from their test reports itself.
Yeah, so it's a very good point. Like, of course, common person can check like with all the means that you have explained. But as rightly put by Director NPL, Professor Venu Gopala Chandaji, so he said that rather than letting public decide if it's fake or original, we have to strengthen the system that the certificate issued is has a level of authenticity which cannot be copied, or a fake certificate should not be generated. So I think that's a very valid point, and it
has
should be
been very
definitely
well
taken up.
put by him. The thing is that a beginning has been made by them, QR code, but still it is not fake proof. We have to come out with fake proof technologies. You know, you might have seen this ad from Patanjali. Nakalo se savdhan unka. They are using a proper technology, fake proof technology, that if you have on that ghee packet, that code, it will link to the website whether it was released by them or not. So, and that is a fake proof technology. And there is a fight between the developer of fake proof technologies and the copiers people. So we have to come out, the point has been very well put by our director. We have to come out with a little more fake proof technologies. Not only the QR code will help.
Okay.
मैं एक चीज और ऐड करना चाहूंगा इसमें, like very simple thing, if we will get any kind of the disease sometimes and we'll go to see some doctor, then we usually go for the second review also, second opinion, it's so called. So like Reena ma'am has told that it is not a fake proof, so always it's better to go for the two-factor authentication. One, definitely QR code, it is being implementing, laboratories are doing, but ultimately the point is that it is a technology based. But NABL website, it is completely proof. So one must go to the NABL website also to make it, make sure that whatever they are getting, it is completely authenticated. Because NABL website is completely, foolproof system, that whatever we are uploading in our system, that is absolutely true.
All right, go on.
And
yeah, please continue. If you have anything more to add, we have some questions in the audience also.
Yeah, sorry, could I make a suggestion there to NABL? If you could issue a certain limited number of sheets with a holographic sticker on it, and ask for an audit report of that at the end of the year when it comes time to renew the NABL accreditation, and that accredited holographic sticker certificate only when it reaches the person who's got the test done is proof of the authentication. Would something like that help? This is a suggestion which you can consider.
So point is taken, we'll take note for that. I'll put this point to top management.
Thank you. So we can take questions from the audience.
This is Rajesh Jha from CDRI Lucknow. And though I will be naive to share my thought, but I have an opinion, if in case that is worth to note it in terms of the MSME. What I was opining that maybe since the MSME might be visiting the NABL regularly with the conditions of all certifications, different tests, different lab, would that be possible NABL to have all possible tests or maybe certificates of given lab available on the web page to at least they can have one round, one umbrella, of all the information's availability.
It's already available on NABL website.
Okay, so thank you.
Certificate is also available now.
Sometimes they will not go into the given issue. They will only probably go into the NABL web page where we'll have all the information available for their given test certificates.
No, even though you will simply put a keyword, you will get all the information to laboratories. Or if you do find any difficulty, you can approach to NABL, or you can email us the.
Thank you. I thought it has become like a Chinese whispers. What I said is very, very specific. A QR code or barcode, which scan it, it goes to the NABL website or NPL website or Legal Metrology Department website and shows that this is the certificate number. This is the certificate issued on such and such date. For details of the certificate should be available on the website, right? So that is automatically, there is no question of faking it, because you just scan your barcode, just scan your code, takes it to the website, right, of the issuing, one of the, authenticated websites, right? So there is no question of faking here. But for that, we need to keep the database. Right.
So I think this point has to be taken forward and considered well in future. So we can just take a quick comment because we have to wrap up the panel discussion.
What is the woman empowerment percentage in MSME?
Women.
What is
Ministry of MSME probably would be,
Because
you
it
know.
is nice to see in the dais that 4 women and 4 men. Equality.
So at least we are following sustainable development goals.
Yeah. Politically also, if you look at one Jayalalitha, one Mamta.
I think I covered that.
It was just by coincidence, but yeah. So Mr. Sehgal has something to add.
I think I covered that in my presentation. The data available on the MSME website says that 76% of the MSMEs are run by males and 24% by females. I also mentioned that there is a lot of discussion on what is the definition of a women's entrepreneurial unit, and that is something that needs to be defined. How do you define it? By ownership, by management, or what? And that is something which is still being debated, and any inputs on that would further be very welcome. But this is the statistics from the MSME website, ministry website. Thank you.
Very nice, sir. Very nice. I mean, this is an issue is being discussed on all platforms these days, women empowerment. So hopefully, and it's increasing, it's growing, and being encouraged in the country, and hopefully we have a bright future ahead. So I think we can wrap up the panel discussion. Dr. Veena Sharma probably wanted to add something.
I just wanted to give an example. We discussed how to increase competitiveness and how to give access to global markets. I will just cite 2 case studies from NPL. One was under immediately project, one new startup was developing dental implants. And their global standards had roughness to be measured this way. And they think NPL is just for calibration. And in our calibration list, if that is not there, they will not come to us. But CSIR, since it was a CSIR project, they advised them to come to us. The problem was solved. Roughness was measured. We developed the measurement strategy. Similarly, there is a railway defect standards manufacturer who is measuring who is supplying some standard with a blind hole side. So it can be measured by ultrasonic, it can be measured by dimensional techniques. Our division as a whole, I mean, not only the dimension, helps them, and they can export it to Germany. So there are case studies where it's not only that routine calibration, you have to look on our website and come out. Please come out with your problems. If we have a solution to offer, we can help, and maybe competitiveness as well as access to global market both can be increased. And similarly, there will be hundreds of case studies for NPL where NPL has helped the MSMEs.
Well, thank you very much, ma'am. So I think we can just he will be doing the closing. Final closing has to be done by him. So then I think we can just hand over to Dr. Sharma, and we can just put the final comment that it was very interesting. So I would like to thank all the panelists here for your very valuable comments, and I would also thank Mr. Ashok Sehgal, who has been with us throughout the day. Thank you very much, sir, for spending the day with us and making all the valuable comments in between. And with this, I mean, just one announcement that skill development is something where NPL is coming forward, and NPL is very much willing to support MSMEs. So as it has been already discussed, that we have to come together. Even MSMEs should not have any fear. They should come and discuss their problems, their issues, and if they need some technical support or skill development in a particular area, they can come to us. NPL is willing to host some metrological workshop where we can increase their technical prowess. We continue and we do such training programs, and we can do it on special request of some MSMEs, and MSMEs can write to us. We already have an email ID, probably it's in the program, MSME-meet 2022 at nplindia.org. So you can write your feedback, your suggestions, and if you want training in a particular area, so we'll be very happy to have your suggestions, and then depending on a minimum number like 5 or 10 people, we can try to have some workshop, which can be even free of cost if we can make it. So that would be some contribution that NPL is very much willing to move forward with to support MSMEs in their skill development initiative, at least. So with this, I thank all the panelists. Thank you very much for making your valuable comments, coming here and answering the questions of the audience. So well, thank you very much. So this is the wrap of the panel discussion. So I can now hand over the mic to the organizing committee chair, Dr. C. Sharma, to make his closing remarks and close the session as well.
So now at the end of this session now, we had a very intense and interactions on various issues for developing a proper ecosystem to help MSME. And I would like to recall the words of our Honorable Minister who spoke yesterday. And he said that we have to make startups as a sustainable startups. Yesterday he quoted this one because he said that we should not allow these startups to end up in start downs actually. And that's actually mantra. And all of us have to work to develop kind of ecosystems where handholdings are there. And there's so many issues now, it has come up during this panel discussions. The issues started from a very simple one of the lack of information availability or excess of information. I think we should have some kind of single window system for it. There are various agencies who are dealing with various aspects in this context. If we can have a kind of interlinkages of websites, NABL, NPL, QCI, MSME, banks, finance people. So the people know who they can get information at one point. They can always say, okay, where the finances can go, so they can go to those linkages. Where the technical expertise can look for, no, they can go to that one. So maybe we can have an umbrella platform through which this flow of information can go, which is already available in the websites of the different institutions actually. So someone has to integrate it on a common platform so that people need not to actually wander here and there. So at one platform, they can find out where the competency is available, where the expertise is available, where technical training can be given, where the finances can come, administrative support can come from which side. So I think that would be a better idea. This is a very simple thing which can be done. And I think this conference, which has been very meticulously designed by Dr. Anuradha Sengar and her team, has actually come up with several issues which can be looked into. And I think it's a very worthwhile that we note down all the suggestions which have been made during this panel discussion, which will actually allow us to develop a roadmap to move forward, which can actually result in a strong handholding of various stakeholders for fulfilling the dream of the startups and since they are contributing to about 30% of the GDP of the India, so there's a very significant number. Of course, this is probably one of the largest sectors which is contributing into, and then employment generation also. I was seeing the data in the morning. It's a huge data, which is providing employment. So, and of course, the government is also trying to get more employment opportunities. So, it's a huge potential. Successively, the government is putting this forward. All of us are working in that direction. NPL in its own way is trying to help to the extent possible so far. But now this has given a good platform for us to actually have a lot of food for thought. And we also can devise new ways to have more interactions among us and also to actually help the people who are coming up with the ideas to develop new startups. And all kinds of this gender equality and all these issues would come anyway. So once we have the economic empowerment, these things will automatically flow in. So as we are getting more education, things have already started changing now. The scenario is changing now. So we hope that in future, there will be many more bright aspects in this one. And of course, we'll take the note of all this thing. I think we can develop a summary which can be actually discussed, and when we have the more interaction in the future, these can be built upon to action plans now. So with the help of everyone. So with this, I would like to thank all of you, all the presenters this morning and afternoon session, all the participants who have actually braved this cold of Delhi from outside now, and in this pandemic situation now again, which is threatening all of us now. Many of you have traveled from distances to Delhi. Hope you have a safe stay here and you will go back safely to your home and meet. So thank you very much for your time and your contribution to our program. It has actually provided immense contribution to our Platinum Jubilee celebrations there now. We are actually in a historical moment at this point of time when we have completed 75 years and have entered yesterday into the 76th year of its existence now for dedicated services to the country. And I hope we all celebrate this one. Once again, let us now close this session. Once again, wish you a very happy new year now. Thank you very much.
So I think we would like to have one concluding remark from Director Sir. So Director, if you can just come and sir just conclude or maybe just can make a comment on this MSME meet, and this will be followed by a photograph with you and all the panelists.
Okay. Yeah. I want to thank Dr. Anuradha Singer and the team for organizing this very well, bringing everyone, all the stakeholders together. The idea behind this is, as part of this 75th year celebrations of NPL, we wanted to have like what is NPL all about. NPL has three hats, as I was saying yesterday. So we are the NMI of India. So we have the responsibility of setting up and disseminating the quality in infrastructure within the country. And the second aspect is, being in the CSR family, we engage with the industry by solving industrial problems. And the third one, which we have, is we are a physics institute where we do basic science. Right? So the basic science part has been going on for the last 1 month, where we have organized a series of conferences where either we have the expertise where we could showcase and see like where we can go further in the future, right? And there are areas where we have the expertise but not working currently, but which has future implications or future prospects. So we conducted conferences as part of these celebrations. Then we thought like we should also have in this conclave, we thought we should have metrology as the theme, which is the NMI, as being the NMI of India. So we need to focus on metrology aspects. What other NMIs, what are the experts around the world, or the best NMIs around the world, what are they doing, right? So that we can implement those things in the country for our own progress. And the third aspect is engaging the stakeholders, the MSMEs. The government push is there because we want to grow as an economy, right? By 2025, the government has set a challenging target of 5 trillion economy. So to go towards that, we all have our responsibility. So that's where we thought we should have engaged with our partners, MSMEs on one hand, the quality infrastructure on the other hand, QCI, right, and NABL, NABH, all these people like, so we need to understand, bring everyone together. For example, the banking sector, like, so come together and discuss with each other. So it's like, what are the lacuna in each areas, how we could address this. So what it better, helps us understand each other. So that's the reason, like we thought we should have this MSME meet. So, so tomorrow we have stakeholder meet for environmental aspects, right? So that will be the concluding day for the 3-day event which we planned, right? So I would like to thank on behalf of CSR NPL, all the participants, all the sister labs, colleagues from sister labs who came from far away, the MSME members, from the bank, right? And Mr. Saigal, right? Each one of you, I named took each of your names in the morning, right? I want to thank each one of you for making this a success. And I hope we will continue to engage with each other so that we do better for the country. Okay, thank you.
Thank you very much, sir, for your concluding remarks. Can we have a group photograph of the entire team who worked for this MSME meet with you and panelists and also with Dr. Sharma? So all the team members of the MSME meet, Anuradha madam, and all our team members, please come on stage. And Ashish Ranjanji, please, you have also helped us throughout. You have been making all the arrangements. Please come.
Adil is also here.
Oh, he has joined?
Adil, is it? Adil, thank you very much. So sorry. So, join किया है अभी बताए कि आदिल जैनुल भाई
QCI chairman.
QCI. Adil, I understand you have joined. Could you please share your on the chat? Could you please share your username so that we can give you access to share your video and. They cannot find his name, not under Adil. नहीं, नहीं. He called the office to say that he joined.
उनका मोबाइल है, मोबाइल नंबर पे कॉल करके मेरा उनकी मैडम के पास व्हाट्सएप पे उनका मोबाइल डाला था और मैंने सेंड
इनको परमिशन दिया है. Adil, could you please share your video, and if you'd like to.
Just 1 second.
Yeah. Hello. Yes.
Hi, can you see me now?
Yes.
Sorry, I'm at an airport about to board a flight, but I thought that I would try and join.
Right. I mean, you're just in time for the conclusion. Right. So, would you like to say?
Austin, all customers, please make your way to gate 16. The flight has boarded, it's ready for immediate departure.
Sure.
This will be a
Right.
final.
Okay. So we'll
until flight 12:35. Service to Austin here, gate 16.
I think it might be better without the video, to be honest.
Right. Okay. So would you like to say a word, or we can take a picture and then close this?
No, I'll say a few words if you don't mind.
Yeah, please. That would be nice. Yeah.
Okay, good. Sorry. First of all, I'm very honored to be able to join this 75th anniversary celebration of NPL along with the MSMEs. And I had promised that I would do it. And even though I'm in the middle of transition between airports, I thought it would actually be very good to be able to join you. So first of all, congratulations on the achievements of the last 75 years. Many illustrious activities have come out of NPL. And if the country is to achieve Honorable PM's goal of 5 trillion economy and more, I think NPL and QCI and other institutions like that will have to play a very critical role going forward in helping the MSME sector. I think the goal of the Honorable Prime Minister is to grow the MSME sector, make it more competitive worldwide, use exports to help them grow, use quality to help them grow. And in all of these areas, I think NPL and QCI can play a very, very important role. So let me just highlight a couple of areas in which we could in fact pay a lot of attention and take some action. For example, this is our 25th year at QCI. We have not been around as long as NPL, but last 25 years, a lot of things have happened. And in celebration of the 25th year, we have agreed that we will help 10,000 MSMEs get better. We will help them get better in quality. And it's not just that we will show them what to do or give them a certification, but we will actually help them get better. I think this is a very big goal, and we would be delighted if NPL can also participate in helping 10,000 MSMEs get better. NPL has a variety of technologies, they have a variety of capabilities, they have a variety of reference materials, many of which will be very helpful to MSMEs in terms of achieving this goal of making 25,000 MSMEs hands-on, getting them better. So something like that, I think, would be a fitting way to celebrate the 75th anniversary and the 25th anniversary of QCI. I think the other part that I think we should, is an area where both of us can work together, is, this is the economy is growing in leaps and bounds because of innovation. And we are now, we have a lot of confidence. And let me give you some examples of some of the major innovations that have helped in development. You're all aware of Aadhaar, you're aware of UPI, you're aware of CoWIN. All of these are world-class apps and world-class products that have been developed in India, and they have moved at startup speed at population scale. Very few other countries have been able to do something like this. And this gives, I think, all of us the confidence that we can take similar leaps in different fields. And so I think instead of trying to catch up with other countries on quality and others, I think the goal now for us is, as a country, is to be able to leapfrog and actually create world-class leading products, leading-edge products, not copycat products. And in fact, then export that to the rest of the world. As many of you are aware, many countries are excited about using Aadhaar and CoWIN and UPI. And there are many other such products that are being developed today in India by the startup ecosystem and by the government of India. So in the same way, NPL with its capability can certainly think about what are leapfrog areas that they can help our MSMEs achieve, and what are areas where India can leapfrog in terms of quality. And that is something that QCI and NPL will work together on. So I would conclude by saying this is a very exciting time. It's both institutions are now mature. We have the opportunity in India to leapfrog on a variety of areas, and we should do that. And in fact, I'm confident we will do it, because we've now seen that we can do that in some of the major systems like Aadhaar, UPI, etc. So there's no reason why we can't do it in other areas, and that is what our target should be. So I'm very optimistic and excited about the future, and I think both NPL and QCI can play a very big role. And at the end of the year, I hope we will have collectively helped 25,000 MSMEs get better. Thank you very much, and I congratulate you once again on the 75th anniversary. Thank you.
Thanks, Adil. Thanks, Adil. That's a wonderful challenge you have put for all of us. We should try and do it for the nation. And have a safe flight. Hopefully, we'll meet soon at NPL so that you can see when we can take what the 2 points which you suggested, how to take identify these leapfrog areas and improving the quality infrastructure of 25,000 MSMEs. Right? Thank you, Adil.
Thank you very much. Thank you.